if it works because I had to set up the stream yesterday, so I don't know if pressing start stream will work today, but it looks like it does work on the stream
if
that I
it
set up
doesn't
yesterday.
work, we can always have John the Maven stream for us.
That's true.
That's true.
We can always ask
'Cause he
Space
knows
to
how to
double
use
check
the
if
ring.
it works. And maybe someone could tell me if the audio's balanced in like the past like 20 streams where it seemingly hasn't been, maybe. I don't know. But anyway.
Yeah, because we know we can't count on Space to do that anymore. He refuses to let us know.
I suppose since we're starting off on a bad note here, really getting the bad foot in the door. So why don't we just do that? So Kamui, when I ask you to inform a guest, first of all, usually that's not done like 10 minutes before we start stream, and second of all, that's usually not done in general chat. Unbeknownst to me, who wasn't setting up because lo and behold, we can't stream with a guest without the guest. So here I am, thinking we don't have the one that we're supposed to have.
Oodie,
Yeah, go ahead, Kamui, defend yourself.
So, general chat aside for a moment, so when I didn't say okay, that's because I wasn't there to see your message, because like I told you, I was going to do cardio and shower and stuff. So that's why the 11:10 time is like a thing. So when I say okay, that's me seeing your message and immediately doing it. And
well, to be fair, Kamui, I don't blame you for that part, because I did tell you to tell him like 10 minutes before stream. So you can put that on me. But to be fair, I was busy earlier, so I couldn't do it leading up until those last 10 minutes. Of which case, it's the Walky Talky way to never assign any blame to oneself, so therefore, it is all your fault.
Yeah, because so far, everything you just said was entirely making it clearly your fault.
Well, it's definitely not clearly
I didn't need to defend myself. You did it for me.
This fucking guest hasn't even started on the podcast yet, and everything is already in chaos.
Well, hang on there, John. We'll get to you, okay? Me and Kamui are talking here. So, Kamui, back to what we were saying. I gotta get involved
in the scrap.
so Kamui, whereas I understand you were arguably busy and all that, I was busy on my end, and so therefore, it has to be your fault.
Well, no, to clarify, Oodie, busyness aside, I can't do what you asked when I'm in the shower. It's just not it's not a matter of, I didn't look at my the phone's not coming in there in the first place.
Wait, don't you guys literally have a stream where one of you is in the shower during the podcast?
We have several
on my feed recently.
That was Oodie. But yes, that is the thing that has happened. But to be fair, Oodie wasn't actively talking during that. That was meant to be a, we can leave and do something else for 15. There's also a stream where we won't say names just to not make them feel bad about themselves. But we knew they were going to be talking for a while, and then we both took a shower. I think we fell asleep one time. We played a game one time and didn't have to say a word.
If anything, it's a challenge to see if we can leave and come back without them even realizing we were gone.
And we succeeded that time.
You guys know the streamer, what's his name, XQC, XQCow or whatever? I've heard that he has he goes AFK for so long that his chat members have started calling, referring to some of his streams as chair streams. They refer to his chair as Chair Chan, and basically have attributed an entire personality and lore to it, just because so often the streams are just that fucking chair in front of the camera indefinitely. So
we should make that a thing with Dowd.
At that point, he should lean into it. He should he should draw a cute anime girl profile picture for the chair or something. Just put on the back rest of the chair for when he gets up, people have that face. Stuff like that would be stupid.
Yeah, they'll be looking forward to it.
Yep. By the way, can you guys let me know? I'm gonna leave my mic open, but I don't have a great sense of like my fucking background noise, like drinking or fidgeting or whatever. So if that gets irritating, let me know and I'll try to adjust my mic settings.
Well, John, we would let you
Currently, we
know,
don't hear any of it.
but
So I think you're fine.
realistically, that's Space's job. So if you'll just shift all those requests over to Space, then I'm sure he'll get you sorted out there.
Well, thank you in advance, Space, for helping out with that.
And I'm sure he's very welcome.
Yeah, thank you for dealing with all of my just like indefinite amounts of background garbage noise. Yeah, I appreciate you implicitly signing up for that without me even asking.
I can promise you, John, no matter what happens, it won't be the worst we dealt with.
Well, yeah.
I promise you. We've dealt with very annoying background noise people. I can't imagine you're going to top those.
Well, I'll try not to. Yeah, I'll try not to to top them, as you say.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you set a record, we're not going to complain because that will be funny. But I don't expect you to set any records on that.
Yeah. I listened to a debate, or was trying to listen to a debate a while ago, and look, like I fidget constantly. I'm definitely not going to judge anybody for this, but somebody during the debate had like a couple of coins that they were like I have a little stupid fidget spinner over here. Like, you can probably hear this, right? It was like this for like a 2.5 hour debate, just constantly like this slowly grating coins rubbing together, like eroding my sanity over the bad arguments about Kakuzu or whatever. So
that's great.
Like, it's like a psychological drain.
Out of curiosity, now we gotta know which debate it was.
Yeah, and when they're coming on the podcast to do it to us, so we can do it more.
I mean, I can do an impression if you really want that Sonic experience. It was probably one of Noodle's debates. I think it was him either against, probably not Spiraling. I think it was King Bullet or Striker. It might have been like the Striker, the tournament that he did a few years ago.
Is that one of the options you said?
Yeah.
We gotta see that.
See, I actually like it's slightly embarrassing. I got pretty obsessive after Noodles and I had a bit of a scuffle a couple years ago, and I listened to a bunch of his debates, and so I have notes from like a few years ago. I think it was one of those three. It was either King Bullet, Striker, or Mr. Spiraling. Let's see if I can find it.
I remember I did a video with Mr. Spiraling going over like Noodles, or sorry, with going over Kakuzu Powerscaling, and I came up with like the most creative, unique ideas that no one has ever said before. It's like the best thing of all time.
Well, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, now I'm curious too.
To be fair, Kamui, I think you did listen to that video when it first came out. And to be fair, John, whereas you can listen to it, I would actively recommend it because it's like the worst edited thing of all time. I have it recorded on my end, so I could get it edited at some point.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this the one that was Mr. Spiraling did?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember it, specifics of it, but I know what you're talking about. So now I remember the conversation about Mr. Spiraling.
Okay, I figured that would have triggered a memory gap.
Yeah. And it wasn't just the visuals, it was also about the audio choices of editing you did too.
Yes, exactly. Well, John, if you want it, then I can link it to you. But otherwise,
I mean, just so you know, for context, like my form of ASMR of like relaxing in the evening to wind down is listening to like crusty 15-year-old like Sonic Robotnik YouTube poops with just like terrible in 240p or whatever, because that was like the stuff that me and my friends used to listen to back in the day, and so there's a certain nostalgic comfort to it. So I am very well inoculated against bad audio. And I'm more than happy to, like, it's never going to get in the way of me, like, trying to give something a chance, if that makes sense. Ooh. Did any of what I said just make any sense at all?
It did, and I think Mr. Spiraling finally found his target audience.
Excellent.
That's so good. Well, yeah. Kamui, since I said we're starting off on a bad foot, and John doubled down by calling it chaos, utter chaos at that, absolute entire chaos, we might as well just move to a power scaling topic. So, John, as it turns out, me and Kamui don't agree all the time. Can you believe that?
Preposterous. I literally can't believe it.
So, one of the things we haven't agreed on is power scaling. Have you heard of this before?
I think like when people get very, very angry about things that should be bringing them joy and harmony and connection, and instead drives them to fucking despise each other. Is that what you're referring to, perchance?
Well, no, I was referring to power scaling. Have you heard of that?
I have heard those words before, yes.
Okay.
But to be fair though, Oodie, just to clarify, not only do we disagree, but Oodie has verbatim agreed with me on it. And that's why it's so interesting.
So you've agreed to disagree, but then disagreed about the
We agree. And yet at the same time, we couldn't be further on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Well, to be fair, John, to be fair, it also goes the other way around. Everything Kamui just said applies to him. He has agreed with me as well.
Okay.
So we were hoping that you could settle this debate once and for all. So have you ever played Balloons Tower Defense?
I have. I think I played number 6. I'm not very good at it, but it is very cathartic. There's something very like peaceful about just I would just like constantly spam like the one turret, I think, until I got the helicopters and just let them do the work for me. So I don't exactly have like pro strats or anything, but yeah, I have a few hours in it.
Well, that's good. That's good because Kamui and I, we're a balloons connoisseur, if you will. Some real good strategy game strategists, may I say.
Okay.
So, to explain power scaling in balloons terms for Kamui, and John, just interrupt me. Cut me off if you have anything to say or if you agree or disagree or anywhere. But Kamui, which do you think is stronger? And we'll just start with the question first before getting into elaboration. So, Kamui, is
an issue.
Well, okay. Issue. Well, already an issue. Okay, so already an issue with this part. So, which part is the issue so far?
Okay, so
far.
By that, I mean the rest of the line that you haven't read
yet.
Oh,
you mean the thing that we haven't got to yet?
I've gone to it, to be fair.
So reading ahead, my number 1 arch nemesis strikes again. See, it's infected Kamui tonight.
You're so slow.
I'm doing it for
I
the.
Can't even read ahead because the window's in the way, so I can't. Which is even like.
Hey, I'm glad it's there. It decentivizes reading ahead.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm just glad that anybody's actually reading at this point and like paying attention.
So, Kamui, which do you think is stronger? A full buffed, max out god boosted vengeful true sun god? Or a base dart monkey with knockback?
Yes, there's already 2 issues, one more pressing than the other. But So now, again, to be clarified with the vengeful true sun god situation, it could just have a knockback.
Well, we're just going to assume in this case that they're going.
All the other abilities it does. So it is just the base dart monkey plus extra. But ignoring that. The issue comes down to the specifics you chose. Well, first of all, the fact that the God boosted Vengeful True Sun God basically has the most of every ability and power, it's already a problem too. It's actually 3 problems. But regardless of the specifics of whether it has knockback or not, the more pressing issue is you chose some specific things that aren't the point. So the point is the aggregate of their physical powers, like their speed, their strength, and so on, and their abilities.
Can I interrupt super quick?
Of all that would be what makes them quote-unquote strong, at least in terms of Naruto characters. This is what I'm saying. So if, hypothetically, knockback wasn't like what it is, it was just like the most OP ability of all time, yeah, it could easily be better than the maxed out Vengeful True Sun God. It just so happens that we're working with Jigen's speed and strength versus Choji, Part 1 Choji Chunin Exams Expansion Jutsu is what we're comparing here. And obviously, no, the base expansion Jutsu is not as anywhere near as good and useful as Jigen's just stats. But that's like the comparison we're working with here. So it's about the aggregate well, I'm saying at least it's about the aggregate of what they can do for you. So it's not really.
According to the wiki, the vengeful true sun god has a magic ability that can do a knockback. So isn't it kind of moot? Like,
well, I'm going to prove right now whether or not it does, in fact, have.
Well, it depends
knockback.
on the true. It depends on the specific one, I imagine, right? Because if you don't give it primary as one of its 4 like things, I can definitely see it not having it. But if you do, I imagine it does. I mean, it just depends. But.
Well, we're about to find out.
But again, that wasn't the more overarching problem. That's just a very specific.
Okay, if I did everything right here, it'll work. But I'm.
That's what I used to do. I used to use the little, like the base monkey, and then upgrade it. The super monkey, right? That one with the superhero outfit. I used to use that one a lot.
Oh, nice.
The one that gets the laser eyes upgrade.
Would you mess up?
It's because it might be because in Sandbox it doesn't work. I'm in Sandbox. Either way, it does have knockback, but it doesn't clarify whether I'm going the middle path or not. In fact, I might do that later down below. But I'm going to go for the middle path for this one, so it's not including the knockback. And let's see, does it have knockback? Oh, it might have knockback. Okay. Listen, I don't even know what's giving it knockback. What's knocking it back?
Expert.
The mistake that you guys are making, if you're actually trying to do power scaling, is that you are testing your hypothesis with a real, like, tangible example and evaluating whether or not the premise that you put forward actually is supported by evidence and context. I don't know if you guys have heard, but you're not supposed to do that when you power scale. You're just supposed to pick an argument that you like, and then you have to just make the other person, whoever you're arguing against, you have to make their argument look worse and dumber than yours. So,
well, that's
frankly,
debate.
I don't know. Well, I mean, at this point, I feel like debate has so thoroughly bled into general power scaling discourse.
You're not wrong, but they should be wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so it's magic that does it. We're gonna pretend magic. Actually, we can. We can do the true vengeful max sun god without... No, we can't do it without magic, but we can do the max sun god without magic at the very least. So we'll just do it with the military. So Kamui, back to the question. So, which one do you think is stronger?
I addressed it beyond the specifics anyway. So, I still just have a problem with the question.
Well, now that you're done getting your...
That's skirting around the point. You're giving an example that isn't the point.
Now that you're done getting your semantics out of the way, which one of these two would you say is
the overarching problem with it.
Well, Kamui, if I send a test balloon...
Also, real quick, not to interrupt, but what's up with this bat? Is this like some specific skin you have, or the monkey running across the screen, or is this some update thing I haven't played in a while?
Well, it's technically both. It was added in an update, but it is like a skin thing. So the dart monkey is a skin for the dart monkey, and the bat's a skin for the super monkey.
Okay, didn't know that.
Yeah, they also have fireworks here for 4th of July, so shout out. But
I figured that wasn't anything too crazy. It's just the monkey running around, the bat running around.
Well, Kamui, technically it applies regardless. If I send a test balloon, if one of these towers has knockback and both towers are present, it's still going to be knocked back, and both towers are going to be able to hit it. Which towers is going to get the higher pop count? Neither tower has...
Yeah, but again, but Oodie, that's not applicable to the debate. Or whatsoever.
So, Kamui, which one of these is about to have the higher pop count? So, the dart monkey... 9 pops, and the super monkey 42,000 pops. Kamui, would you like to
explain something? Again, this has nothing to do with the debate whatsoever.
So, Kamui, if you send a test balloon with 10 trillion HP, the dart monkey will eventually pop it, but the god won't. The OP tower is doing billions of times more DPS than the dart monkey, but it doesn't have knockback. So in power scaling, what are we measuring? It'd be the outfit capacity or whatever.
That doesn't
What would you say it's measuring?
Why does it need knockback if it can just does the are we doing like a hypothetical where it's not like a Moab class and beyond?
Well, I do
because the Dirt Monkey's like knockback doesn't apply to like any balloon in Balloon's universe that has that, right?
What do you mean?
Like the Dart Monkey isn't just constantly knocking back Moabs and BFBs and Zongs.
Well, to be fair, Kamui, the Dart Monkey technically has knockback with the Juggernaut.
But does it knock back a Moab?
No, but it can knock back a balloon.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. So are you making up a hypothetical balloon that's a balloon with 10 trillion HP and not like the actual ones that would be in the game?
Well, it's not a hypothetical. The balloon's right there
right now. What is happening?
It's popping the balloon. It's gonna. If we leave it here, it's gonna get more pops than the god.
Okay. So it basically seems like you're describing like a hack versus like
mismatch where this one's just better for this particular use case than the other.
See, but the problem, Kamui, let's say hypothetically, because the Dart Monkey has knockback, the Super Monkey doesn't have knockback. But if I get this right now, despite okay, we'll ignore that it absorbs the okay. We're gonna get that back. Okay. If we just leave these two here,
I know it. I get it. Like it's not gonna pop it. I get it. But so the thing there, I mean, I'm having a tough thing to say it. We're not using the outlier. So this is the outlier to where the Dart Monkey is better for this balloon, this one singular balloon, than the eventual True Sun God would be. But the eventual True Sun God overall is better against like everything else in the game. That's why it's better. It's just the one use case where something else is better. So I always say that you got to look at like the overall picture. If the hack's ability counters, you know, the Urashikis, the God Almighty, as we like to say, and if like 10-10's kunais are just the Urashiki's one weakness, that's not going to put her higher unless those kunais are like going to work on like everyone else too for the most part. Well, they only work on Urashiki, and other than that, she loses to every single other character in the verse. She's not going to go crazy high. And meanwhile, if like Ishiki beats everyone but Urashiki, then he's going to go behind Urashiki. Because in the overall picture, he's just so much better.
So you
already know my stance on these things, dude. I don't need to repeat this.
Well, you definitely don't need to repeat it. So I'm willing to go out on a limb here and say most ninja in the Naruto verse are Academy to Genin level. You could argue maybe most up to Chunin level, but definitely not Jonin and above. So,
well, Chunin's the most common rank, so most ninja would be Chunin level.
What makes you say that?
But to be fair, I'm going off of memory of like a data book statement. I know Daigo's mentioned this, but like there's like statements that Databook or wherever it is that basically make it blatantly clear that Chunin's the most common rank. The Warwick itself would suggest this because Jonins are very rare and Genins and Academy students aren't in the war. And there's 100,000 shinobi and the majority's not Jonin. So it seems like the majority is Chunin. I mean, frankly, there's mathematically too many ninja in the war to even exist in the villages, so there can't be that many again.
Well, so, like, exactly why we should throw out those numbers in general for the war arc. But even with that logic, regardless, I don't see how that would get Chunin to be more common than Genin. So you think there's more Chunin than there are Genin? Again,
I'm currently going off of memory of Daigo's video because I don't remember where the information comes from at this point anymore. I'm just remembering that there's something that proves or suggests that anyway, purely going off the memory of that.
I wonder if there's like an analogy here with something I've always thought is pretty silly is like white Zetsus kind of suck. I mean, like against random Chunin or Jonin. I mean, I guess like in the war, it's implied that they were able to. Yeah, that's a better way to put it than me just saying they suck. But like, I'm now thinking of when they attack at night. You know, they're clearly capable of applying some pressure and sowing discord, and then like they do something. Like they're not completely useless. But at the same time, putting them up against somebody even remotely on Kaguya's level seems very silly, but Kaguya seemed to think that if she had enough of them lying around, she'd be able to beat I mean, I don't know if she knew Momoshiki and Kinshiki individually, but somebody who would be coming after her approximately of their level. So now I'm just picturing Kaguya standing there like this little balloon monkey, the dart monkey, just throwing white Zetsu after white Zetsu at like a relatively impassive Kinshiki until he just like wears him down like the water droplets eroding the stone. I can't otherwise imagine what the fuck she's going to be doing with those legions of, certainly vastly sub Otsutsuki, little minions.
To be fair, White Zetsu Sport Jutsu, which makes no sense, has a 100% success rate that not a single person has ever dodged. And technically, we don't know if only the original White Zetsu can do it, but seemingly all of the clones have the ability as well, seemingly, because they have everything else. Assuming they do, you imagine 100,000 or more White Zetsus doing this unavoidable sport jutsu, constantly spamming it on Kinshiki. I can see why they're taking Kinshiki down. The War Arc people and the Ninja Alliance just got lucky that Zetsu wasn't spamming that jutsu, assuming all the army clones could. Because if they could, the Alliance just gets bodied instantly. I'm sorry. Like, half the Kage in the Kage guards couldn't do anything about the sport jutsu. Or if they did, they were drained first. It's a sport jutsu so OP, bro. It's so underused.
That's fair, yeah.
Well, the point of what I was trying to say is, I'm sure Kamui didn't mean this, but the way he was wording it earlier, the way it could come across, okay, Kamui trying to be as fair as possible there, the way it could come across to other people is that...
What are you referring to?
Well, I'm about to say, is that it would be weighting every combatant equally, and I don't think that's a very fair measurement. So there's 100,000 White Zetsus in the war, but there's one Madara. Well, okay, so he's like 0.001% of combatants you could come across in the war. We have to measure him as such for power scaling.
I don't see how anything I said suggests that.
So if you can take down 99% of the Zetsu, that just puts you like the top of the verse, ignoring Madara, since he accounts for 0.01% of the war in terms of combatants.
This feels like y'all's version of like a trillion lions versus the sun.
Well, I'm glad you agree.
Analogy, but I mean, I think what you're saying just doesn't apply to what I said at all. Hold on, I gotta walk away to wash my hands. So
well, Kamui, then what's the point of saying the Genin Shunin thing in counter to what I said?
You're the one who brought up Genin and Shunin, not me.
That's why I said what was the point in saying it against what I said?
I never said anything about Genin and Chunin. You mentioned it, and then I just said, actually, the Chunin's the most common rank in response to just a side note to whatever you were saying. You brought up Genin and Chunin.
Okay, well, thank you for contradicting yourself.
I didn't contradict myself. I didn't bring up Genin and Chunin.
Okay.
You did.
Yeah.
So what did I say about Genin and Chunin that you're referring to?
You just said you said something about it.
Anything about Genin. All I assume is that Chunin were the most common rank.
Yeah. In response to what I said. That's what I said.
That was just a side note.
To hear that, like,
you said it.
The overall debate. You never got to your point. I was just saying, actually, that they're the most common rank. That's all.
So you said that in response to what I said. So you did say something about it. I don't understand the combative nature on this point here, Kamui. Did you say something about it or not? Well, my point being, if most ninja are like Genin to academy level, then it effectively doesn't matter, because pretty much anyone could take like all of them out, regardless of their specialty or whatever.
Maybe I just like lost the plot, but can you please clarify? Like, I'm trying to figure out how to be helpful. What is the dispute that you guys would like me to try to to weigh in on, or was that just an excuse to lay into Kamui?
Oh, absolutely. Well, to be fair, John, whereas helpfulness would indeed be helpful, we're not going to necessitate it. It's not a requirement here on the Walky Talky podcast.
That's a relief.
So
like that. I don't. Have you guys seen Dragon Ball Z Abridged? That moment where I think it's Vegeta asks Krillin to. He's like, I need you to listen to me very carefully here, to like hit me but don't kill me. And Krillin's like, I promise to try. And that very specific sentiment is something I've carried with me through much of my life. So
my problem though is, again, it just feels like you're going out of your way to say things I'm not, or just to not listen to what I'm saying. Because I understand that just because you have hypothetically 1010 had, let's just say Academy 1010 has the Raikage sealing pod, the one where you call their name and it seals you. She can have that. But if Madara is just so fast that there's no scenario to where Tenten could even say his name in time for him to beat her. Let's just say Madara also has like extra sensory. He's got intense sensing, all these things to where there's just no scenario to where he can get caught off guard. I'm making up a hypothetical Madara here. But like, let's just say that's the case. Well, then there's just no scenario to where she can use it. So it's effectively useless. She will never be him. It doesn't matter in that case. I'm not saying that just because you have the thing, if you can't put it into practice, it doesn't matter. That just means that the opponent, Madara in this case, has whatever abilities or stats. The stats are really just an ability at the end of the day. But like, he has whatever it is to make it meaningless. At the point, it's the overall picture. That's what I'm saying. So now, if Tenten's ability is something that she always will get off on Madara, it consistently will work 10 times out of 10. She's gonna be able to do it. Then I'll factor that in. Now, again, in the hypothetical case, though, is that it only works on Madara and it's useless on every other character, or it was Urashiki. It's useless on every other character. It's not going to weigh in that much for her. It might get her one slot higher, but it's so one-off use specific, it's basically pointless. But that's not the case in 99% of our examples, though. But
well, that's fine as a point on its own, but not in reference to what I said, in reference to what you said, in reference to what I said. So, an example...
About your tuning, whatever thing, I don't know what your point... You asked me why I brought up tuning and Genin. You brought it up, and all I did was potentially correct you about the most common rank. That's all there was to it. We don't need to harp on this anymore than that. That's all there was to it. I don't know what your point was going to be.
Well, you definitely don't know what it's going to be since you cut me off before I could say the next thing I was going to say, assuming that's where I was going with it.
You. That's all.
John, do you see how we get to these kind of places here?
Yeah, this is, honestly, this is one of the more reasonable power scaling conversations I've heard recently, so not even phased.
I really don't know what the problem here is, but we'll just move past that point. So,
well, because you keep saying, why'd you do this? Why'd you do this? I didn't. You're going out of your way to make it a problem.
Kamui, not once have I said the things that you've said I said. Just so you're aware.
What are you referring to?
Never did I say you brought up the Genin Chunin said. I said you said something in response to what I said about it.
No, you said brought up.
No, I didn't.
You did.
Well, you can think that, yes. But this
is usually around the time somebody says, well, I have this on recording and I'm going to play it back later and I'm going to embarrass you publicly. It's on the internet for everybody to see. And it's like, so.
Exactly. So the audience knows.
Yeah. Everyone will know it for all time because internet.
But getting to the example that I couldn't get to before Kamui cut me off. So.
Well, you're going to say it right this time?
Say what right?
What the most common rank is.
Oh, so that's what my example was going to be, Kamui. Was that it?
No, I'm asking you if you're going to say it right.
Well, I was about to say what my example was.
Is it something different from what you were going to say before?
Do you know if it was?
I'm asking you.
Oh my god.
Well, no, you weren't asking me, to be clear. You were not asking that at all.
When I said the word ask, I was.
Well, Kamui, you see the contradiction there. You said the word ask.
Yeah, in that sentence where I said the word ask, there was indeed a question mark at the end of it.
Okay, getting to my example. So let's just say that 1010, we'll say War Arc 1010 instead of Academy 1010, since you're going off on your own different thing there. We're going to say War Arc 1010. She can beat any Academy student. I think that's reasonable to say. You know, maybe there's like one or two outliers, or we'll just say she can beat practically every Academy student. But War Arc 1010 can't beat Madara. On the flip side, Madara, who can beat 1010 by that proxy, can't defeat every Academy student. There's a couple handful, and there's 20. There's 10% of them have anti-fire style, or they have Madara repellent. Madara can't beat them, but 1010 can beat them all. Who do you put higher on the tier list?
So, quick question. When you said he can't beat every Academy student, are you saying he can't beat any 1v1, or are you saying he can't beat the aggregate 100,000 Academy students in one army? Like, what are you saying there?
The same as 1010.
Okay, because you said it two different ways. I mean, I don't even know why you're asking me this. You already know. So this is the Academy student outlier example to where Madara is just seemingly. All right, let me confirm. Question. Is Madara beating like every other Jonin and Chunin and Kage like normal?
Yes. We're also assuming for this.
She's like normal, right? She's not beating every Jonin and Kage and so on like normal, right?
We're assuming for this that the majority of ninja are the weaker ninja. So that's like Academy level is what we're going to assume for this. That's why I brought up
the Slimy Orb on YouTube pointed out Academy Minato, which is probably relevant, right? Like there's going to be like prodigies like Minato and Itachi that could potentially throw a spanner in the works with stuff like this. Are you accounting for those like extreme outliers as well?
Yeah, so we're gonna say some Academy students have Madara repellent. But 1010 has an Academy sealing jutsu. She can seal Academy students. If they are the rank of an Academy student, she can instant seal them.
Yeah, it's her Nen ability in Hunter x Hunter. She made a Nen restriction to where she can only be Academy students.
Yes, exactly.
And then the Academy students have the inverse, but it's for Madara. Okay, so again, you already know my stance. So going with the fact that Madara.
Go ahead, Kamui.
Let's say going with the fact that obviously Madara, he's beating the 5 Kage at the same time and all these other things consistently. It's just Academy students are his one weakness. And in 1010, she's where she is normally, where. In this case, she's got an Academy strength, where she's extra good against Academy students. But she's tuning level. She fights on par with tuning. She gets beat by every Jonin, who get beat by every Kage, and Madara's beating all 5 of them at the same time without even trying. We already know Madara's going higher in the tier list because Madara just has this one-off anti. Well, part of the problem. Okay, I understand you made a hypothetical, but just to clarify. In universe, no, Academy students are not the most common rank.
Yeah, so exactly. So I feel like the way you worded that was almost getting around that by saying every Jonin and every Kage when it's like 50 people in universe. Like the top 1% of the universe that we're really focusing on the majority of the time anyways.
But either way, there's like a big string though. So Madara is just beating hundreds of thousands of people who are all stronger than Academy. She just has this one weakness for whatever reason. But his overall combat ability is clearly superior because it's not that he beats the one Jonin named Kakashi. It's that he's beating every Kage who's over every Jonin, who's over every Chunin.
But again, you're emphasizing every as if that's a lot. It doesn't matter how many
Academy students there are. There's just such a big chain of clear direction that these things go. He just has a glaring weakness that can only be exploited by people who have the rank Academy student. Now, as a hypothetical, just to play with this, is it a case to where a Kakashi can just easily demote himself on the fly to Academy student and just easily exploit? If it's that easy to do on the fly in the midst of a thought, okay, we might move Madara down because everyone's just gonna beat him, but if it's a case to where, no, you can't do that. Once you're promoted, you can't be demoted. It's just not allowed. Or it's like this thing you can never do mid-battle because you need some official document that's not available and so on. then it's not really going to factor in much because, again, there's a clear chain of direction going on there.
Yeah, we're not going to say that. We're going to have it be where it's something you grow out of. You know, it's the younger is where it works. I mean, it doesn't work when you're older, and so it's going to be the weaker you are. It's going to be the rankings make sis. They go in strength of order.
So he's just the inverse guy from JJK. Like, I mean, it can be exploited, but it's not necessarily like.
See, I was thinking that it's not the inverse from JJK guy. The problem is, again, you keep emphasizing every Jonin, every Kage, and that's fine if you mean it all encompassing, but you keep emphasizing it as if to say it's a lot of people, when the hypothetical is that like 99% of combatants in Naruto are academy students for this hypothetical.
It doesn't matter because really all you're doing is inflating that low end. So,
well, if I can interject for a second, that's what I was gonna say. Something similar to that, like in the spirit of Sakura's obsession with her hair being the definition of peerless, I would say that there's an opportunity for some rat bullshit here, which is just to be like, if you define an academy student as anyone who has studied at the academy, then all of a sudden, like, your categories can be adjusted to kind of swing the argument any way you want, right? Like, if a character has, like, are you saying that like 1010 has an anti-academy student ability? Well, technically anyone who has studied at the academy is semantically an academy student, even if not currently. And then basically the only people who would win are like people who just grew out, like just dodged the education.
Yeah, so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and not trying to be that way. So I'm assuming what Oodie meant is people who are in the academy and have not graduated already. If you graduated, you're no longer an academy student. And if you're not enrolled in the academy in the first place.
But like, by proxy, I don't like the Hunter x Hunter Nen contract idea for that, because that
was just a silly
No, I know. Just let me finish my thought, Kamui. What I mean is that I don't like it applying to the concept of an academy student rather than the strength level of someone that would be in the academy. Is the point, obviously.
I mean, it doesn't really matter too much.
You know, the age, the experience, the strength, it would all sort of go together for the academy student rather than looking at academy students and then the individual. It's working backwards rather than forwards.
Regardless, my point is you can inflate the percentages. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Slimy Order on in the YouTube chat pointed out that Madara couldn't even beat 2 Genin. He had to become a lady to do better, and then followed up by saying, also Madara couldn't beat every Kage. Hashirama is there.
True.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, but that's just taking what I said more literally than I actually meant it. But my point being, you can inflate the bottom end numbers as much as you want. The fact is, and you could technically deflate it a little bit, but there's still just this very clear chain of progression that's going on there.
So that's my point,
That's why the academy students aren't going higher, because you even adjusted it to where it's not the concept of academy students, but their level of strength of the average academy. So you adjusted it to that. So you made it even more clear that they just are below Genin level, who are below Chunin level, who are below Jonin level, who are below Kage level, who are below Sani level, who are below, and so on. And Madara will consistently beat all those other people because he's just at a higher level.
No, so that gets to my point from earlier of where I would disagree with one of the things that you said of, oh, if Tintin has some kunai, that can just beat 99% of the verse, and that puts her above all these other people. I don't think that's necessarily true, because it doesn't matter how she compares to the 99%.
To clarify, can and will. It will beat them. I'm not looking for the hypothetical 1 in a billion percentage where they catch them off guard. I'm talking about the in battle practice, it's gonna happen 10 times out of 10.
So my point of the hypothetical isn't to say it's who you lose to, but where you would scale in general. Where that should matter.
All this, I mean, I'm gonna put this to you. I'll put this to John in simple terms. This debate, again, we've already agreed on this. The debate is, sure? Unless there's a caveat is where you're gonna we do this in our own tier list for the channel, where we specify stats only versus abilities only, but we're going out of our way to remove abilities in one case. I'm saying that particularly in Naruto, because that's how the characters talk, that abilities are included. It's not just about stats. If a Naruto character says that guy is strong, they're not exclusively only looking at his stats. they're counting whatever abilities he has and does use as well. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
so when I do a tier list of battle ability, I'm including abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the full context for your like what preceded this discussion, but from what I've seen, I think like characters in verse can use the term strong to mean a bunch of different things. Like they can mean physical strength, but they can also mean like strength of willpower. It can mean like overall combat strength. And I think most commonly from what I've seen, they're usually referring to not just a physical stat or an isolated stat. Moreover, they're just referring to the overall like presence or threat level that they represent in combat with all their skills combined.
This is what I've been saying. You can go show them every single stream that we talk about this.
See, the funny thing is, Kamui's going to try and say exactly what I would have said before I said it, so he can say that he said it first. It would be like these sets of videos, John. If you want to like react to this on your own time, then I would love to hear your opinion.
Sure. I'd be happy
the
to.
power scaling playlist, first couple of videos.
We got a Kamui crash out. Okay.
There's plenty of Kamui crash outs in these. To be fair,
but again, like I haven't changed my stance on how I'm doing this.
We'll let John decide that. He can come up with his own interpretation.
I say the words overall combative ability, all these things that 500 different ways.
Yeah, we know that you want to convince him. We get it.
Agreed with me about including abilities before, but he also
He's really trying to force your interpretation here.
Stats.
So my point with what you were saying earlier, Kamui, is that it doesn't matter how many different types of people weaker than you can beat, but on average, how strong of a person you can beat.
Yeah, but that's how many people are below you is incorporating how strong those people are, because the whole list in general is about that. So
yeah, but it would be leading to the thing I said rather than the inverse.
Let me see if I can like throw like a catalyst in, so to speak. So like, let's say you take somebody who has absolutely zero physical stats. Basically, like, have you guys watched JJK? You know, the dude Mekamaru who's like in a bath of whatever. Like he can't move his own body. Like imagine you have a character like that, but you give them something like the Mangekyo Sharingan with a super powerful Tsukuyomi, right? Like, put that character in front of the otherwise strongest powers in the verse, and let's just say for the sake of this argument that the Tsukuyomi works on them, right? Like, there's a win con there that via that hack, if you want to call it that, like a mind hack, if you want to call it that, whatever you want to phrase it as, that the physical strength and those stats and even like their overall combat stats don't really matter in the face of somebody just being able to get into your head and like psychologically torture you. But then it kind of raises an interesting question. Okay, when we say strength, right, we could reasonably and fairly define like combat strength, combat power, whatever, as your ability to get into a fight with somebody and like go toe to toe with them, like against them with whatever abilities you happen to use, whether that's taijutsu or ninjutsu or whatever. But if you can literally be bedridden and just look at somebody and win a fight, it's kind of counterintuitive to call that strength because it doesn't feel like it fits the definition. But I think within like a shonen battle manga environment, it would also be fair to say that that counts as combat strength, right? Because if you're defining combat strength as like your ability to win encounters, then yeah, that kind of that like bedridden kid might be able to solo the verse just by looking at them. So I think it's open to interpretation, but in my personal experience, not a hill I'm going to die on, in my personal experience, strength usually just refers to your ability to kick ass. And however you do that is up to you.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And so to clarify, Oodie and I, we're on the same page on this. We agree that Damon's taijutsu and stats are insane too. But when it comes to like the majority of the fandom, they all just love to focus on his reflection ability. They're all like, well, if they just get around his... They all like to act like Damon has no stats. Let's use that hypothetical Damon. The one that like 90% of the fandom seems to think is the case. The one that has no stats apparently, but it's just all reflection.
Mm-hmm.
Characters in verse are going to call Damon strong. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Damon would still go extremely high in that tier list because of that ability alone. Assuming assuming this is a real condition, he needs to put his hands on someone, and assuming that we're giving him the person to do it. They won't do it's Ada. They won't do anything else in the fight. They're just going to be there for his hand ability to work. If we're going to grant him that in this hypothetical.
I think that's
very high on the
fair.
tier list because no one can do anything about it.
I think it's fair. I think it would be fair to look at that and be like, Damon isn't strong in the traditional sense. He just has this ability that makes other people like fuck off and lose. But at the same time, you could, again, within power scaling, if you are defining strength as ability to win encounters, then yeah, that kind of makes sense. Let me tweak the example a little bit and say that like Gojo from JJK, which I'm not an expert about by any means, but like he has that ability where nobody can touch him when the what's it called, like limitless is activated or
The problem is that's all
infinite.
defensive.
Yeah, but let's just say like he were to walk into a tournament and he were to be going up against people who would like attack him relentlessly, like be bloodlusted, and he would just stand there. And then every opponent who attacked him would eventually get tired and pass out because they would just be attacking him totally pointlessly. He could win every fight that way without even moving.
But that's not Gojo beating them. That's them beating
Yeah.
themselves. It's the same thing that Naruto did to the third Raikage. He couldn't beat the third Raikage traditionally, not in Sage Mode.
Yeah, so
See,
I think
but that gets into a semantic game because Gojo's gonna win every single fight.
Not
So it has to be, like, an
necessarily,
active
because
thing
if
to
you
count
just
as
don't
well.
attack
because
Gojo,
to be
you're gonna
fair,
stand still.
I'll let John maybe even specify here. But like, are they gonna get tired and then when they're exhausted, barely breathing, Gojo just kicks them in the face and wins? Or we say this hypothetical, but Gojo's just gonna stand, their arms crossed like Gar. Well, frankly, I mean, Gar is considered strong just for his defenses alone, by the way. But ignoring that, is he just gonna stand there and do literally nothing? But would the characters even actually gas themselves out to the extent that they die from that, like, or are they just gonna like?
Yeah, well, this is also just taking an absurd, ridiculous scenario that 99% of the time isn't going to happen anyways. The opponent who's fighting Gojo in this case, let's say Gojo is civilian level, he just has this ability. Gojo can't beat that world martial artist or whatever they're going to be. And the world martial artist isn't just going to do that. If anything, they're going to realize this is the case and they're going to sit there along with Gojo and make literally zero headway, and whoever falls asleep first loses.
Yeah.
Well, so again, that'd be someone being smart. That's just if they can just.
That's not smart. I feel like that's just not being.
There you go. They'll beat them.
That's just not having plot convenience make someone so stupid that they're gonna lose by being the most ridiculous person of all time.
I get, but that gets to the point that Gojo's not gonna go that high. Then now, if there's a hypothetical to where we're just gonna say Gojo has the most stamina in the entire universe possible, and his 6 sides make him the most efficient curse energy usage person in the entire verse possible, to where no one can outlast Gojo. It is impossible. That's a little bit different now. But if they can outlast him, like the world's strongest martial artist does that, and people are catching on, they know the counter, or even if they don't know it, but they all can do it, so long as they do it, that's going to bring Gojo down a lot, because people just aren't going to get around it anyway.
So let's take that hypothetical, Kamui. So civilian Gojo with infinity, but he's civilian level. Everyone else in the verse has flying Raijin. They will never lose to Gojo and or tire themselves out because they can just teleport away and Gojo can't do anything about it. Gojo doesn't have flying Raijin. Gojo will never win a match.
Okay, so that depends on a specific. So this is kind of outside power skill at this point, but it becomes a matter of what are you classifying as a win?
Because if it's a tournament setting,
does that mean they lose? They gave up.
If it's a tournament settings to where there's an out of bounds, then sure. But if it's a fight to where you have to defeat the other person, then neither person wins. Neither one was defeated.
I will say, if you don't mind me jumping in for a
you could argue that they fled, so they lose by default. Even though it's not technically a tournament.
I wouldn't consider that in terms of power scaling, though.
I think, if you don't mind me jumping in for a sec, I think that like what you guys seem to be reflecting, so to speak, is something that I've seen happen in a more like this obviously feels pretty chill, but like I've seen this sort of thing come up in debates where people will go back and forth about like strength means this, and the other person will be like, no, strength means that, and the other person will say like, well, can you prove that? Oh yeah, let's talk about the definition of strength in this series versus all of fiction versus et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And then it just kind of becomes like Kamui, I think, was pointing out, it becomes like this weird quagmire of semantic disagreement. Personally, I think that like I'm thinking about this from a debate context, so obviously you don't have to think about it this way, but I think we who are doing power scaling can make a decision that like when we talk about strength, we are specifically meaning this. And then if you're designing a tier list, you can be like, I am ranking characters based on strength, and by strength I'm specifically referring to this kind of strength. It's up to you to use whatever version of that you want when creating your thing, right?
That's
I
what I've said
personally
before. That's what we do here for that reason.
The problem would be measuring that on a tier list in terms of general strength compared to other characters that you can also do that to.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the inherent fun of it, I
Yeah, you
think.
said
It's like,
general strength, so you have to define what you mean by general strength.
But that
yeah,
applies to the strength that John was talking about with unique kinds of strength. Because on a
yeah,
tier list, you have to consider all strength, so it'd be more universal.
it depends. I
Well,
mean,
you
like,
just have to do whichever one you're planning to do.
I could see
Not
like
necessarily.
Damon with zero stats but with reflection being able to beat I don't know, like the fourth Raikage or something in his V2 cloak by just using his reflection. But so then if you want to define your tier list as like I am ranking, like I think Sage has done this, or maybe it was Six and Swag, I can't remember, it's been a while, but like the way that they structured their tier list is every time they put a character, like they put character one somewhere on the tier list, and then they bring the second character in and are like, okay, would this character beat or lose to the previous character? And then they rank that character sort of
Yeah,
like
they did it like
almost like in a
within the
tournament
range
bracket.
of like 1 to 2 characters versus
Yeah.
like looking
Yeah.
at all of them on average.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we can do that, and we could put Damon above the fourth Raikage, while also being like, when it comes to actual like strength, like stats-based strength, Damon can't do anything. This hypothetical version of Damon, and also he's capable of beating stronger people. And honestly, like I think characters who have hacks like that or barriers or defenses, um, oftentimes they may be designed specifically with physical weaknesses or like a lack of traditional physical strength that then makes their cool ability kind of a way of counterbalancing that, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
calling out the fact that they lack traditional strength, but then they are still quote unquote stronger than others because of their hack or barrier is a cool part of their character. I would personally be totally fine with saying that Damon is stronger than the fourth Raikage in that example, with the understanding that we're just gonna shake hands and agree it just means like he would beat him.
Depends on the context, but yeah.
Yeah, sure, sure.
So another scenario. Let's just say instead of civilian level, Gojo is a weak, frail old man. So he's gonna be fighting the fourth Raikage. Fourth Raikage tires him out so much that the fourth Raikage just passes out. Gojo, the weak old frail man, walks up to him, puts his hands around his throat, tries to choke him out. But the weak old frail man, this is the fourth Raikage. Bro can't do. He's trying with all his might. He can't kill that fourth Raikage. Where do we scale this Gojo?
Well,
he can't win or lose.
All you're doing is just you're really just making it look more and more ridiculous. The same questions apply. What are you defining as a win?
Yeah, there's
First and
also
foremost.
I think like a limitation of tier lists as well is that there is sort of an implied like not exactly linear power progression, but sort of, right, like a stacking, obviously, because like going from F tier to S tier or whatever. But I think that in Naruto anyway, maybe more so than Dragon Ball, you can have asymmetrical matchups. I mean, like the most obvious example of that is just like the five different nature transformations and their advantages and
Yeah,
disadvantages. But you could have character A who totally kicks like character B's ass, but then B does better against C, and then C does better
exactly.
against A. So
Rock,
like,
paper,
who
scissors.
is the
Yeah.
strongest? And the way that I've seen people like who I've watched make tier lists, the way that they try to get around that is be like, okay, well, accounting for like those rock paper scissors matchups,
Exactly.
who would have the most overall victories against the widest pool of different opponents?
Exactly. That's where I go too. I'd be looking at all the characters below those the ones in question. Well, or maybe even above, depending on the context. And be
Depending
like,
on
all
the
right,
context.
so well, it makes I don't know which we didn't pick any characters if we don't
But
know
not depending on the
what's
context with lower, only above.
what? Well,
That's
I know,
what
I'm just saying depending on the context because I don't know what we've established in the tier list. But you're questioning something that doesn't need to be questioned. So let's just say
So you're doing earlier.
I wasn't questioning it. I was making a statement earlier.
Yeah, statements that didn't need to be
so let's-
stated.
let's just say we're working with Gaara, Lee, and Neji in the prelims. Okay, kind of like the three big dogs of the prelims here. And if you were gonna just assign a rock paper scissors between them for the hypothetical, or no, the Sani. Let's do the Sani. Well, okay, the Sani doesn't actually apply because Orochimaru just wins, but that's besides the point. Let's just pretend it's actually the three-way deadlock, like the folklore tales. But if we're saying hypothetically, okay, they have a three-way deadlock, but like the Snake, Manda, beats like everyone else, whereas Gamabunta and Katsuyu only beat like half of those people. Okay, then Manda's clearly overall the better of the three, despite their three-way deadlock. Because he's clearly got the majority of people he's beating here. Like that kind of way of looking at it. Like if Gamabunta's only there because he just so happens to beat Katsuyu because of his counters, but other than that he sucks. No, he's not gonna hang with them in this tier list. He's just there by coincidence. It strikes me
as like just mostly a limitation of like language nuance. Like I feels like we all kind of understand and agree with each other here, at least on some level.
Well, Kamui doesn't agree with me, but besides that,
no. That's the point. Oodie agrees with me, but then he goes around and says the opposite half the time.
Okay, well that's a whole.
That it has to be stats only. That all these abilities are useless. Shouldn't even be. Why did I even question their ability to be involved in the discussion? What are they leave it up to
John
here?
to determine that. See, John, he always does this.
Scaling,
instead of being reasonable, he's gonna try and poison the well, taint your mind as usual.
He agrees with me. John the
Kamui doesn't even know what a circle looks like. Kamui's a freaking triangle of logic over here.
Maven.
I agree and disagree with both of you equally. I'm not playing favorites.
No, that's okay. You can say that all you want, but you have only said all the things I've said this whole time.
Yeah, but you've said the things that I've said more than the things that Kamui said.
No, that's not true. He's word for word quoted only me.
See, he always does this. He always does this all the time.
We can all just get along.
Kamui, nobody believes you. Nobody believes you.
Insisted, I know that you don't do that on a power scaling tier list. Why are we including their abilities?
John's never even said a word that I've said. Every word that I've said has been distinct and unique from every word John has said in his entire life. We've never shared a tongue.
That's right.
It's true. Neither of us have used any of the same words. It's pretty impressive how we're managing to just like syllable by syllable, just slowly run down the dictionary. I'm proud of us.
if Gingaku and Kingaku fought us, they'd be baffled.
Well, we all know Kakazu wins anyway. So what's the point of this discussion?
So back to what was the Kakazu arguments?
Well, no, we definitely had infinitely more on this. So first of all, Gojo I prefer more to talk about than Damon in terms of abilities for hacks, but I feel like Gaara is an even more interesting example since that's just Gaara's mom and not even Gaara. So I feel like you have to like rank those two separately. Let's just say Gaara is civilian level, but Gaara's mom is freaking Kage level. Does that count? Like, how would you do that for Gaara's ranking?
I mean, in universe, they're counting as Gaara's ability.
But like, let's not do that since it's Gaara's mom. At that point.
Oh, just to give you guys a heads up, it looks like we're getting some messages from Slimy Orb on YouTube in the YouTube chat.
Well, what do they say?
Like speak for them. So I wanted to just let you know.
Oh, well, I guess I'll have to speak for him instead. Then. Okay, so Slimy says a lot of things, as a matter of fact, some One Piece things as well. Which thing in particular were you hitting? Most recent thing?
Oh, I just you know me, I get salty if I'm in chat and people don't immediately acknowledge everything I say. So I wanted to make sure that Slimy Orb wasn't getting ignored.
yeah, Kamui, that was only 10% Katsuyu. So what? Katsuyu's 10 times stronger than him? Car's mom getting training art.
I was just using the three-way deadlock folklore in particular there. I already specified that Manda. I don't care how 100%
folklore that isn't power scaling. If anything, I do think Gaara's mom should count as separate even in universe, considering Gaara was surprised when his literal mom carved a mom statue of sand above him in the war arc.
I have a loving parent no jutsu.
Was he?
Gaara doesn't even know what she looks like.
Wait. Well, that's not true. You've seen a photo of her.
But yeah.
Was Gaara surprised to see his mom there? I don't specifically remember that. I remember him being surprised by what Rasa was saying for sure, but
I mean, let's just go with it. Shadow
well, I mean, it does make a big difference. I mean, because what I was going to say is, talking technically speaking, do we even know if it really is his mom?
It has to be. Gaara can't even freaking hurt himself when he wanted to.
Shout out to Space for the jewels and the flower there. That's
like, Yashimaru's trying to explode Gaara from behind, and Gaara's none the wiser. Like, Gaara's mom, on the other hand.
I agree. It should be his mom. But, I mean, then again, it's like, so if it was the Walky Talky way, we would just do a hypothetical Gaara with no mom and Gaara with mom. Scaling Gaara without his mom's kind of tricky because we don't have tangible things. All we can do is say... well, he probably wouldn't have been able to do that here, and a lot of probables. I mean,
I think that Gaara's mom is only protecting. I think every attack Gaara does is Gaara. Everyone.
No, I agree, but like, I mean, it's for his defense. It's like we could say, okay, Gaara's probably getting hit by Yashimaru from behind. But granted, most of those become off guard things. We have to start saying, okay, well, how much faster, ignoring off guard for a moment, how much faster is Gaara's mom than Gaara? The best thing I have to work with is when Gaara's trying to turn around versus Lee and the sand's moving a little bit quicker than him. That's like the only scene in the entire story we have to work with on that end.
I do think there's a lot of scenes that we can say Gaara definitely did the defense in this case or that case, with some obvious examples, less obvious ones, but I still think we could say it.
Do you have anything specific? I'm not counting, obviously, like when he makes the sand ball or Shukaku shield, like the very, very
and like the sand armor as well, obviously. No, but if like, say, Sasuke throws a shuriken at him and it's like right in front of him, Gaara has the reaction speed. Let's be real.
He has the reaction speed to do it. Like it sounded like you were saying that, like, we think he did do it. I'm not sure that he did anything, but he could have.
For example, the sand clone. I think that Gaara did that.
Oh yeah, Gaara definitely did the clone.
Well, before the clone, it stops
your
the
guys'
shuriken.
take on this actually. So it seems to me like in early Naruto, there was more room for mysticism and for like abstraction with abilities and characters and stuff like that.
I can't stop talking about that.
Oh, good. Okay, cool. So like Shukaku, right? He was the sand spirit. He wasn't a Biju at that time. Now maybe, and he was like sealed in a tea kettle, right? Like or whatever the pot that he was in.
I
right?
love that lore, by the way. I'm glad that Kishimoto at least did something with it in hindsight.
Yeah. And I think like this might have just been a Viz translation thing. I'm not sure, but in the early chapters they describe like the jutsu as like spells sometimes, and like the spellcaster is doing X, Y, or Z thing, right? So I feel like I genuinely would be curious to know if Kishimoto from the beginning had this plan to develop a more concrete power system, or if that was more introduced in Shippuden along with like the concept of a Jinchuriki and stuff like that, and like concretizing stuff like that. And if you guys feel like introducing terms and that more rigid structure added to or subtracted from the verse. Like I forget which one it is, but like does knowing that shadow stitching or like kagemane or whatever, that those techniques are yin or yang release and they are one of the 7 nature transformations, does that make them cooler or less cool than saying like it's a secret hidden technique owned by the Nara clan and who the fuck knows, like Naruto asking Kakashi.
Now I guess we have 3 things now. So the first I'll address right off the bat. Technically, I know it's a specific example, but technically, the Shadow Jutsu applies to both that. It's both a secret ninjutsu and a yin release technique, just by pure coincidence of your example. But ignoring that for a moment, we'll start with the first part about the changes. Yeah, there were changes. I mean, we'll make fun of it to the day we die. Tree style, metal style, that ring a bell to you?
Metal style?
It rings a bell to Orochimaru's fight for Oak Seal, that's for sure.
What? Wait, is there metal style? I'm not...
There is if you ask Orochimaru.
I really don't know.
And also the Chidori's, like there's no such thing as lightning style for like the Chidori version. It's not a lightning style. You never once described as lightning changing chakra nature. It's just is lightning.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things like that.
Yeah. So
they
like
do, of course,
I think
fire style and like water style and so on, but
I personally am like such a nerd for like designing systems and speccing them out and stuff like that. And like working on video games, I have to keep that stuff in my head so I like it. But going back to early Naruto, I do kind of like it feels a little bit more esoteric, a little bit more magical and mystical sometimes. And I think
Yeah.
It makes sense that the characters would learn more about the mechanics of that, and then eventually that would be revealed to us as readers as well. So the progression from that to like the much more scientific approach to things in Boruto makes a lot of sense. But I guess I have nostalgia for the more open-ended nature of it in the early series. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, for sure.
I agree
Back when
on a
things
general
weren't
sense,
explained.
but I do think the actual okay, Boruto aside for a moment, in terms of Naruto, I do feel like the actual amount isn't really that drastic. I mean, like, oh, just because we learned that lightning style is a thing, specifically Chidori is a lightning style jutsu, I don't think it's making it overly less magical or anything like that. Like, some of those things, I don't feel like it's overly changing a whole lot.
Kamui
Or
can't
like the Biju
stand when we don't
Jinchuriki,
get an explanation.
like, well, that depends on the context. Depends on whether it warrants one. So, like, if Shikaku just was the sand spirit, yes, that is absolutely more mythical. Even though, like, Hakaromo being this god practically creating the Biju at the tent today, that's still pretty mythical in a way. But I'll say, yes, just a random sand spirit is more mythical than the Biju. But, like, is it on a overly substantial level? I don't feel like it is. Although I will admit, Shukaku, the sand spirit, just got a really good ring to it. And the whole seals up in a jar of tea thing is really cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure you guys are very well aware that a lot of like imagery and character names and even jutsu and stuff like that are inspired by Shinto and by Buddhism, et cetera, right? So,
yeah. Practically 90% of Naruto, in fact.
Naruto's gonna be a fox at first. In fact, you can argue that he was. Like, the way he's running in chapter 1 in the first, like, arc, he just is running like a fox and never again. Like, why did Kishimoto do that?
Have you guys read the like prototype comic that's in the things like the third data book or something? You know what I'm talking about?
For the most part.
The Naruto pilot chapter.
Chapter 0.
Yeah, where he's like fighting against the mafia or something. Like somebody pulls a gun on him at one point, but then he turns into the fox. And then they you probably already know this, right? But they reincorporated the design of that initial like prototype fox transformation for the first time he tries to go into KCM mode after training in the sanctuary, right?
Yeah, when he's like that little mini fox. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was a cool callback.
That should have been KCM.
So cute.
Yeah.
I also just love in the pilot chapter, Hiruzen is the Sage of Six Paths, bro. Tell me I'm wrong. Look at him. That's Hakaromo right there.
Well, getting back to it, though. So something I wanted to add is, when you consider someone's like power scaling, you look at it in terms of like not necessarily the series, so you can obviously use the series, but like their overall stats. Like Naruto and Kiba fought once, and that's good and fun. You can scale where they fought, but obviously there's mismatches, and like it's often a lot of times in manga will the underdog be the one to win, more often than not. In fact, surprisingly, that's just the way stories are written, despite that not should be the case. But like hypothetically, if Naruto and Kiba were to rest and then fight again, how would that fight go? Would Naruto have a higher, lower, equals chance of winning as the first time? Because I think he had a less than 50% chance the first time. Let's say he had 20% chance he was going to win that fight, that first time they fought.
Yeah, if he
Second time they
fought,
he
loses. Unless Naruto really, because Naruto is the freaking tank who just keeps going. Unless this is going to be our go-to example to where Kiba genuinely tires himself out so much before Naruto tires out, and that's why he wins. Unless it is one of those cases.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so my point here,
Naruto just doesn't fart.
So my point here isn't to say, oh, hypothetically, what if the first time they fought, if they got that first time to fight again, what would it look like in a different kind of way? It's to say that first fight happened, they both rest, they come back, and they fight whenever they're both rested, the next day, whenever. You do that time and time again, they fight, they rest, they fight, they rest. So you get to the 90th fight in a row. Kiba knows all of Naruto's tricks. Naruto doesn't have any more tricks out of the bag he can pull to outsmart Kiba to get a hit on him. It's coming down to their raw stats. That 90th through 100th fight is going to look a lot different from the 1st to the 10th fight.
Well, two problems with this. One, no, it's not coming down to their raw stats because like Naruto has techniques like the shadow clones and transform. He can still do things with abilities outside of stats. And
my point is he's not going to be able to outsmart him with something new he's never seen before.
Well, no. Well, technically, no, because Naruto can just come up with another unpredictable strategy.
That'd be a different version of Naruto.
Naruto's thing is coming up with unpredictable stuff. So, I mean, like...
If we're going to say he's going to be able to come up with that on the fly in the first fight, then sure. But I don't think he's doing that for like 100 times, 100 different fights in a row.
I think if, like... If Kiba were to just, like, I have to go back and relook at the fight, but, like, Kiba was clearly able to land hits on Naruto and inflict damage with certain attacks. So if he had the stamina to keep just doing that over and over again, then I think, you know, if he didn't stop to have banter with Naruto and stuff like that, then he could probably, like, reasonably defeat him pretty consistently. But just to, you know, play devil's advocate, I think there's a goofy argument that because, like, I'm paraphrasing what somebody else just said, I forget who it was, but like Naruto has a tendency to win fights that he shouldn't consistently because regardless of the situation...
When I say that, I'm not saying it's for Naruto. Right? I'm saying that in general for all of fiction. That applies to all characters in all of fiction because that's just what writers do.
I mean, I see your point, but I think it's especially the case for Naruto because he's always like improvising and adapting. Which,
so
by the way, as an aside, is why I get so triggered when people say Naruto's stupid. Like, he's not book smart, but he's like...
Oh, don't talk to Oodie anymore. He's about to come at you with knives and blades and swords and bombs.
Listen, I'm just saying, unlike Neji, who could do a form, memorize it with the exact timings, the pacing, and land in the exact same centimeter, both feet in the exact same centimeter. Naruto can't do that. When he lands trying to do that move sloppily, his feet are going to be off like 3 feet. He's not going to land exactly where he's supposed to land, unlike Kiba. Or, sorry, unlike Neji. Yes, it does.
Necessarily.
Just different forms of intelligence.
No, because that could work in Naruto's benefit, for example, depending on who he's... The problem is that you have to just factor, like, again, that could work in Naruto's benefit. If now the opponent doesn't know where Naruto will land, because not even Naruto knows where he'll land, so they can't use that against him, for example. Like, there's going to be a pro and con to a lot of these things. You have to look at that aggregate of
if Naruto and Neji need to do some crazy technique in the air, Neji is landing with finesse, cleanly on the ground. Naruto's landing on his freaking butt.
But that doesn't necessarily matter to anything. That's just saying Neji is cooler and more skilled and stylish, but that doesn't necessarily matter.
This translates over from intelligence.
I will say that there's a misconception that I've heard.
Skill and intelligence would be the same thing in battle.
In like debates and stuff where people will just try to dismiss Naruto's feats, like beating Kakuzu, for example, as he is the most unpredictable ninja, and they described his unpredictability as essentially just like a random luck modifier that he's just going to win because he like
that's hilarious.
Chaos magic or whatever.
So he's canonically lucky.
One case where I'm just gonna say, nah, fuck that strategy. That shit should not have worked. That wasn't a strategy. I don't know
the worst fight in Naruto.
Yeah.
No, but he's canonically lucky in the data books. 5 out of 5
like
in luck stat.
90-year-old like ancient warrior who fought Hashirama, and he's got a whole little section in the data book about like the power of analysis and stuff. Like he can instantly discern his opponent's abilities, blah blah blah, and then he just stands fucking still and doesn't think to cover his flank, and he gets essentially like he would have gotten mogged the first time, and then he gets like the same. He falls with the same thing.
Like, are we gonna say Naruto is smart for taking advantage of that? Any other shinobi would have taken advantage of that.
Yeah, I don't think that Naruto. I think that Naruto has really impressive tactical intelligence feats throughout the series. I think that particular fight doesn't really display, like, he didn't really do anything super smart in that fight. Like, he
No,
just
yeah, I know.
used a
Kishimoto was
very
just in the
basic diversion
hospital.
and flank. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
My problem
Worst
with
fight of
that is
Naruto.
it's not that Kakuzu doesn't move out of the way. It's not Naruto's strategy. It's the fact that I don't see how Kakuzu doesn't, like, Kakuzu sees the real Naruto make the clones. The real Naruto doesn't teleport when he does it. He's still in the same spot. So I don't see how Kakuzu couldn't play the cup, the balls in the cup, and you move the cups around that dogs can do. I don't see how. First of all, Naruto doesn't even shuffle around and make it dizzy or whatever. He doesn't do that. He just
Does he have like a
there.
little
I
poof
don't
of
see how
smoke or something? I
Kakuzu
forget.
lost sight of the real Naruto. I don't get how he didn't keep track.
I mean,
That's
at least
my
against Pain, like when he does that shit against Pain, he like has the foresight to throw down a smoke bomb. So like you can excuse
Yeah.
Pain, which by the way, it's also really fucking weird to me that like the Rinnegan gets countered by just like a basic mass production ninja tool like a smoke bomb.
Except for when he's fighting Jiraiya, then it doesn't get countered. It also gets countered. Yeah. It gets countered by Pain looking at Tsunade, so Naruto can just speed blitz the strongest path. It also gets countered by that.
I think with the Jiraiya thing, like you could argue that there was another path outside the smoke, and it shared the vision with that, right? But I mean,
well, was Jiraiya outside of the smoke then? Was he behind the smoke? Because that doesn't make sense for what the smoke is doing.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
The problem here is that they should just see Naruto in the smoke and everything he did, and the fact that one jumped up, if they can see Jiraiya fighting in the animal.
I personally don't have a problem with the smoke, because the point of the dojutsu is the linked vision, so I'm fine with it.
It's more the inconsistency there. It's just whether or not can he do it or not.
I consider the Jiraiya one just to be a weird outlier. I don't think it was the point.
Well, the real thing is, and I can double check for sure, but I've seen enough to say that. So Pain tends to do this pupil dilation. Pain's the only one who does this, where his pupils dilate, and whenever he does that, he seems to be like activating some sort of sensory or higher level of vision or something or another that allows him to do. And I do believe he does that with the Jiraiya case, but just isn't doing it in the Naruto case. So it could be a thing to where he can only either see or sense Jiraiya in there because he did that pupil dilate thing, and he didn't do it in the Naruto case just by chance. Just didn't do it.
Interesting. No, I don't think that Kishimoto was doing that intentionally. I think it was just an oversight.
Maybe. Yeah. I know he does do the pupil dilate thing on several occasions where he does sense things from behind him or something. So that does seem to be a thing he does. It not always the most clear what's going on though. Again, Pain's also the only one who does it.
No, Naruto's constantly taking the Pains out from behind or above. So
I know, like he just doesn't really do it in the Naruto fight. The only time I specifically remember that he does do it is 2 occasions. No, it's just 1 occasion. It's when Hinata comes up from behind. He dilates his pupils right before that scene.
But that doesn't make sense. He's not sensing anything. He's seemingly just about to, like, I don't know, put the rods further into Naruto.
Yeah, I know, exactly. It seemed like he was going to do something to Naruto, like he was going to teleport him with space-time jutsu or something, But yeah, he dilates his pupils, and then he immediately just knows Hinata's behind him when that happens.
I mean, Kamui, you're gonna laugh. I thought he was about to just Shinra Tensei Naruto, just like screw, like the rods are already in his back. You see, just Shinra Tensei riding his back, just finish him off, bro.
That'd be funny.
It's just insult to injury.
But,
that makes sure he doesn't get back up.
An issue though with the whole just repeat the fight over and over situation thing is twofold, or I guess maybe even threefold. But one is that certain abilities just strongly benefit from opponents not knowing, because again, figuring out your opponent's ability, it can be a very big deal. This technically applies to stats because your ability is speed. So figuring out what the opponent has in stock for you is a big deal. Information's power and so on. The more you fight, the more you're just giving information to both sides. And in some cases, that benefits one side more than the other. But I don't think it's fair to say, oh, that just makes the ability better. Because no, not necessarily. Just if you just keep it hidden, that can just be such a way better, useful ability. Just that the more you know about, the more you can figure out. And then you're also playing into, like, again, like, the ability of one to come I forgot what I was gonna say because of 3. I distracted myself.
Well, to be fair, Kamui, I was gonna say everything that you and John did say. I was gonna say that beforehand, like before I had even started to say my 100 fights thing. I had already thought to say that. So yes, I agree. This is one of Naruto's strengths. If you take this away from it, it's to an extent kind of unfair, especially since all fights in Naruto practically don't have a second fight to it. It's just the first fight. That's all of the fighting that they get. That's the one that matters usually 99% of the time.
Also, this is also remind me of something else then. Another strike. So if someone like Shikamaru or Kakazu, according to the data books, they have a particular skill. It's one of their intelligence skills and strengths in this case to discern Itachi's very good at this, to discern an opponent's ability and how to counter it. Well, if you just put them against each other a billion times so that now the other person who lacks that ability just gets it by default, you've essentially amped one of the characters but not the other one, because the other one's ability is basically figuring it out the first time, whereas the other person, it takes 1,000. You've now changed the characters essentially to where like one character's getting something that they don't get in fights because they're not that good.
So I agree. It does go both ways.
Would have gone in anyway.
But here's the thing. In the same way that now Naruto can't be that unpredictable knuckleheaded ninja versus Kiba. If he fights him 100 times, he does every trick in his bag. It's the same with Kiba. Naruto learns all of Kiba's moves.
Yeah, well, 2 things though. So one is that Kiba doesn't have as big of an arsenal of moves, so technically Kiba would benefit more from this because Naruto is just more variety of his stupid, whatever, unpredictable things. But the counter to that is that, well, Naruto's thing is just coming out with more and more ridiculous, goofy things to where he might just be able to infinitely do this, or at least to the point that Kiba will never memorize or be able to guess which one he's gonna do. Basically, like, Netero versus Meruem, only Meruem could have done what Meruem did versus Netero. Nobody else is going to figure out every single possible conceivable combination and memorize nobody else is doing that. So that's like a thing that's only applicable for Meruem. So it's possible that Naruto is similar with his unpredictability.
So again, it's fine if you want to say that they can come up with stuff on the fly. I think that you should only use what they could hypothetically have come up with in the first fight. So that's to say they aren't going to grow stronger over their 100 fights. We're not going to do Naruto and Sasuke versus Haku to where they're keeping up with Haku over time. They're tracking him. Or Naruto and Sasuke versus Obito. They're literally getting faster over time. We're not doing that in this case. It's just if they could come up with it the first time, they can come up with it at any point during the 100 times. But
I think when you try to put it in terms of like growth over time, like assuming that this isn't like you're like resetting them, like resetting the clock or something, and randomizing the fight like in a simulator, like they retain the knowledge that they had from the previous
so they're not
fight.
Training in between. They aren't getting muscular or faster.
Knowledge,
just the knowledge. But also keep in mind, because they're not training in between, we're not going to count them fighting in these fights as them training either. It's going to be they're coming with the same level of strength.
I know the only thing they're gaining is the knowledge, but I still have the problem of, again, for some people, the ability they're using is just so obvious that there's just you just instantly know. Other cases that might be more hidden, and depending on the character, if they have a skill set that allows them to decipher an ability that the other character lacks, again, now when you give them all this extra knowledge, you're essentially amping one character and just not changing the other now. Because that's not applicable to anything other than this hypothetical. This isn't applicable to their actual in-practice capabilities as a ninja, because we've put them in a situation that doesn't exist.
Well, I don't think you should be measuring their in practice. That's my point.
I think you should. Because again, that's what come back to my Tenten example. Tenten can have the ability, but if she's freaking Granny Smith and she takes 10 minutes to walk up to the kill Madara button, and there's no scenario where she ever beats Madara to that button, she won't. So I say can and will.
Then in reality, there's no practical situation where that's going to happen.
Yes, she will get there before Madara 10 times out of 10.
Exactly. So that's not what I was saying.
Well, that's what in practice. That's putting it in practice.
No, I understand. But in reality, despite Kiba being stronger, Naruto beat him.
Yeah, because he farted.
Okay. But that doesn't change what I said.
I mean, well, okay. 2 things. One, I contradict myself, but one, if it wasn't really a power scaling
As
related,
usual.
it was purely some like random environmental. But two, technically, I know Naruto did it on accident, but like, assume he didn't for a moment. If Naruto does it on purpose, that's just deciphering Kiba's weakness. And at the end of the day, he didn't do it on purpose, but he did exploit Kiba's actual weakness. So it technically Kiba has a weakness that can be exploited. So if it's exploited, that works against him. That's his weakness. Again, you could win because of that.
My point of the 100
Do you think
fights.
Naruto is just gonna like try to deliberately fart on Kiba in the future?
That's hilarious.
Because he's figured that out.
I want to Kamui at some point.
He purposely farts in front of Kiba.
At some point, Kamui, we have to do another Naruto versus Kiba rewrite because I want the title of the video. I already have the title in mind. I want the title to be "We Fixed Naruto's Butt."
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm down. I mean, you know, like, I love Naruto versus Kiba, but you know, I have mixed feelings because of I like the fart. I just don't like Kiba's. Like, we've already been over this. You know,
just a random close-up on Naruto's butt is the thumbnail.
Yes, I agree. Add a little bit of a fart effect, maybe.
Oh my god, I like it better without the fart effect. It's just if people don't know, they don't know. Yeah, it's like we've done like Naruto eyebrows make no sense and stuff like that. It just completes the whole everything.
Where did the whole X, Y, or Z thing makes no sense come from? Out of curiosity.
Wait, what?
The Walky Talky way.
Oh, like the blank title makes no sense thing.
Yeah.
It just became a thing. I think it started with a Daigo video that we just like made into a real thing, and I noticed that Daigo started doing it too.
You could probably track at the beginning of the podcast where we decided to do it. Probably around that time that I made the thumbnail with Sasuke looking at the Infinite Tsukiyomi. If you guys got that, it's the clean thumbnail. Anyways, only people that know will know.
It was an early playlist where I eventually
Yeah.
I started giving you a lot of titles of blank makes no sense, and then we made it into a thing where we just kept saying it, and then we loved it. It was our favorite thing ever.
Some of the title schemes, I've realized I like them a lot because of how good of rage bait they are. Like, instead of "we rewrote Naruto," it's "we fixed Naruto." I love that so much more.
It definitely works on me. Like, I see that and I'm like, what? I need to get in there. Like I'm so susceptible to that shit.
It's
and
so
like TG
good.
has done that. Like, no shade to TG, of course, but like he does that with some of his thumbnails as well. Like, you're wrong about Sasuke, or you know nothing about Madara, and I'm like,
ooh, those
I
hurt.
know at least something about
I know,
Madara.
yeah,
Maybe
you know nothing. As if.
It's like, by knowing his name, that by necessity we know something. It's like,
I do still
True.
the one that triggers me most, as unsurprisingly, is Sage's light speed in Naruto is undeniable. Because at least all the other titles like allow for the possibility of like an implied discussion or learning. Like, you don't know anything about Madara, but you could learn from this video. And like Sage is like, no, it's set in stone before you even get into the.
See, but that one I feel like is actually not that bad because it's so over the top that it disproves itself. You deny it. The video's invalid on that premise alone.
You would hope that it would have that effect.
To be fair, though, but if I know Madara's name, I've invalidated you know nothing about Madara. So.
That is true. You do know what he's called. You know he's a character in a thing.
I'm just saying, there's no way to invalidate "we fixed Naruto's butt."
Well,
I'm not going to contest that because I don't want to argue about a kid's butt live on the internet.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Space. I think we get rage baited by the "we fix blank" titles. Well, that's kind of the point, right?
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
I think it's to get people riled up, right?
Oh yeah, Space. I can't wait. Okay, Space. Oh my god, this is such a rage bait thing for me to say. Space. I can't wait until I finally watch My Hero Academia just to do the "we fix" titles on that.
Kamui, I did want to go back to that really quick. Okay.
Rage baited.
So Kamui, on the power scaling thing, there is a character in My Hero Academia that fixed what we were saying really well. Space, what's the name of the little girl? There's literally a little girl that's like civilian level that has a really OP ability. So she touches the main character, and okay, different. That's clearly the thing here. Eri, yeah. So there's a character named Eri. John, I don't know if you've seen My Hero Academia, but Eri is like a little girl, literally just like little girl level, but she like piggybacks on the main character and just allows him to be the most OP character in the freaking ability or in the show.
I haven't seen it, but I'll add it to the list. I have to do finish One Piece and then Hunter x Hunter first, or sorry, Hunter x Hunter first, and then I'll do MHA.
But like, where would we rate Eri on her own, aside from on top of the main character who would go at the top of the tier list?
Give, to be fair, Oodie, you haven't really told us what she does. You just said she's on someone. Like, can we get more information?
So it's complex, which is why it's hard to explain. If Space wants to try and tackle explaining that, feel free in a simple way. I'll try and do it without you having seen it, to where it's like you can understand. It's called Rewind, and she just like rewind things. Ability to rewind someone's body. But the problem is, Space, that sounds OP. That sounds OP.
Kind of like the Izanagi, where it just like kind of resets to previous state.
Well, is it just like, okay, the video game cutscene of Madara rewinding time, except Madara isn't rewinded, it's only Hashirama? Is that what it is?
Basically, yeah. Might as well be
okay.
So the idea is like,
can they continue moving forward when it happens, or do they pause? Or
it's not time. It's whatever they touch. Okay, so here's what Space says. With the help of AI, Eri's Quirk Rewind allows her to reverse a living being's physical body back to a previous state. So time isn't affected. It's just the thing she touches.
So does she have to touch she's in contact the
with
enemy to do it?
Rewind something, delete. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And how does she go about doing this in practice?
She's not a hero. She doesn't use her ability. In fact, she can't control it.
So somebody else is using it?
Well, we don't have to get into spoilers, but the general idea is that she gave it to the main character, essentially, by being on his back and constantly touching it.
Getting. So yeah, so the problem, though, is, again, from what I'm understanding from the context, is that this girl technically has this ability that's very strong, but like, she can't actually use it on anyone. She's just gonna get killed before she can.
Exactly. So she's not a hero. She's not a fighter. She's a civilian.
She can't actually use it. But if she could, and it would effectively let her like beat all these people, then she goes higher on the tier list. But she can't. So even though she technically has an OP ability, it's something she cannot actually use. So it doesn't really matter. Like Nanika. Oh shoot. How far into Jar are you?
0.
Okay, I won't say
nothing.
You'll forget the name.
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, like, yeah, I would like to read it. I fucking. Do you know the streamer L Eon? He talks about One Piece a lot. He and I had some One Piece discussions, and like I was just telling my partner this earlier today that I have traditionally fucking hated One Piece, like just visually, aesthetically. I hate rubber powers; they're super gross. I hate the long, stretchy, like extended mouths and facial expressions.
Trust me. Hisoka will change your mind. You will be your favorite thing of all time.
It's happening, dude. It's happening now. Like I just read through Skypiea and into Water 7, and I'm like slowly falling in love with it, and so now it's making me feel like I think I need to go and start expanding my horizons a little bit. So Hunter x Hunter is on my list. I'll add MHA. I've been having like flirting with JJK, I guess is one way to put it, where I'll get really into it for a little bit and then bounce off of it.
Like... Or watch season 2 and nothing else in the Junpei arc. Just don't bother with the rest of it.
Okay. I mean, like,
but you can watch it for power scaling, but don't watch it for any other reason.
I will say, I was talking about this on stream last night, that like whatever the explanation is for why certain characters' abilities get stronger as they explain them to their enemy is like so stupid and so brilliant at the same time, as a way of like justifying the trope of like over expositing in a battle.
Okay, I agree. If only it was ever put into actual practice to where you could, like, they technically say it. That's cool. I like that. But do you ever see a tangible difference when they
It's also it's such a simple thing that people overhype as the most brilliant thing of all time when it's just like the one simple layer. It's like not that crazy.
Yeah.
It's just convenient.
I do like that they do it, but I
like it's fine. It's cool.
I would say something more about it if they actually showed a difference before and after.
Everyone treats it like it's freaking sliced bread. I hate it. Yeah. It's annoying.
Which, after having baguette for dinner, I feel like sliced bread is overrated, but I don't want to start a fucking bread war.
I agree. Sliced bread, everyone talks about, especially Oodie, like it's the greatest thing of all time.
No, I talked about sliced bread, besides just now.
You always say that analogy. To be fair, I love it every time you do it, but that is your go.
You'd think Jesus came back the way people are talking about JJK's thing.
I'd be down to do a bread tier list at some point if we run out of Naruto stuff.
So down. But
speaking of which,
so the reason I was saying the Naruto vs. Keep 100 fight thing, the reason that they aren't training in between, the reason that's important is because most of Naruto's off-the-fly things comes from things that he observes just out in the wild generally. Like the Uzumaki Barrage, he only did that because he thought about that because he watched Sasuke's fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, if he's not watching other things in between, he's not gaining any other outside knowledge. He can only gain knowledge from whatever moves Kiba does.
Well, to be fair, sometimes he just does. I mean, sometimes a lot of times he comes up with things from the opponent or during the fight as well, the environment, whatever. But like, for example, transforming into like Akamaru to trick him and stuff like that. Naruto just came up with that. That's not something that Kiba did. Naruto just thought to do that, you know.
But here's my thing again. Here's the reason that I think the whole hyperactive knuckleheaded ninja thing matters in this context. Neji's not getting uppercutted ever again after that first time. Kiba, he's not punching Akamaru transformed into Naruto ever again once that happens. Yeah, he's gonna stay away from Naruto's butt forever after that first fight. So it's like a lot of these things, they're never gonna work.
Oodie, so I agree with what you're saying there. But there is a fallacy you're kind of committing, which is just, I don't have a specific name for it, there's probably one, but it's the...
John might know.
You're just assuming Naruto can't and won't come up with some other crazy thing that you can't think of, or that didn't already happen.
So no, I'm not doing that. So that's the reason.
What no one else would have come up with.
That's the reason I say 100. So let's up it. Let's say 10,000 fights. Naruto Kiba fight 10,000 times.
You're putting a cap on how many strategies Naruto can make.
Let me try and throw this
no limits fallacy.
This like as an example. I don't know if it'll work, but like let's talking about like Naruto versus Neji. What if we regard Neji as like an extremely virtuosic like classical violinist or something, and we regard Naruto as like somebody with no real form of training, but like some crazy like
violinist?
Neji's a virtuoso violinist.
Virtuoso violinist, yeah. But then Naruto is like, it doesn't have as much formal training, but he has like really amazing jazz improvisational skills, right? Like, I feel like those are both very valid in their own right, and they're two different forms of intelligence or whatnot, where the improvisational skill is something that you can continue to tweak and map to different situations, whereas the like highly refined thing, like it's not like you can't improvise if you are like a very technically skilled player, obviously, or vice versa. But if your specialization is just in executing specific routines, then I think the person with the ability to improvise over time might have an advantage in terms of their like growth potential. So if you put Naruto in the same situation, eventually like he's going to be exposed, like the new variables that he's going to be encountering are going to be reduced. He's going to see the same things over and over again eventually, but he's still going to be the jazz musician who's going to be constantly like riffing and like tweaking and messing around with stuff. So I do think that he'll outstrip the competition eventually just because of that.
So I understand.
You're also Oodie. Also Oodie. Real quick though.
Okay, I guess.
Let's just assume Naruto does have a cap. 10,000 is his cap. I think it says something if we need to have Naruto Kiba fight 10,000 times just for Naruto to not win through his unpredictable strategies. I think they just would make it clear that Naruto belongs higher. Like, if we need to give him 10,000 tries before he can win.
Well, Kamui, but then that's saying that a lot of Naruto's strength is coming from his unpredictability rather than his strength.
No, but that is his strength. That's one of his strengths, and that's a point in Naruto.
So you agree on a tier list that Kiba has more things that Naruto can't get around than Naruto has things that Kiba can't get around.
But it doesn't matter because it's about the overall picture. If Naruto's one thing is worth more than Kiba's 10 things, that's what matters. What is worth more in the end?
If Kiba has something Naruto can't get around, then there you go.
But Naruto can't get around it.
If Kiba does Fang over Fang and Naruto's not outsmarting that, he can't dodge out of the way. He just gets hit by it.
Well, he literally did do that in one scene, so...
Do you see the semantics he loves playing, John? Just point that out.
I will say that, like...
You said I mean, what do you mean this? He's done it. He can't get around it.
You see what he's doing here, John? Just point
I will
that
say
out.
that there are a lot of situations where Naruto, like, defeats an opponent that is categorically, like, superior to him, but it also comes with the caveat of... Like the fights in, so this is kind of like the elephant in the room, I guess, about power scaling, is that fights in Naruto aren't just fights, right? They are dialogues and exchange, like emotional exchanges and philosophical exchanges between the characters, and the fights are, yes, they are just brawls, but they're also representations, fuck, I can't talk tonight, and extensions of those conflicts and ideologies or whatever. And so when you get a situation like Naruto versus Neji, it's going to be in character and relevant for the fight for Neji to stop the whole fight, pull out a lawn chair, sit down, and then give Naruto his whole fucking backstory. If he didn't do that,
well, to be fair, to be fair, I'm not blaming that on Neji. I'm putting that entirely on Genma.
Okay, fair. Well, whoever's fault it is, I mean, you can point to Gaara as well having a similar thing. You can point to Pain is probably the worst defender, right? But like, Kakuzu's not as bad, I guess, when he's up against Naruto. But it's pretty consistent in character. Yeah, but I mean, like, Kakuzu does also exposit to the rest of the crew, like Team Kakashi, before Naruto shows up. So like, when we I know I'm coming at this from a debate perspective, but like when we do power scaling debates, usually the pseudo scenario that we present is like not actually representative of the manga at all, because it doesn't really involve these characters going crazy and unleashing at each other without these interruptions. Honestly, yes, yeah, go ahead.
Well, in Naruto's case in particular, yes, he's a very common offender. This is separate from Naruto's unpredictability here, which is what we were discussing earlier. So, in the case of a lot of Naruto's fights, Neji just beats Naruto if he's just like not letting Naruto stand there while he talks about his dad, and is instead just continuing to fight him, and he doesn't give Naruto 30 minutes to think about the Nine Tails, and Neji just keeps going ham. Like, Neji, every time he hits Naruto, he's like, all right, you done yet? All right, he gets up. All right, hits him again. Okay, you done yet? Exactly. If Neji was just going ham, he's doing like the Naruto, versus the snake, he's punching the snake, like, going over and over. If Neji's just doing that to Naruto's face, like, Neji has the ability to probably knock Naruto out, if not with brute force, just with gentle fist to the face, like, he can probably knock him out to where Naruto loses. But Neji just wasn't doing that, even though he clearly could do that. Technically, the same's for Kiba. Naruto's on the floor. Kiba could have kept clawing him like crazy, ripped out his ears or whatever, but he just didn't do that. So that does matter in, like, that particular case. Obviously, Naruto's an exception to where he does tend to, like John said, he tends to beat people who are just clearly like above him. Not because, unpredictability a lot of times, yes, but also because in a lot of cases they just weren't trying, or there's some other thing that put them on hold.
Well, that alone, that's why I think that you can't take the actual case in universe. You have to take it as more of like a hypothetical statistical fight, because we're not going to account for them not trying when we power scale them.
Well, exactly. I know. So like, now in the case of like, I don't know, like Shikamaru versus Taiyu, or versus Tamari, or Taiyu, doesn't matter. But let's say Tamari, to where like the fight went a certain way. Yes, it was written to be a certain way, but in that case, like Temari and Shikamaru, they're both trying. Shikamaru came up with the better strategy. That's why he won. So we're gonna factor in, okay, or he didn't win, but you know what I mean. Like Shikamaru's smarter. We're gonna factor that in. But like, if Temari was sitting there talking, giving Shikamaru 10 minutes to regain his chakra for his strategy because she's going blabbing on about her mom or something, then that's like, okay, well, is that going to be applicable to any other scenario? Maybe
Shikamaru is also different because Shikamaru can have multiple plans in mind at the same time, contingencies. Yeah. Whereas Naruto, I'm pretty sure he's just thinking on the fly. He has one plan or no plan at all times.
Probably. There might be a case where he had like another plan or something, but I don't know. It's not bad. But
see, Kamui's doing this thing where he wants to find a single instance to debunk this general claim that I just made. As if all of it doesn't apply.
No, I'm not actively trying. You're just saying that. And I literally said, probably. I'm not sure if there's one, but I said probably. I'm agreeing with you. Stop being antagonistic.
But you're trying to find a way to disagree.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I didn't go pull up a chapter. I haven't touched my laptop.
But you wish you could think of one.
That maybe there is another one, but I'm not looking for it.
Okay. See, he always does it, yeah.
No,
or it says Naruto has at most 3 plans at any time. Like he can only store three strategies, 3 tactics.
1 per shadow clone.
No, but here's my thing. Here's my thing, because I feel like this is a fallacy. Let me say my whole thing, okay? I have a whole thing to say here. I feel like it's not black and white. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. If Naruto and Kiba fought 10,000 times, then okay, you admit, if that Naruto hits a limit, it takes 10,000 times for him to hit a limit. That's saying something. Okay, but if we're saying he does hit the limit at 10,000 times, every time after that 10,000 times, Kiba's going to win 100% of the time. I feel like that's also saying something. That's not to take it away entirely, but it's not black and white. It means something. It doesn't mean nothing, but it's not everything either. I'm not going to raise Naruto infinitely based on that.
I agree it means something. It means that if Naruto didn't have his unpredictability skill, Kiba just wins. That's like the deciding factor, essentially. But Naruto does again keep stronger in that fight, but like
but exactly so how much does it matter? Because
context there,
well, that does matter though. The context matters here because Naruto in universe won, but how likely, based on that unpredictable edge that Naruto had in his strength, how likely did that make it for Naruto to win?
That wasn't Naruto being unpredictable. Actually, I mean, Kakashi talks about it like it was. But that's not what happened. Naruto just farted by chance.
I mean, we could just use any other fight where Naruto's unpredictable. We could use his uppercut versus Neji. Neji didn't predict that. It was unpredictable.
Okay, yeah, and then Naruto was doing that intentionally.
Yeah. And again, in this case, we're looking at the first fight. That matters. So Naruto wins, but does Naruto win 10 out of 10 times based on his unpredictability? Does he win 1 out of 10 times based on his unpredictability? If he didn't have his unpredictability, he would 0 out of 10 times.
Again, so. I understand I'm picking apart the examples, but to be fair, that one's not even just Naruto's unpredictability. It is also, arguably more importantly, Neji's arrogance that he turned off his Byakugan that allowed that to happen in the first place. Because no matter how unpredictable Naruto is, and Neji has his Byakugan on, like he just sees it.
I think Neji really was very low on chakra anyways. He could have just it could have just turned off on its own.
I mean, I understand why you would think that, but like, give me anything that says he was low on chakra.
He's huffing and puffing and can't get up after being hit once.
That doesn't mean he's low on chakra. That just means he's physically damaged. Like he was hurt.
Well, he wasn't physically damaged. What hurt him? He wasn't touched yet.
He has bruises all over him from the explosion.
I don't think those are
bruises. He got slammed into the ground.
I think that's dirt.
He's got bruises all over him.
I think that's damaged.
Dirt. He was hit by like whatever. He got slammed into the ground one way or another.
Well, I don't think the explosion hurt him. Being slammed in the ground, I'll give you that.
I mean, either way, my point is like he was physically like damaged. I don't, because again, like 2 seconds before that, he wasn't struggling to stand. Like all he did was 1 rotation, which we've seen him do like 50,000 times. It doesn't seem to take up. Like
he did 64
it's not going
bombs.
from It's not going from like 50 to 10 with one rotation. Like, it's not that chakra draining for him to do. He can
I think regardless of chakra, he was also just getting exhausted fighting Naruto in general.
Again, but like, he went from a very stark contrast. Like, the one rotation probably didn't tip him over the edge to where now he's just like can barely stand.
I mean, he was huffing it.
I think it's more the effects of that clash damage-wise, whether it's from the explosion or the slamming to the ground, whatever it is. I think he was just more physically damaged from that.
I mean, he is barely able to stand after the crater explosion. We can at least agree with that, regardless of why.
I know, but like again, like
he's limping over to Naruto.
He was perfectly fine before then, so why would that one rotation?
Well, you could argue that was adrenaline. Naruto was huffing and puffing before then, but he's suddenly perfectly fine when he's fighting Neji again.
Okay, first of all, Naruto's weird, and second of all, that's like ADHD energy. Like, I can relate to that. So. A little bit of that going on there. Also, Ninetales stamina, healing, shenanigans, all that jazz. You know, like
I'm not gonna count that. I don't think Naruto got his wind back because of the Ninetales.
Regardless, like I do think that was like 99% just Naruto being hyperactive ADHD. But in the case of Neji, though, again, like I don't think it was adrenaline was carrying him until it wore off. I think he was damaged. He looks damaged. He was slammed into the crater below the ground. He was fine before then. Rotation doesn't really cost him that much chakra. I feel like it's more likely that, like, Neji's also not used. I mean, this is an argument people make that the reason why Neji was beaten in one punch is because he never gets hit in the first place, so he's not really accustomed to taking damage. If that's true, based on that argument, that would apply when he's slammed into the ground. He's not used to getting hit like that, so it would hurt him more than it would hurt someone like Naruto who gets slammed around every day 10 times
So
a day.
I think it's funny to make a durability argument. Naruto has tougher skin. I don't think that's realistically fair. It's pretty clear that neither one of them is reinforcing their body with chakra more than the other, in my opinion, in that instance. They're both slammed in the ground equally hard. They're probably taking around relative damage to one another. If anything, Naruto was more damage going into it. But then we look at what Naruto's able to do right after. I think Naruto wasn't out of chakra yet. I think that's the difference between Naruto and Neji. So I don't think it is because of physical stamina or damage or anything. I think it's chakra.
I think Naruto's just like kind of tougher. Like he toughs it out more. Like, you know, like Neji can use as much chakra skin durability as Naruto.
I don't know, bro. Like I don't think that was a toughness or mindset thing. I don't think if Neji wanted to, he could have dug or clawed his fingers underground.
What I'm saying is that I don't think Kiba's attacks were weak, and I don't think Naruto was doing some special chakra reinforcement. I think Naruto's like Lee, and his bones are all broken, but my god, he still stands up anyway. That's how Naruto and Lee both are, and Neji's just not like that. They're just the outliers of like, oh my
Neji
god,
was impaled through the chest, and then went on to beat Kidomaru.
That's a different Neji, to be fair.
He's a ninja. I'm not gonna say he's never been hurt before. He's Gaara. He's a monster. He's a ninja. He trains every day to exhaustion.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he gets hurt.
Prodigy ninja. I'm gonna account it to... No, it's physical strain hurts, Kamui. That's pain.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's used to being, like, hit like that. First of all, I'm using the argument people make about Naruto's uppercut, because unless you're gonna go with Naruto's got one hell of a left hook, and that's the real argument, that Naruto can one-shot anyone, especially of Neji's caliber, with one punch, we're gonna say Naruto's one punch is that strong. You can make that argument about his left hook, but
this isn't a case.
Everyone at the tuning exams.
This isn't a case of Naruto being stronger so Naruto can stand easily, whereas Neji's having trouble standing. This is Naruto doing something literally, like, above human level. Like, he's clawing underground with his fingernails, then uppercutting through the ground fast enough to hit Neji.
I'm saying a lot of that is just Naruto's ridiculous.
Okay. But at that time... Neji wasn't as ridiculous as Naruto. Do we think that's because of his body or because of his chakra? I think it's because of his chakra.
I don't think that, I mean, again, it's up for interpretation.
Do you guys ever think that maybe like power scaling was a mistake?
Yes. No need to elaborate. Just power scaling was a mistake. Yes, it was.
Okay. Just curious.
You know what? I think that's the best way to end it because I agree too. I was gonna say yes.
Okay, well, out of curiosity, John, between our two stances there, if you want to just like say who you think or what you thought about that.
I think I prefer the thing that one of you said in regards to what the other one was saying, but then ultimately when the other one said what the first one was saying again, then both were good, except in the ways in which they weren't, which was bad, but they were better than bad when they were good. So basically, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that.
I kind of lost the thread, I think, towards the end. I think if we're talking about like the simulate, like the particular vicissitudes, if you'll let me be pretentious, of the fights and like how we're gonna predict.
All right, you know where that's going.
Okay, I'll write it.
Of the fights, like how things are gonna wind up after multiple.
I'm just gonna spell it how it sounds. I'm sorry. We're not listening because you said vicissitude. You want to say that?
We're too busy talking about what we're gonna do.
We're both typing this job.
Spell it correctly, and you can check vicissitude. I think
it's like VISC. Okay, VIC. Okay, I was pretty close with that.
Well,
I was a lot closer with what I was gonna do than what Oodie did.
For clarity, John, I'm
the
not
nuances,
looking it up. I'm leaving it the wrong way.
Okay, I'll also do this as well.
Okay, there you go.
I think that like that it's one of those things that I genuinely, I'm not trying to like cop out or whatever the term is, but I genuinely think it's open to interpretation. Personally, I feel like what I want to believe is that Naruto's improvisational ability just lets him continue innovating, and basically that's like a almost a no limits thing where he just like keeps getting smarter and better. But realistically, if I'm like a little bit more grounded, I do think that sooner or later, okay, so like Naruto has the time to prep and to improvise and plan and stuff because of the initial expositing or whatever the dynamic that's going on in their first encounter. If they fight 1,000 times beyond that, sooner or later they're gonna do like the Undertale or Deltarune thing where it just like skips the preamble dialogue and just goes straight to the fight. And so at that point, I do think the person with the greater stats, the greater execution, Naruto's going to have to think really fast, and I don't know that he's necessarily going to have the time to execute a strategy or come up with one just because he has the latent potential to do so.
At some point, I think they'd be so used to it, they'd just be going through the motions, basically fighting on instinct.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's... Is there? I mean, it's sort of like a meta would emerge from their fights, like like meta in competitive games where it's like
exactly.
Like, I could play this unit or whatever.
Well, that's
but
my
I know
thing. To where, first of all, I don't think it's fair to go to the 10,000. That's why I was capping at 100 originally. I think realistically, the majority of Naruto's unpredictable, in terms of unpredictability and in the way that it's the most unpredictable, I think his most unpredictable moves were used in the first one. The second one, he'll have more unpredictable moves, but they're not going to be as unpredictable. Maybe some of them will, but he's going to run out of very unpredictable moves pretty quick and have only slight unpredictable moves left. And by that point, he'll be doing the same things over and yeah, okay, there's infinite things he can do, but there's only so many different ways he can do those things. Yeah, he can improvise like a musician who can do infinite notes, but he's limited, he's capped by his own human creativity to an extent. Okay, if he's gonna do the Uzumaki Barrage with 42 shadow clones, and then in the next fight he does 43 shadow clones for the Kiba, that's not changing anything from Kiba's perspective. It's like 1% stronger, but Kiba's able to adapt to it to the exact same way, because it's basically the exact same thing. Like, to a certain extent, there's only so many unpredictable things that Naruto can realistically come up with that will actually have a meaningful difference in the fight. And especially once Kiba starts to adapt to the meaningful differences, then the slight nuance differences of the 42 to the 43 shadow clones, Kiba's going to be able to easily adapt to that, even though it's technically a brand new way to do it. But Kiba can already adapt to that.
Super annoying argument. It would be that like Naruto is unpredictable, and that is a consistent trait for him. But that's a self-defeating proposition, because if he is unpredictable in every fight that he's in, then we could reasonably predict that he would be unpredictable. And if he is acting predictably consistent in a certain way, then he's not unpredictable. So Naruto can't be unpredictable, because if he were, we could predict his unpredictability. So he sooner or later,
well, that's just like
he's
the
actually going
expect
to
the
fall into routine.
unexpected, thing.
Well, I don't think that's
I know, I'm just
necessarily
being
fair,
like-
because that would, if anything, be a weakness. Like, oh, what? Kiba's going to, at all moments in the fight, be anticipating Naruto uppercutting him, so that he's not going to be focused on the Naruto in front of him. Like, I don't think that works.
Yeah, no, to be clear, I'm like goofing around. But
Yeah. Like, Kiba can be on guard, more on edge, more willing to, like, have his head on a swivel, turn around. But, like, I don't think he should be able to just predict the unpredictable. He can expect something to be coming, but he doesn't know what it is, or when it is, or where it's coming from, or how it's going to come at him, and that matters.
Sorry, I more meant that, like, sometimes Naruto is going to have to act in a way that is completely predictable. Like, some of the iterations of this fight, he's going to do things that are perfectly predictable, because if he was unpredictable in every fight, then you could start to predict that. And since he is unpredictable, then he can't always be unpredictable, because then you could predict that. So it's like, basically, sooner or later, I'm being stupid, by the way. Basically, sooner or later, Naruto is just going to have a fight where he does nothing unpredictable and is totally boring and vanilla, and then Kiba's just going to smash him. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
What I was going to say, though, about Oodie's thing is, again, a couple of things. So, like, some of these I've been reiterating many times, but you did say Kiba's gonna adapt. If Kiba has to adapt, that's saying something. Second, if you're gonna make Kiba adapt and effectively remove Naruto's asset, that's saying something. And most importantly, I said it before, I said it again, the can and will. So let's just say we're going with the 100+ now, and Naruto's used up pretty much all his good unpredictabilities. Okay, he hypothetically can, but he won't now. That's not part of my criteria for it mattering. It's can and will. If he can and will, then he's just going to keep beating Kiba, because he will.
Why do you think he wouldn't? My whole premise was 42 shadow clones to 43 shadow clones, Uzumaki Barrage. That's saying he would.
Again, so if that won't do anything, that's not can and will, is what I'm saying.
Well, why wouldn't Naruto do that, as opposed to just, I don't know, running at Kiba and trying to punch him? He's going to try to do so. He's not just going to give up. He's going to fight him.
I'm saying that can and will in terms of it working. So, like, 10-10 ceiling pot, she can use it on Madara, but will she use it? Like, will it work on Madara?
Well, it won't work, but she would try it. But, like, at that point, then are you just saying that Naruto would lose?
I'm looking for results. If they can, 10-10 can try to beat Madara all she wants. But if she's never getting any results with her strategies and unpredictability, then it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, so then it boils down to the unpredictability moves work just as effectively as the predictable moves.
Well, they seem to work better in Naruto's case, but
I'm confused what your point is then, because this was under the premise that they fought 10,000 times.
If you're modifying it to where Naruto's moves just won't work, that's no longer what I would have used in the first place on the tier list. Because the Naruto can be quote-unquote unpredictable, but the moves just never work, regardless if it's on Kiba or someone else. Then I don't care how predictable they are. What matters
this is where I don't think
work.
unpredictable even really has its own spot as its own, like, segment on a tier list, rather than combined with other things, because Naruto can be as unpredictable as he wants. If he's not fast enough to make the unpredictable move work, if Naruto's uppercut to Neji is slow enough,
it matters when it matters. Again, is it gonna do something in the battle? Yes or no? That's all it boils down to. And I feel like every time you have this discussion, you're acting like I'm saying unpredictable Kid Academy Naruto is going to solo Hagoromo because Hagoromo's not going to expect the uppercut from hell coming. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if that's applicably going to happen in battle, like the majority of the time, and he's going to win the majority of the time from it, then it's a topic of discussion. But if it's just like never going to mean anything, it doesn't matter.
So, Kamui, there is a way to measure this. If we think that, unpredictability aside, Neji beats Naruto 100% of the time, Naruto has a 0% chance to win unless he's unpredictable, then in the case that he is unpredictable, what are the odds that Naruto's going to win? So in the actual series, what were the odds Naruto versus Neji the first time they fought, the only time they fought? What were the odds of Naruto winning that first fight?
Was this with or without unpredictability?
With unpredictability, as it is in series.
Well, then 100% he won.
I was gonna say, yeah, like this is getting like sort of philosophical, so you might have a violent disagreement, and that's okay. But I tend to be pretty like deterministic about things. Like in theory, I think that like all of the variables in that fight were present in the equation before the fight began, so it was kind of like already determined. And I don't like thinking like that because it's very fatalistic and it's very like, I don't know, it has serious implications for free will. But yeah, like Naruto already had all the qualifications, abilities, skills, etc. to win the fight, and he entered into the fight with those, so he was gonna win. Unless some sort of intervention ruined it.
Yeah, because it wasn't like the Jiraiya versus Pain case of like, oh, Naruto had to make a specific choice here where he either would have won or lost based on that choice. Naruto doesn't, you could say his choice was to never give up. Okay, fine, if you want to say that, but like, that was never a choice. Naruto was never going to give up. You know, that's his way, so there was no choice there. That just always was going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you guys aren't intentionally doing this, but this isn't engaging with the hypothetical. So I'm not going with what did happen.
Unless I misunderstood your hypothetical.
That's okay. So I'm not going with what did happen, because we already know what happened. Let's ignore Kishimo's perspective. Let's say the audience's perspective.
Happened any other way, I think.
Well, Oodie, to be fair, it depends. Okay. It depends on what you actually think the reason Neji turning off his Byakugan was. If you think he was being arrogant and just turned it off, Naruto's odds go dramatically lower. If that was just Neji either damaged or tired turning it off, then his odds go dramatically higher. So it kind of depends on why you think Neji's Byakugan was off.
So let's just also...
we don't have a concrete answer.
Let's remove the huge strength gap between base Naruto and Neji and Nine-Tails Naruto Neji. Let's just pretend Nine-Tails Naruto doesn't happen and Neji isn't as strong, to where by the end of the fight, it's going to be around the same outcome as the end of the Nine-Tails clash. Just for the sake of simplicity. That probably made it more complex, so I probably utterly failed in making it more simple.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that at all. You just had to get us... So, I mean, I'm still asking the same question about the Byakugan regardless.
Well, okay. We're going to ignore
that is essentially the deciding factor, because the Byakugan... Naruto doesn't know the 360-degree vision, so the only way it could not matter is if Naruto, hypothetically, by chance, happened to fall in that 360, the 1 degree of blind spot, but like, that's not even something Naruto would have to not just climb underground, but climb through behind the wall, but then he'd have to jump into a straight line, like the perfect, like, pencil dive formation to where Neji can't. It's just unrealistic. I don't think he can. I don't even know if he can physically do it because he's too big. But yeah. So we need to know whether Neji's Byakugan is on or off and why it's on or off.
Okay. Let me try and just start over here. We're gonna rephrase so I can just avoid that question entirely. Because it's so not relevant. Okay, so Kamui, there is a 0% chance of Naruto winning if he's not unpredictable. We're gonna ignore the specific factors like the Byakugan and the Nine. We're gonna ignore that. Because I'm getting to a point here. When Naruto is unpredictable, if from the blind audience perspective, I don't mean literally blind, I mean first-time watchers' perspective.
Yeah, specifically from those blind people's perspective.
So from the perspective of someone watching the series for the first time, they don't know the outcome, they don't know the conclusion of the Naruto vs. Neji fight, they just started the fight. You ask that person, they're gonna say 0% chance Naruto wins unless he's unpredictable, but oh, if he's predictable, he has a 10% chance, or a 20% chance, or 50% chance of winning, or 80% chance of winning. They're going to say something like that. I don't think they're going to say 100% because I don't think it comes down to if Naruto is unpredictable, Naruto will definitively win versus Neji 10 out of 10 times, 100% time, no matter what. It's guaranteed. If Naruto's unpredictable, he's absolutely, it's a scientific law. He's gonna win. They're not gonna say that. They're gonna say a realistic number of like.
It would depend on what the unpredictable thing was. Like, for example, if Naruto unpredictably tries to fart on Neji, that's unpredictable. But is that gonna do anything to Neji? Probably not.
Oh, the unpredictable thing is unpredictable. The point is it being unpredictable to where it's gonna get around. We'll just say it gets around the Byakugan. We'll just say that. How about that? Because the point of it's being unpredictable. If Neji can predict it, then it's not unpredictable.
Is this still in the same scenario of the craters and whatnot? Or
no, this is just generally passively applied to Naruto throughout the entire fight. It's the same thing with Naruto versus Kiba. Naruto's being unpredictable during the entire fight. Naruto's also being unpredictable during the entire Neji fight. During the Shadow Clone thing, Neji hit the wrong Shadow Clone. That was Naruto being unpredictable. So how much of that increased Naruto's chances of winning? From 0.
I don't have a set number for you, but
well, obviously it doesn't have to be an exact number. It's just vibes or whatever.
I really don't know because again, because the nature of the unpredictable thing is going to depend on Neji's condition. Because Neji's, your favorite word, stats are just better than Naruto's at this time. In addition to his Byakugan and everything else he has going on, he just is better at everything but the Shadow Clone Jutsu.
So let me do it like this. Naruto and Neji, they're gonna fight. At the end of their fight, Shiba is gonna come down and erase their memory. Or better yet, when they hit the crater so hard on their head they have amnesia. They're gonna rest up and they're gonna refight without any knowledge of the previous fight. That second fight isn't gonna mirror the first fight 1-to-1. It's gonna go differently. So if they're just going to do that every time they have amnesia, they're going to fight again. They're going to fight 10,000 times. What are the percentage chances of Naruto winning with unpredictability over losing?
Yeah, so as I say the same thing I was saying. So Neji, just in general, Byakugan aside, is better than Naruto. So getting around the Byakugan's gonna depend on Neji's condition, because if he's just fine. I don't know what the strategy is. There's probably some strategies where Naruto will still be able to win. But in a lot of these, I can just see Neji dodging Lee when Lee just stepped to the side and poked Naruto. I see Neji just doing that because he's good. But if Neji's in a state similar to the one we got, where he's barely able to stand, then if Naruto's getting around his Byakugan with this unpredictable strategy...
I don't think the Byakugan is the end-all, be-all for this, because I think we're just thinking in terms of, the uppercut. I think if Naruto does the pain trick, he turns into rubble. I'm not confident the Byakugan can see that. If Naruto does sexy jutsu, that's unpredictable. Byakugan doesn't matter in that case.
Naruto... When you guys have a check, if I can interject, can you check YouTube chat? Slimy Orb had left some thoughts as well. Just want to make sure we don't leave him out.
But it's a good thing you're doing this, because otherwise you wouldn't.
Yeah.
I know. It's okay.
In case you haven't noticed.
Yeah. He just likes upsetting Kamui. Okay, space. Punching down does have the properties of both rubber and gum, you see. Hunter Center.
And then I'm going to probably have to go. It's 2 o'clock here, so I'm going to have to go relatively soon. So let me know if there's anything you want to talk about super quick before I skedaddle.
See, the problem is, John, you're gonna have to come back on because we haven't done anything actual.
Yeah, we got one sentence into that first topic before Kamui read ahead.
Well, to be fair, we read the next sentence, and then this is where everything came back.
Yeah, I wanted to get back to that since I still have balloons open, and that makes my PC extra hot, and I've kept it open because I wanted to get back to it.
Honestly, guys, I had a I'll let you respond to Orb first, and then I'll.
Neji being mental nerve from QB fear, that as well. That's also unpredictable. I'm going to count that as unpredictable.
I agree. Well, I will always still agree that I think, mental nerve depends on how you're playing, but I think he's very much in shock and not fighting his best.
So it's not going to work out, translate perfectly, but my point of getting to this, Kamui, is, for the record, if you said, it goes from 0% chance to 60% chance Naruto wins. He wins 6 out of 10 times. He wins most of the fights if he's unpredictable versus Neji. I was going to say, okay, we can measure how much stronger the unpredictable makes him. We would have to look at like a tier list to do this to get like actual numbers, but we can see how much farther up this ranks Naruto, and we could put a number to it. So it wouldn't translate necessarily to, oh, Naruto is 60% stronger when he's unpredictable versus when he's not. That's to say, the strength Naruto has of his unpredictable arsenal increases Naruto by 60% from base Naruto to unpredictable Naruto. Again, doesn't perfectly work out like that, but for the sake of simplicity, we could just say that for this. That was the point I was trying to get at, is how much of a buff is Naruto's unpredictability? How much does it amplify his strength?
But like but now you got me confused, as if I wouldn't be doing all that in the tier list. Now, I personally wasn't planning on doing a separate unpredictable Naruto versus predictable Naruto. I mean, for the Walky Talky tier list, we can do that because that's funny. I would just be going with like Naruto and include unpredictability off, the first thing I would think of. But yes, we would be we would have that discussion.
Okay, but then we would have to, but again, that's important to have, because that's the point of having this discussion right now, is to figure out how much stronger his unpredictability makes him.
But it's still included in the power scaling tier list, unless the tier list is specifying.
No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But again, if Naruto's unpredictability makes him only win 30% of the time versus Neji, then I'm going to still put Neji over unpredictable Naruto.
I agree, but this is why you've got me so annoyed and confused. It's like, I don't know what part of you thought I wasn't doing that. But I've only said the overall picture. I've worded it like 80 different ways to say, yes,
I don't know what Kamui's not getting here. Don't know how we got to that from what I said. So if unpredictable Naruto...
if you don't mind me interrupting, I think this might be a good time for me to gracefully bow out, because I think, I am very tired, and I don't think I'm contributing much, but also, I don't want to take sides. I do think that the argument is interesting.
Well, to be fair, John, we want you to take sides.
Yeah. Oh, that's I'm gonna need to think about it some more.
But honestly, wants you to do it too. I'm just gonna say that.
I have thoughts on like unpredictability and the way that people talk about it. So if you want to put a pin in that as like a place to start our discussion next time, I'd definitely be happy to come back on. But I have to get my beauty sleep, because tomorrow I have a long day of prepping extremely pedantic arguments about Toneri and Urashiki for my own stream on Sunday. So I gotta make sure to rest up for that. Yeah. But I really appreciate hanging out with
you.
Yeah, exactly.
Happy 4th. It's already the 4th.
Yeah.
Well, John, 4th. If you want to give your conclusion on this topic for now, everything you thought about it, all the stuff you've been dying to say.
My conclusion is that power scaling is baffling, and I have no idea what's happening, and I love it.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna head out, but yeah, let's stay in touch. I'll be happy to hop on in the near future, and hope you guys have a great night. Happy 4th.
Thank you. You too. Bye. Okay, so Kamui. So my point is, would you have unpredictable Naruto, which in this case is just base Naruto, since Naruto's going to be unpredictable regardless? Would you have Naruto over Neji in the tier list or not?
No.
So that's to say, Neji would beat unpredictable Naruto more times than Naruto would beat unpredictable Neji.
Yeah, so this is what I was getting at with the Byakugan thing earlier.
You know what I mean?
Like, I think that, because we're just saying hypothetically, it's gonna get around the Byakugan, but I'm still saying, even with that, it's whether or not it works is gonna depend on the nature of Neji's condition, because if Neji's in a good condition, I think Neji just is good enough, like in both his stats, in his intelligence, in his skill, and everything else in between, to where even if Naruto kind of comes up from, like, for example, without the Byakugan, he just knew Ino was behind him that one time, for example.
See, my problem, Kamui, you're coming back to the Byakugan, but this really just applies to Neji, which makes it more of rock, paper, scissors, as opposed to, like, the unpredictable buff increasing Naruto's universal stats, and how that would line up against everyone rather than just Neji.
You asked me about him versus Neji. And I was literally removing the Byakugan from that disc. I can't tell if you're just not listening or...
I mean, you just said it.
I said even without the Byakugan, he knew Ino was behind him. That is to say that even if Naruto's getting around the Byakugan with his hypothetical unpredictable ability.
Well, that's exactly what I was responding to. I wasn't responding to the Ino thing.
So I'm saying, if Neji's in a good condition, like he's fine, he's not hurt, he's not tired, he's just fine. I'm not, depending on the specifics of what this unpredictable thing is, I'm not confident it's gonna beat Neji, because he might just like sense Naruto with his generic ninja sensing and just dodge and just hit him in the face with a gentle fist to the throat or something. Like, Neji's good enough to where I think it really depends on this specific unpredictable thing, which might only be like 1 out of 10 versus 6 out of 10. Because he might catch Neji quote unquote off guard with unpredictability 10 out of 10 times, but it might only actually win the fight 2 out of 10 times, even if it doesn't account for the Byakugan. That's assuming Neji's in a good condition. If the condition is Neji is where he was at the end of the fight, barely able to stand, now and Naruto's able to climb through the ground just like he was at the end of his fight, well, now the numbers might be different, because Neji's ability to just dodge has seemingly dramatically decreased compared, so he would have to like be more on guard to dodge. So if Naruto's gonna catch him off guard with his unpredictable attack, it might matter more. That's what I was trying to get at. So what is Neji's state? If this is this a start of fight, Neji's Byakugan just turned off by Naruto's jutsu here, and then they're being unpredictable? Well, I still think Neji's winning most of these fights. I think the reason Naruto won took a combination of no Byakugan and Neji's physical condition being where it was. Because otherwise, I think he would have just done the Rock Lee thing. He would have looked down at Naruto, poked him to the side. I think all the things were working against Neji there to let Naruto win, is what I'm saying. So yes, I'm putting him higher.
Yeah, because, I mean, gonna get mad at me for having this as my response, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Obviously, there's, like you're saying, a lot of things that would just get around the Byakugan anyways. I mean, after all, Naruto got around Kaguya's Byakugan by being unpredictable with sexy jutsu. That's what I was saying earlier. He could do what he was doing against Kakashi and start reciting a book that Neji's reading, or say something stupid to catch him off guard. Hey, Neji, Destiny said you're stupid. I bet that would make him.
I mean, Naruto can do a lot of things. What boils down to is how many of those things will be enough. And I do think that changes depending on Neji's physical state, as I said. But like in general, yes, I'm putting Neji over.
Okay, so that's to say
honest,
that
even with the Nine Tails, it's kind of tricky, because like I still feel like if Neji wasn't like so shook from just the surprise Kurama scream and all these in the confusion, I think he would have just done the rotation sooner and blocked it.
To be fair, I do. Oh, that's also unpredictability. Don't ignore that. I do think that to an extent, I forgot what I was about to say.
I don't know what you're gonna say. But...
Oh yeah. Okay, so okay. To be fair, I do. It's not that I think that one interpretation is good and the other's bad. I think both can be good, but I do think one's better than the other in terms of narrative of why Neji was so weak at the end. I think it's the accumulation of everything Neji had done in that fight, rather than simply solely because he was slammed into the ground one time.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could definitely say, like, Neji, like, for example, when he just keeps hitting Naruto with gentle fist techniques that, when he's already, like, beating him, you could say, oh, that's Neji being wasteful, but he's a blah, 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 in the conversation, all sorts of things you could say, yeah.
Really, I'd argue that it's, like, all of the Nine Tails portion of the fight more than anything else, but everything else accumulated still.
All he
because
really
that makes the whole fight meaningful. Naruto's fighting the whole time for this scenario. That's not to say he can't be fighting for that opening. He finally got the opening to allow this. That's almost just as good. But I still think mine would still be narratively more significant at the very least, regardless of which one is the case, if you ask Kishimoto.
You said a few things that got me confused, and now I am just confused, because, like, are you saying that I was saying it was just the Nine Tails portion that, like, of Neji using up chakra, or I was confused?
No. I said that because I think the majority of Neji being tired would come from that, assuming the whole accumulation of the whole fight. I think the majority of the accumulation comes from that.
In terms of Neji actively doing things, nah, bro. I don't think the Nine Tails portion really made him that tired. Aside from the Clash explosion thing, aside from that moment for a moment, all Neji really did versus Nine Tails Naruto was throw a shuriken, do total
I
2
get
rotations,
that.
including the final clutch. I don't think he tired himself out from that.
I get that, but you can say it doesn't make sense. But I think narratively, or at least the way it's portrayed, it feels like it would be like a 30% of the fight up until that point made him tired. But then like, oh, that last like bit was like 70% in like 2 minutes or something of Neji's stamina.
Narratively, that might be better, but I don't feel like that's real. I mean, it doesn't feel like that was the case because he doesn't seem like he's remotely tired up until like he just seems like it's all when he hits the crater. He just gets thrown into the crater where that's where everything changes with Neji's
I mean, that's
condition.
funny, but I'm just gonna disregard that because it's worse.
Well, I get. I mean, you could say narrative or whatever, better or worse, but like that is what happens. So like, if we're doing a power scale, I understand. Like, I agree with using narrative arguments in power scaling, but they're only when there is a clear narrative that is being depicted. So like, if they're clearly presenting Itachi as stronger than Orochimaru in the narrative, now no matter how much we're gonna say otherwise, I'm gonna say okay, that's what the narrative's portraying. If we're over here wondering what the narrative even is, and there's just clearly he's just perfectly fine until he's not, then if we're having that power scaling discussion, I'm not going to use the what if narrative that we don't even know.
I agree. It's completely
visual,
open.
Like,
we don't know. Yeah, it's like John said, it's open to interpretation. I agree. It could be your interpretation. It could be mine. We don't know. I'm saying the reason I think mine is more likely, which isn't by a lot. It's like 60-40 for the record. I'm not saying it's like, oh, 99% me, 1% likelihood it's technically possible. It could be yours. I think that's like 60-40 because I think narratively it should be what they're going for with that. Again, it's not to say that it could be that one thing making an opening, but...
So I understand that argument, but then I feel like I could also say, okay, I think it's 60-40 my side because your side makes no sense. Outside of that, how did Neji get so tired from his one rotation and one shuriken throw? That doesn't make sense for Neji. And because that makes no sense, whereas it would make more sense to have him just be damaged, I'd say, okay, that tips it back in my favor. So I feel like it's just easier to just agree on 50-50 and ignore it entirely and just say,
well, no, because it's going with our own interpretations. We have two different interpretations. We're not saying the other interpretation is wrong.
I mean, to be fair, for the sake of the power scaling thing, I don't think it matters either way, but...
Well, no, this is a different conversation anyways.
Yeah.
But the point is that it's two interpretations. We're not saying one is wrong. We're saying why we think our interpretation is the percentage-wise that we think it is in terms of likelihood. We can have two different... We don't have to agree on that because it's two different interpretations in the first place. If we had the same interpretation, then I would agree. Like, hypothetically, if I agreed with you, then if I think that it was 50-50 and said you thought it was 60-40, then we would have that disagreement. But it's not that.
Sure, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think this would be a disagreement that requires being held up on. I don't think it changed anything.
Well, I don't think we're held up on it. I think we're just discussing.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is a separate thing altogether. Just why was he in that state? But
yeah, no, that's completely fine. Ignoring that, what were we saying before
that? Yes, we both have Neji higher than Naruto.
Yeah, okay, but like do you like have an idea of how much? You said earlier that you don't, but like does Neji win like 6 out of 10 fights, 8 out of 10 fights?
Characters and just go based on that. I'm not going to give you a percentage of how much stronger Naruto and Neji. I prefer not to do percentages. I prefer to just look at the characters.
Percentages,
I understand I could put them in a higher tier or whatever, but like I'm not going to cite.
We don't have to do percentages, but like hypothetically, Naruto Neji fought 10 times. How many times does Neji win over Naruto? It's the first fight.
Neji wins most of them. By 9, 8, I don't know, not 10 because he lost one of them. Clearly is a way for Naruto to win, but like...
Yeah, I get it. I mean, you don't have to lock into an answer here.
He requires Neji in that bad state. He requires time for Neji to just like stand there while he gathers the Nine Tails of Chakra. He has to remember the Nine Tails of Chakra. He has to have Neji, like Genma not stopping the fight randomly, whereas Hayate would have. Like, there's too many things that like Naruto needed to go in his favor. Yeah. I'll give Naruto Gamabunta as an extra to say 8 out of 10.
Okay, that's funny.
If the Gamabunta lands on Neji, and thus Neji starts his rotation early, I guess he's kind of screwed there.
For the record, this isn't a gotcha. I'm not trying to lock you into an answer. You don't have to elaborate on it. It's just the vibes of whatever you feel like at the current present moment. It's just, oh yeah, 8. He might win like, I don't know, 7 out of 10 times. Just something like that. What I'm looking for.
I'll go with 8.
Okay.
Game of Buta and the one we got.
Oh, there you go. I probably agree. Anyways, what were we discussing before that? So I feel like we pretty decently covered this.
I still think you agree with me, though.
Well, we'll leave that up to John whenever he reacts to it. His interpretation. We did only get one sentence in this. Did we want to do the rest of it?
No. Well, I mean, okay, you might, but like,
you hate this topic.
I know. I already did this whole 3-hour debate with you about it, but so I technically broken my word in a way. But like, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I've already said everything I really want to say about the power scaling thing. Like, I can only word it so many different ways. The whole picture, everything thought of, you factor it all in, you consider all the variables in totality, and like, we're not just gonna only look at whether you've said plenty of things that are telling me you agree. And then when we don't want to do that, we'll specify it's a stats only, or it's a physical strength only, or it's a speed only, or it's abilities only, or whatever tier list. But if we're not doing that, then we're counting everything, and it's all going to be thought. If we're going to consider unpredictable Naruto versus predictable Naruto, we're going to consider Byakugan versus no Byakugan. We're going to think about everything, because that's how we are.
Well, that's definitely not this topic that we've never done before, discussing balloons in the way.
Yeah, but then we're going to get into, like, your vengeful god. I'm going to say that doesn't apply. And then I just feel like we're just going to argue. It's like, do we agree or not? Because, again, no matter how many times you say you agree with me here, this whole thing's going to be you trying to disagree with me, and I'm going to disagree with every single part of that. But you agree with me, so what's the point? I understand you want to do it because you wrote it down, and I totally understand. I totally respect it, and I would do the same. But, like, because it's not my thing that was written, I can say there's no point, because all we're going to do is debate for 6 hours, but we already agree!
Well, to be fair, Kamui, the point of me writing this down wasn't to disagree with you. We just disagree. This is just me explaining it. I say it's for you, but it's just something I thought of on my own. I was like, hey, this works for Kamui anyway.
Yeah, but again,
but you just disagree.
Need to explain it to me?
What?
Why would you need to explain it to me?
I don't need to explain it to you. I wrote it down regardless of you.
For me.
No, Kamui, if you didn't exist, I would have wrote this down anyways.
Well, you wrote to do it for Kamui.
I could write that, and that can be in the end result. That doesn't mean I started the thought because of you.
Well, you definitely did. This was in response to a debate we had. You didn't just do it outside of that. It happened literally the day after it, or the night after, or whatever.
Well, it definitely isn't the case, considering it's 4:48.
You definitely wouldn't have written this down if I didn't. Unless you had the same debate with someone. Like, no, you wouldn't have done this. You would have already done it if that was the case.
Kamui, I remember when I wrote this down. I wrote it down because I was watching a balloons video and thinking about balloons.
Yeah, but it was within a recent enough time of our power scaling discussion, and I know that because you put for Kamui.
You know that.
And all these things are in relation back to that debate. Yes, this is very related, yes.
Well, no. The DPS with the knockback is definitely not related to anything we've discussed ever.
It is, though. It's tying back and making analogies.
No, if anything, I feel like I wrote this more so for Sage, if anything. Because I've written a lot of...
Yet.
What?
Actually, maybe you did. I don't know.
Yeah, I've written like 10 different Sage balloon things already in terms of power scaling. I've done this.
Really? Why'd you write for Kamui instead of for Sage?
Kamui, you're getting so hung up on this. Like, this whole thing is for you. I'm telling you it's not. You just don't believe me.
You're right. I don't. You're omino and not trustworthy.
Okay. Listen. You can say I did it unconsciously. I would disagree, but I can't prove that wrong. I know you're wrong.
But like, the more I read, it's just like so obviously about the thing we've been debating.
It can include some of the stuff we were debating anyways.
It's every line it just so seems like it's clearly in reference to our debate.
Listen, Kamui, we have two choices here. Okay.
Look, I'm reading every word on the screen, and it's only amplifying my stance.
That doesn't make sense. Okay, no, I disagree. The word "so" here is not amplifying your stance. This isn't proof I wrote this because of you.
I'll admit to hyperbole, but like my sentiment.
I mean, you don't have to disagree.
I'm just like, look, I'm just telling you that I'm reading it. It's just so obviously our debate.
Listen, I'm telling you, the reason I wrote this is so that I can explain power scaling. This is my perspective on power scaling. That's what this is.
Okay. Oodie, I'm willing, because I can't prove it, I'm willing to grant you cautiously whatever you want to say. But that unconscious Oodie took over your mind and made it into our power scaling debate. It's so clear. I'll
meet you halfway. I'll agree with that. I made it into that. I'll agree with that. But it was something, and by the end of it, it became something else. I'll give you that. How about that?
By the end, are you referring to the end of the paragraph, or like the end of when you finally posted it in Discord?
The end of when I finally posted it in Discord.
Okay. I'm fine with that, because all I have is the end when you finally posted in Discord, and that's what I'm commenting on.
So, Kamui, this whole stream has been power scaling anyways. I figure we could just stay on power scaling and put this in the power scaling plays the whole stream. So, two choices. That's not me saying anything. That's me leading to two choices. We can either do this topic now, just the two of us, or we can save this topic for the next time a power scaler is on stream. But what that means, Kamui, is the next time a power scaler is on stream, I'm going to want to do this topic. Just so you know.
So, but then, here's the problem.
The problem is you just don't want to do the topic.
Yes, however, I'm going to offer some justification for one of the times.
Kamui, to be fair, this is balloons. That makes it fun, even if you disagree. You don't have to agree. Disagreements are fun.
On one hand, I think we should wait, because I'm done with it for today, and also it gives us a power scaling topic for a power scaling YouTuber. So I feel like it makes sense to wait. On the other hand, though, if we do this with whoever that is, unless they're like us and they're gonna jump in as much as possible, it's just gonna be us and they're just there, which I also don't want.
To be fair, we didn't do this topic 90% of the time. And John wasn't talking. We're going to do that regardless of what the topic is, Kamui. That's up to the guest at that point. We can't help ourselves. We need the guest to do it for us.
Like, if we had done like one of his topics, then it would have been probably more of him.
To be fair, I did look on my phone, and I didn't see, at least in Naruto topics, that there were any John the Maven topics. There might be in other areas. There probably are, but I didn't have the chance to check. But I was looking.
I feel like you have written it down somewhere.
I feel like I have too, but I didn't have enough time to check more places. But I looked. At least in Naruto topics. And I was doing all of the ways. I was doing no spaces between John the Maven. I was doing all the spaces. I was doing just John. I was doing the colon at the end. No colon at the end. Nothing. No search results anywhere.
It's so weird.
Yeah. So Kamui, I like I said earlier, I still have the balloons open, and it's only made my laptop hot for the past 2 hours, of which I've uncomfortably sat through this for this topic. So I am biased into wanting to do this topic now. That's not to say you can't talk me out of it, but that's to say I want to talk you into it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question now. For a moment, the hypothetical is that we don't do it now. Assuming that, would you want to do rewrites?
I knew you were going to say that.
I guess Boruto topics or something to end the stream.
What time is it? It is 2:20. That's late, but that's not too late. I feel like this topic already isn't. How long is this topic? Yeah, it's just this one message. It's not that long.
Okay, but Oodie, we have already proven enough times to say just one message does not mean anything.
Well, it doesn't have to take that.
For example, we are on one sentence, and look how many hours it's been. We did an entire stream without getting past the first sentence of one of my topics.
You're not wrong. Well, we've done multiple streams of that in a row.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter how long the message is necessarily.
Well, to be fair, Kamui, but that applies to literally any topic, though. So you can't apply that to this topic.
I know.
So here's my compromise. If you are willing to do this topic, I'll do any topic you want tonight.
All right. I'm gonna...
That's any topic.
Bad. I disagree with everything you say.
You can even do the Daigo react if you want.
I disagree.
The JJK stream.
Rip it apart.
We can do JJK tonight if you wanted to. We can do whatever you want tonight, guys. We're doing this freaking topic. It's fun. It's also the Walky Talky way. We've been talking about this topic for the past 10 minutes without doing it.
Well, to be fair, also the Walky Talky way would be to go out of our way to delay it further, like we do with Daigo reacts.
Oh my god. Okay. So let's just restart here. So balloons power scaling, to explain power scaling for terms. So I'm gonna ask the question again. So Kamui.
I noticed that you skipped a couple words there, Oodie. I'm curious.
Well, no, I just said Kamui. I just said that word.
Well, what about the word before that?
Terms?
In between terms and Kamui.
Look away for a second.
No, I'm looking. I saw what you did.
So terms? If deleting that one proposition changed the meaning of the sentence, by the way.
Well, 1%.
Oh my gosh, okay. So you were making a point earlier, and I'll get to that. So, Kamui, which do you think is stronger? Full buffed Sun God or the base Dart Monkey with knockback? And we're going to say for this that buff Sun God has no knockback. Doesn't go the knockback path, it goes the epic range path.
You already know my answer.
Can you repeat it just for the sake of it?
You already know my No, you know what? No, because you wouldn't do that for me in chat earlier today or yesterday.
Oh
no,
my gosh. Okay.
Unless you want to retroactively type the word yes in response to my last message on that in chat right now. No, I would not.
I don't even know where that is or what. Anyways, so I'm going to say what I remember your answer being, and you can feel free to stop me if I have it wrong. Does that sound good to you?
Sure.
Okay, so on a tier list, you would put the Sun God over the knockback Dart Monkey because in more scenarios where it's important and applicable and matters, because scenarios are not weighted equally, that's something that I added that you didn't add, which is getting in that Tintin thing. In the scenarios where it matters the most, which is why you weight the percentages.
Yes, by the way, I agree, yes. Like, there's a quality and quantity to the scenarios.
Okay, that's good to at least have that.
To be fair,
we agree.
Just because I don't say it in one random sentence doesn't magically mean I'm not applying it. And because you can tell from the conversations we have that I am applying it. I probably also have said it before too, somewhere.
Well, you definitely said it just now. So.
Oh, there you go. I've proven it.
But that also makes the 10 hour long argument almost entirely irrelevant if we're just doing that easily.
Because I was saying.
Well, that was the point I was getting at.
A quality versus quantity right there.
To be fair, Kamui, so it's not this stream that I'm referencing. In fact, you didn't do it all that much in this stream. But I've noticed in general in a lot of streams, at least as of the past like a year, when the stream starts, you're doing like 80% of the talking. As the stream goes on, it gets closer to that 50-50. But at the start of the first like 2 hours of stream, it's almost all you. You love talking at the beginning of streams.
I mean, I don't really know what your takeaway with that is, other than that I've got a lot to say.
You have a very high energy.
Yeah.
Well, Kamui, that's to say, at the very least, that at the beginning of streams, I usually don't get to say a lot of the things that I want to say. but that can matter because I'm not saying my full thoughts. You're responding to my thoughts that aren't my full thoughts, which will lead to a lot of these unnecessary arguments. Which is absolutely what was happening earlier.
Because a lot of times, well, first of all, you do it to me. You did it to me earlier. And second of all, now it feels like a lot of times the more you say, the more we disagree. So. I feel like if anything, I'm
in a disagreement state of a mind right now. But, so again, that's to say that the Dart Monkey isn't weak, but on a tier list, you would place the Sun God higher because in more scenarios where it matters, it does better. Even though the Dart Monkey is better, it is better in one scenario. So it would go higher if it was based on that solely, but it's based on everything, not just that.
Yep, nothing's changed.
Okay, so that is your answer. Okay. So if you send the test balloon with 10 trillion HP, send the test balloon. Where's it? Test balloon. Ah, look at that. Oh, it's going to do better. I don't know. So if we do that, so eventually a Dart Monkey's going to pop it, but the God won't. The OP Dower is doing billions times more DPS than the Dart Monkey, but it doesn't have knockback. So in power scaling, what are we measuring? So let me stop right there, because I don't think you actually answered this question. I did ask, but maybe you did.
I've already answered this before a billion times. Overall combative ability.
Okay.
What does that include? Everything that they can and will use in combat. Simple as that. Don't overthink it.
So I think it would measure the output capacity or whatever. So if the track was...
But you've also made it... Well, you have to define output capacity, I suppose. Well, also, no, that's not true, because are you including defense as output capacity? That sounds very offensive focused, at least in terms of its connotation.
So,
especially in light of Boruto with Kawaki.
So the obvious context here is balloons. I'm going to assume by defense, you mean not in terms of defense, because these are defense, but they're offensive towers. Let's be real. In terms of power scaling, they're big offensive. There's zero defense happening to these, but these are defense. Like, so balloons tower defense.
But it's... I mean, maybe not, but if, again, the way the conversation's been going, where you're doing this, whether you're doing this for me or you're doing it for Sage, it doesn't really matter. You are tying it back to Naruto. So, like, if this is a balloons only power scaling tier list, the parameters are more contained into balloons anyway and not Naruto. So, like, whether, like, there's no balloon with rotation or Agara's mom's sand shield or anything like that's not applicable to balloons. So
yeah, well, to be fair,
you say that,
I'll admit
saying this is you would only ever say this for balloons, and it's zero bearing on how you would define it for Naruto, or would you still say that for Naruto and you're trying to connect it between them?
Well, we're going to ignore Naruto entirely because I was applying it to power scaling in general.
Naruto entirely, because I'm asking you about this question in relation to Naruto. So would you still use the output capacity definition, or would you not use it?
Kamui, I was giving my answer, please.
You said you were gonna ignore Naruto, which wouldn't be answered.
I wasn't done answering the question.
But that doesn't make sense.
Because you interrupted my answer.
Oodie, you started your answer with ignoring the question, essentially. Because I'm saying in Naruto, and you say ignoring Naruto.
Well, you don't know what the answer was gonna be, so it doesn't matter what the beginning of the answer was. Gonna come back to the question.
I swear to God, if you don't switch to accounting for Naruto, I'm gonna complain about your answer.
Okay, you can complain after I'm done with the answer. So, to answer your question, when I was writing this, for all the balloon-specific things, because you're right, I tie it back into power scaling, I'll get to that in a second. For all the balloon-specific things, I was thinking about in terms of balloons power scaling, so like pop count, rather than the durability of the sun god versus the durability of the dragon. I wasn't considering that when I wrote the balloons aspect of this. How that ties back into power scaling, not specifically Naruto, but power scaling as it applies to power scaling across all of media, that's where it's different because it ties in. The general concepts. Not that it applies to all the power scaling, because it applies to these power scaling concepts, where there's more power scaling concepts that just aren't being addressed at all in this, but I'm addressing specific power scaling concepts from balloons that I'm only considering based off of balloons. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? Are you mad that it's not specifically Naruto?
It makes perfect sense, but I want you to paraphrase my question to you.
Naruto.
Not just that.
Output capacity. Well, how does output capacity apply to Naruto?
Would you use output capacity as your definition across all power scaling? This includes Naruto, includes Dragon Ball, and so on. Would you still use that, or is it only applied to balloons, and for the general power scaling, you're going to use a different definition?
It's not the only thing that matters, but it is still a factor across all the power scaling, including Naruto.
Nobody disagrees with that, but the point is, but you define as the definition here, so I'm asking you, is that your definition across power scaling?
Well, I'm not saying it's the only thing.
Okay, so it's not your definition. Because, for example, mine, compatibility, which, again, this was for Naruto, but I'll use it for balloons. That would apply in balloons, because the combat is popping balloons. So,
well, yeah, but Kamui
is only offense,
maybe,
but that would apply in that case.
Maybe it's misunderstanding, but like this sentence isn't meant to be taken in a vacuum. This sentence is directly following this previous sentence where the context matters for the following sentence.
You said, in power scaling, what are we measuring? It would be the output capacity or whatever.
It would be power scaling in reference to the previous sentence, though. Because it's saying so. So what's the so in reference to?
Well, two things.
It's like saying based on that in power scaling, what do we do?
Two things. One, regardless of the previous sentence, that's separate from my question. Two, you're not saying to explain balloons power scaling, it's to explain power scaling in balloons term, which is to say, I'm using balloons as examples to explain power scaling, not that I'm explaining balloons power scaling. Those are two different things. So I'm gonna disagree with what you said, but even if we agree to disagree there, my question goes beyond that anyway, because I'm just asking you, would you apply that definition elsewhere or not? So it doesn't matter.
I mean, grammatically, you can say that it makes sense for you to come to that interpretation. I'm fine with that, since I wrote this very casually, not meant to be a professional grammar checking thing for the meaning of literal interpretation or whatever there.
That's fine, that's fine.
But I'm telling you what I meant.
That's fine. But regardless of what you meant when you wrote it, that has no bearing on me asking you now.
Well, yeah, that was a second thing. So, I felt like I answered the question. Do you want to restate the question so they can answer it?
Well, it seems like you did answer, but the question was, would you apply the output capacity definition across all power scaling? It seems like your answer is no.
Yeah, there's more things to it than that, but would I apply it? Yes.
Well, no, you would apply output capacity, but you wouldn't apply that as your definition, because your definition includes more than that. So that alone isn't your definition.
Yeah, so I'm saying, how would we approach this concept from a power scaling perspective? Which, in reference, this is basically just saying tier list perspective of power scaling.
Yeah, so in balloons, you can use your output capacity or whatever. But my question was going beyond balloons and he's just saying in general.
Yeah, so we would still factor for it, though.
I know, but that's not what I asked.
Okay. Well, it sounds like I answered the question.
Yes, your answer was no.
Okay, so if the track Kamui was infinitely long, the super monkey would pop the test balloon years before the dart monkey. If the track is long enough for the super monkey to pop it, then there you go. If it isn't, do we now suddenly say, based on external factors of one meets the condition of popping it and the other doesn't, so it's stronger than the other? Well, would you come with? Would you say that?
Mostly, again, I don't care if it's unconscious or not. It just seems like it's so obviously, it comes across very obviously as if this is your unconscious interpretation of my power scaling tier list criteria. And I just look at it and say, you just couldn't be more wrong and assumptuous. Straw man heyday over here, not what I've been saying. You already know the answer to this. No, my answer is no to this. It never was yes.
Okay, perfect. Then we agree. That. Well, again, then it's good if I'm straw manning you, because that means I'm not discussing your arguments, which disconnects it from your arguments, which gets back to my premise that this isn't about you.
But again, Oodie, the problem is it's not about what's objective. It's about what you think. Because it only every time you have these discussions, it comes across, again, we agree, but every time you talk about it with me, it feels like you just think I'm saying something I'm not, and it never have been.
I feel like this is a one-sided problem. I'm not having that interpretation at all. But I don't understand how you're getting to that.
Oodie, but then I ask you, okay, but Sage doesn't seem to do this either, as far as I'm aware. So let's just say it's about him. So like, what about Sage's videos would make you think to write that? What makes you think that our one-off mismatch rock paper scissors is putting them at the top of the tier list?
Well, again, I was saying if anything,
who are you responding to? Who is saying that to make you want to write this then?
I think that it's not me directly responding to anyone. I think it's a mismatch of you, Sage, and the general power scaling community influencing me to think about this when I was watching Balloons. So I was inspired to write it based on that influence. It's not responding to anyone.
But then I'm like, okay, but then is this just a hypothetical mashup person who doesn't exist, and nobody's been saying the opposite side of this?
Kamui, this is my interpretation on power scaling.
Yeah, but it's written very combatively, like you're arguing against some idea, regardless of who it's presented by.
Kamui, we have thousands of podcast topics that we just write. This is the only topic you've ever done this with.
That's not true, first of all. But like
why is
I'm gonna be honest with you, it's
different?
Similar. It's not the same as modern. It's actually worse than the modern stuff. It's because every time you write these, it comes across as continuing our debate that the whole time I've been sitting here saying, you agree with me. I don't understand how this is a debate. What do you think I'm saying? It feels like you're thinking I'm saying something I'm not. That's how it only feels. And you'd be sick of talking about this over and over again. I keep saying the same thing over and over again. But every time you bring it up with another guest, as if you think I'm saying something I'm not, and you still disagree, but you've already agreed, but then you disagree, and I just don't understand.
So, Kamui, is this all because I wrote for Kamui and the topic, or would you be saying this right now regardless?
Based off the rest of the paragraphs, yes, because I would be interpreting it as like clearly in reference to me.
Okay. Is it anything within the topic itself, or is it entirely because of outside context of those other conversations?
Well, if we didn't have the conversations, I wouldn't think it's about me because you wouldn't know anything. So it requires the context. It's because, again, it feels like... So, you know what, Oodie, let me ask you this. Are abilities included in a power scaling tier list?
What do you mean by that?
Like, are you going to factor in that Obito will be using Kamui, or are you only going to look at his taijutsu hands and ignore Kamui?
No, it's fine. Abilities can count.
Okay, so we agree. It's not just speed and strength. Abilities count. That's always been the argument. But
well,
every time we talk about it, every time you bring it up, it feels like you think I'm saying something I'm not.
Well, when have I ever argued Gaara is as high as he is because of his taijutsu?
But you've had one-off lines. You even said it earlier in the stream about the stats thing. It's not only stats to you then. Because again, the reason we had the disagreement is because it was stats versus including abilities.
The argument's obviously
That's
a lot
why
more
we made the two separate
complicated
tier
than
lists.
So Kamui, where I'm getting lost is, am I disagreeing with you on this tonight anywhere so far?
Both.
What do you mean?
Because you
first of all, I didn't give an alternative.
You had the line about the stats earlier that would suggest disagreement, but it's not just that though. Because regardless,
the topic,
you're technically 99% of the time been agreeing with me, but you've also been doing everything you can to disagree, and it doesn't make sense.
So Kamui.
Because if you agree abilities are included, then we agree it's end of discussion, because that's all the discussion ever was. The whole reason we had that debate in the first place that we're constantly referencing is about whether or not to include abilities in the power scaling tier list. If you agree they're included, then we agree. There's nothing more that we had a disagreement with.
Well, okay,
but
let me say
everything you say and do is done as if you disagree with my sentiment on that.
So something you said earlier,
like 8 different disagreement videos on it.
Something you said earlier.
Agreeing with that.
So I didn't comment on something you said earlier, but earlier you were saying something along the lines of, and this isn't necessarily what you meant, but it was something that I thought of. Okay, before you say anything, okay, so earlier you were saying the Sanin's deadlock, the stalemate. Oh, Katsuyu, Gamabunta, Manda, they're all equal, but like if Manda can beat up like everyone who's weaker, but say Katsuyu can't, then Manda's clearly the superior combatant. I feel like that's technically correct, but the wrong way to look at it, because you wouldn't be factoring in those people weaker than you. You'd be factoring on, okay, Manda scales to Katsuyu. Oh, that's where he scales. You wouldn't scale Manda based on how many weaker people he beats compared to how many weaker people Katsuyu beats. You'd scale based on how they scale each other.
Because basically what that really means is that Katsuyu doesn't actually scale to Manda. Katsuyu just has a whatever rock, paper, scissors type matchup that's allowing her to fight against Madara seemingly equally, but she's not actually that strong.
Okay.
She loses everyone else.
I agree.
That's what that really means.
Yeah, so again, I agreed with the foundation, just not the way you said it, because you just said the same thing, but in different words. I agree with how you have it worded now.
I think I also added that in earlier, but it was like in a separate sentence or like 2 sentences later or whatever. But
that would make sense.
Yeah.
But anyways, back to what I was saying. I feel like this is like a one-sided issue right now, to where I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, and you're having every problem in the world with this topic anyway.
because everything you're saying is because you're currently agreeing with me. Like, we've had this debate because we've had this agreement before. You said it earlier, like a minute ago. Abilities are included. But if we go back to the whole reason this became a thing, you were disagreeing with me on that.
I feel like we'd have to go back to those original conversations another time. So.
We can, but like
it's more complicated than just
having
that.
It with me You are not having it with me. And it feels like you flip-flopped every day to whether or not you agree with that or not. And I can't figure it out. Like, 'cause I'm not changing my stance. I have.
Well, but exactly that. You can't figure it out. Again, you're saying it feels like that. So that's fine. But clearly that shouldn't be the case. That can't be the case, realistically. It's something else.
But it's, you don't understand, bro. It's just like, every time you come at it, like, with so much disagree, you agree on paper, but you come at it with so much disagreement, and then you'll say it's only stats, and I'm like, which is it for you?
Well, that sounds like there's definitely a lot of nuance there, is how you're rewording that. Because I can't agree yet disagree at the same time. I have to be saying something else.
That's the problem, Oodie. Somehow you do.
Okay, but that somehow is exactly my point.
No, I don't understand how.
Exactly. Okay. So, by the way, I just checked.
Well, I do understand how. It depends.
346,000.
When it happens, it feels, well, okay, 50% of the time.
Well, Kamui, when I just checked the pop counts, that feel like I was disagreeing with you. Right this. Right now. Am I disagreeing with you?
I've been watching your bat this entire time and nothing else.
I'm glad I left this up for the visuals. I'm so glad this has infinite knockback, by the way. I don't even think I covered this scenario when they're both in the track together. So because I consider in this case, this is interesting. I don't think I covered this, unless I do. I don't remember. But the knockback, you could consider that a debuff for the balloon rather than a buff for the dart monkey. Thoughts?
It doesn't really matter because they're the ones who apply it. Like, you could say that poison's a debuff to the enemy, not a buff to the attacker, but it doesn't really matter. It's
technically
arsenal, so.
Yes, but the reason I say that is because if these towers were individually placed, the other tower didn't exist, so it's just the Juggernaut, then you could say it's interchangeable. It doesn't matter, like based on the poison example. I would say in this case it does matter because the Super Monkey is benefiting from the knockback just as much as the Juggernaut.
Yeah, but then you could also just say he's technically buffing the Super Monkey. This simply doesn't really matter.
Okay, that's
it doesn't change anything, no matter how you phrase it there.
See, why I think this does matter though is because there are other things that do legitimately just debuff the balloons. Like using this ability, it will just give these towers extra damage. This has more DPS right now because this ability is going. But obviously it's not like
what
doing
is
anything.
that? Did they just never used the middle tower enough to see it, or did they change how it looks? I don't recall this spider looking thing.
The Dr. Octavius?
Yeah, like
I bet it's a 5th tier. To be fair, it's probably the least used path.
Maybe it's just because I never used the middle path. I've never seen it, to be honest. Or at least I've never seen it do that before. This is the first time I'm witnessing Spider, at least paying attention to it or something.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's goofy. I want that to be a My Hero Academia character.
Yeah. Space hates us, by the way. I'm gonna turn the accessibility up to 100% so you can see the actual ability animation. I'll also slow it down. This is what it actually looks like. You've probably seen this, maybe.
Yeah. See, I know about like the glue splattering all the way. It's specifically those spider tentacles that I don't recall.
I mean, there's
the rest of the ability I've seen before. I'm confused. It must be like quote unquote new. It might be like a year old, but like.
Well, no, this has been in the game since day one. You must have just used the 4th tier, since that's the 4th tier right there. I just used it. Here,
maybe I just feel like I've just never seen it. I don't know. There's just no YouTube video I've watched. Just like done it, or if they have, I just wasn't paying attention, and that's 3 seconds when it happened, or something. I don't know. Like
I don't know. But like another one is the sniper. If you get the 5th tier upgrade, this does bonus damage. Same with bonus damage in terms of the balloon takes bonus damage from all sources. Same with super brittle. This gives it extra damage.
I know there's a bunch of things like that.
Yeah, you can see it's getting like 6 damage as opposed to before it was getting however much. Yeah, again 2 damage. But the same applies to this. It'd be getting plus 4 damage as well, or whatever. So it's a debuff to the balloon rather than a buff to the thing. I think that does matter when the towers are combined.
You could argue that's a buff to the thing because it's getting more damage per balloon. So if you look at it that way, it's technically. To me it doesn't matter because regardless of which way you word it, I don't think it matters to the overall point. Because the point is, it has this ability. It's effectively shifting the battle, like it's tilting the scale, and that's what matters.
By the way, side note, whenever we have Sage on and we do the debates, when we're on the balloons topic, I'm absolutely pulling balloons up to prove every case every time we do a balloons topic. Power scaling.
Sure.
You know I have like 10 of these.
Well, I also know that, by the way, so I'm all for doing it as a meme, but we can't do the not a fact thing with Sage when you get to that, because we would do nothing else. You've written like 1,000. In fact, I want you to go look right now. Just search not a fact.
Well, here, I'll just search
Sage
facts.
Comics. I think I've written like 2 at most. Don't do from a specific user. Just I want to include all of us. Not a fact.
159. 159 facts.
Well, that could include other things, so I want to search not a fact.
Okay. But then it's not going to count the other ways of wording it as well. 47.
Well, what other ways have you worded it?
Well, here, okay, like if I do just this. See, I don't know, because I know there's other ways to word it though.
All I've ever seen you do is just not a fact.
Not a fact, not a fact. Okay, well maybe I do a lot of not a fact.
Other things but you've done aren't really like the not a fact.
There's confirmed fact. Okay, maybe I do a lot of not a facts, but the fact that you do, the fact that do you think? The fact that is another one.
Yeah, that is a different way of you doing a lot of things.
Okay, yeah. So I have at least 2 that I do commonly.
When you say the fact that,
because the fact that is the way that it's worded in the original, anyways. Also not.
Yeah, but regardless, I feel like you would just debate on like the first few being a fact for like the whole stream, and there'd be like another 157 left to go.
So well, at least okay, we'll do them last with whatever time we have.
Sure, that I'm fine with, but you definitely can't start it.
Okay.
That also just makes Sage hate you like irredeemably. I think I don't think there'll be any going back.
Listen,
I think you have to start on better.
At this point, do you think that Sage would be willing to come on to bury the hatchet live instead of off air?
No.
Oh, I want it to be the case.
I'm surprised that his answer to the other night wasn't, I don't want to talk to you. I was surprised that he was busy running errands for his lady or whatever.
Well, maybe he doesn't hate me anymore because it's been enough time.
Maybe, or maybe he was just saying that to skirt around the topic. Like, I don't know.
It's possible he's just lying, but at least you actually respond to those.
I don't know, but
see, what I'd be worried about is if Sage has known that these past couple months, and I'm just gonna leave it there because you already know. My talks with certain B, in case you don't know.
Yeah.
In public chat.
Yeah.
For the reference.
I mean, he left the server, right?
Yeah, he left the server. But who knows if that Walky Talky spy is around.
True, yeah, just straight reading and telling him. At which point, yeah, I don't think he would ever come back on. But
to be fair, I don't know if he'd actually be mad at that. I feel like he'd only be mad at that if he's mad at me looking for things to be mad at me about.
Yeah, but he was mad at you previously, so if he was told all that while he was mad at you.
So it just depends.
It depends on when he... And if Sage, if you're hearing this, I'm not the one who's been doing it.
Listen, I feel like if we just talked, we could just bury the hatchet. So Sage, if you're listening, come on the podcast. We'll talk this out. Okay. Well...
But anyway.
Yeah, anyways. So, I'm glad we agree. It's no. That would be ridiculous. A sun god is stronger than the dart monkey despite the conditions. You can't just cater the environment to it because the sun god would win in a fight and last longer playing normally anyways. The Dart Monkey would get Pierce capped and not have the attack speed or damage to pop all the balloons, just infinitely stopping one. The towers are what make the towers strong, not the other conditions, like who the opponent is or what the environment. That's the measurement we judge them on for scaling their power. Nuts.
Are you still doing balloons only terms with that last sentence?
I feel like this could apply to other things, but we could do both ways.
Well, because I'm just going to come back to you. Are you counting abilities as power, or because I would, yes, I would say that abilities are including power, but that's all. Because abilities would be included to me, but
yeah,
that's
I mean,
really all there is to it.
I do think abilities is especially interesting when you get to like balloons because but like. This tower, the Blade Maelstrom, pretty weak on its own, but use the ability, it's got a short burst of power.
Yeah.
So, like, but the ability's not going all the time, so it's inconsistent.
Well, yeah, but okay, in balloons, not as much as real life, but like, let's just say in a Naruto character, the character isn't necessarily using their speed at all times constantly, like on and off, just like their ability. Now, in balloons, it's a little different because it's specifically like the middle path's ability has a cooldown, whereas there's technically a individual cooldown. Like you see the Juggernaut, he's throwing it. There's a cooldown between his throws, but like it's continuously going. You know what I mean? It doesn't have the same type of cooldown. That's where you get into like a balloon specific. What we call an ability in balloons, we're referring to that middle path thing. But technically, if this was like Naruto, I'd be saying the Juggernaut's ability is to throw the spiky ball, and the Sun God's ability is the sunlight rays, and the Tack Shooter's ability is attacks, and
so
the
then would you say the Blade Maelstrom has two abilities then? Because it has the Maelstrom ability, but then it also has its normal attack ability.
Like, yeah.
So you would consider that two different abilities in this case?
Yeah.
Okay. So
it'd have its standard balloon popping ability, and then it's got its cooldown ability. And so the trade-off then becomes its regular ability is weaker than that of the top path's ability, for example. But the extra ability, obviously, the other one just doesn't have it. And ideally, Balloons tries to make them all equal. Does that actually play out? No, we all know that. We all know that some paths are just better. But like ideally, they'd be approximately equal.
Yeah.
But that's not related to power. Well, it is related to power scaling, but that's more like game design and just how it plays out in the end.
Well, also like the cost of the tower. You want the cost of the tower to equal out in terms of strength.
Exactly. Like there's a lot of things that they're doing besides how it actually plays out in terms of the power. But like sometimes they purposely make the top path technically better, but it costs more, and you're doing a different
so
battle of things.
Changed the scenario here, so just ignore these other towers. These other towers are busting. Oh my god, busting. I hate myself. They're I can't say it normally now. They're buffing, they're boosting the cooldown rate of the ability. So that's to say, pretend these other towers aren't here. Pretend this just was the base tower. This, I think, should be 100% ability uptime. I feel like this changes... Okay, it's not, but pretend like it was. There's 0 downtime on the ability. I feel like that fundamentally changes the tower, in a way.
Well, I mean, it's the same ability, it just that you've removed its constraint, its weakness. You made the tower stronger. But for example, imagine Kamui to where I'm gonna change Kamui's abilities. There is no 5-minute timer. It's endless. It's infinite. And Obito can literally phase through you with one hand and be solid in the other at the same time. So we've removed both limitations. Yeah, I fundamentally quote-unquote changed Kamui. But what I've done is I've removed the limitations, just made the ability stronger.
But I feel like that's important because if you remove the weakness, or I'd say even change the weakness, then you can't have that weakness anymore. I would consider that fundamentally different.
Well, it's different because it's better.
Not better. I would consider it entirely different at that point.
Well, no, it's better if you remove the weakness. It's better.
Yeah, I agree. It's better. I'm not saying better in that general term.
I mean, but then to me, that's not. I understand you can say it's technically different in some ways, but fundamentally, it's the same idea. Like, if you're just gonna change Lee's speed, I'm just gonna say it's different. It's like we're playing a semantic game.
This reminds me of something.
I made Lee's speed better versus I made Lee's ability better.
So I'm not referencing the cooldown, because I agree the cooldown's better. What I'm referencing would be the tower.
The tower's better.
The tower is better. But
because you removed its cooldown. You made its ability better.
Because I removed the cooldown, its ability is... Well, the ability isn't better. The cooldown is better.
But the ability is better because it will do more damage per second now because it doesn't have a cooldown.
Well, if you take multiple ability usages in a row, then yes. But if you take the one ability usage on its own, the ability isn't changed in this case.
Yeah, but it's going to do more damage per second now because of it, because you've reduced the cooldown.
It's going to do more damage per second if you consider multiple ability usages. If you only consider one ability usage, then it hasn't changed at all.
Well, it's just there's zero downtime. That just means the tower is not going all out.
What do you mean? Wait, why? What?
If you only use it one time, it's not going all out.
No, I'm saying considering only the first instance of it before you get to that other. So for Obito, you mentioned the infinite cooldown. The first 5 minutes of the fight fundamentally haven't changed. It would only be after that where it does change.
Yeah, sure, but for example, imagine, okay, you know, it's 64 palms for a minute. I want you to envision that in your head. I'm going to change it slightly. Now 64 palms is going to be performed by one hand. And it just attacks the same spot 64 times. Okay, that's going to be the 64 palms ability now.
Okay.
If, let's just say it takes Neji, 3 seconds between each hit. If you reduce that cooldown time to or I guess it's a little bit different because Balloons is infinite. But my point is going to be that, okay, but just pretend that he's just going he puts his arm forward and backwards, forward and backwards, forward and backwards. Okay. If I've reduced the cooldown time in between each hit, each palm strike is doing the same damage, but because he's attacking faster now, he's going to do more damage per second. He's being, that's all.
So I get what you're saying.
Individual hit. Yeah, all that is really a speed thing. I know technically the speed of his hand hasn't technically moved, but he's not stopping to breathe in between anymore, so he's getting more in.
So what I'm saying... No, I get what you're saying, because you're considering the interval in between the attacks, and when the cooldown's lessened, there's less interval in between the attacks. I'm considering the attack itself, the damage of the attack.
I know, each palm strike on its own.
Yeah, so this is the speed of the normal ability usage, but you can make that single instance of the ability attack faster. Not the cooldown, but the ability. So you overclock it. Look at how many more blades there are now. The one ability is attacking faster rather than the interval in between abilities.
So in that case, though, on a fundamental scale, I just gotta make sure I get this right beforehand. Did it do more? Okay, so do it again for the demonstration.
Yeah, so this is.
Yeah, see when it sprays the spikes, it makes a spiral. Let's just call one swing around the Rosie is one spiral. Does it do the same? Does it do the ability for the same amount of time? It's doing it faster. Let's just say it does it for 10 seconds normally. Is it doing it faster for 10 seconds, or is it just doing the whole ability in 5 seconds now?
No, it's doing the full 10 seconds. It's not that it's spinning faster, it's that more blades are shooting out in total.
Yeah, okay, so now you just made the ability just straight up stronger, and that's it.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying. It's the difference here between doing that versus decreasing the interval.
Yeah.
So I feel like going back a little bit as well, if you look at Obito's 5-minute cooldown, that versus infinite, I feel like there's a difference between that versus a 5-minute cooldown to a 10-minute cooldown or 20-minute cooldown. Because 600 billion paper bombs for 5 minutes, okay, Konan can make that what 1.2 trillion paper bombs for 10 minutes. But like, you can't do infinite paper bombs for infinite time. That wouldn't work. Conan would need an entirely different strategy rather than the sea of paper bombs in general.
Yeah, but like, I mean, that just gets into the where's the cutoff point, because Conan was amassing that for who knows how long. Like, 10 minutes is all she had. She's actually really tired after. She probably couldn't have done. Well, let's just say she could get up to 20 minutes. If the cooldown became 25 minutes, she'd need a whole new strategy altogether too. So it just depends on where.
Yeah. Well, let's just ignore that. Let's assume it's Tobirama with tandem paper bombs, and he can make infinite. And it's Edo Tobirama, so he has infinite time. My point is that would never work in this case. Whereas if you just make the Kamui ability better by being longer, it would eventually work. If it's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, whatever. So it's about whether it works or not.
You're just getting into... I mean, I don't... Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything?
I think that was just the point in general for that.
Yeah, okay.
My point is that it would need a different strategy, so it's not better. It's like qualitatively different rather than quantitatively different. Like, it's still generally sense better, but you'd have to look at it in a different kind of way.
Well, I wasn't scaling how much better. I'm just saying it was better.
No, I know. We don't disagree on that. It also, so this isn't really related, but it reminded me of something from the other night that I wanted to say, but I forgot to because I was in the bathroom. So, going back to Boruto's mindset being like Naruto.
God.
So, let's say Naruto's personality is purple. You sum up all of Naruto's personality into a color. The color is purple. That's Naruto's personality. What I would say is Boruto, based on what he's saying at the end of chapter 80, based off of memory rather than anything I've looked up, based off memory, Boruto is saying that he has a deeper shade of purple. His color is still purple. He's just more purple than Naruto. But he's not saying he's blue or orange or green or some other color. He's still purple. What he's coloring on, what he's talking about is the color purple. He's glad. So, because I feel like the way you worded it, regardless of what you meant or not, the way it came across, is that he's like catching up to Naruto or chasing after Naruto because he wants to be like Naruto rather than he already is exactly like Naruto. That's almost to say Naruto's personality is more or better than him, and he wants to become like Naruto. But I think that he's more than Naruto rather than he's exactly like Naruto.
No, that's not what I was saying. What I would have been saying is that he was just purple like Naruto.
Yeah.
Not less purple. But yeah. Now I was going to ask you, what about the chapter 80 scene makes you think that Boruto was saying, not that you think Boruto is a deeper shade of purple, but what did Boruto say that made you think that Boruto thinks he's a deeper shade of purple?
I probably worded that bad because it's been a couple nights. It's not the chapter 80 scene. It would be the other things we had already said in reference to that conversation. For example, Sasuke saying he's a bigger loser than Naruto, all those other things. And then that what I've just said would be
Boruto, that's Sasuke. Sasuke might say it, but the way you just said it now is that Boruto seems to think it.
I don't know if Boruto does think it. I'll give you that.
Okay. Because if you're going to say Sasuke, I might give you that. But...
Because the conversation wasn't about whether a character thinks it, it's about whether it's being presented that way in universe.
Sure, yeah.
Whether the writers want the audience to think that, per se.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think... I mean, if you want to say, okay, there's that one scene of Sasuke saying you're an even bigger loser. And honestly, I want to go back and read and watch every version of it just to really let it sink in as much as possible for that particular scene. But for now, we'll just go with it. If you want to say, okay, Boruto has that one extra scene out of 1,000 and that technically makes him a deeper shade of purple, fine. On that technicality, I'll give you that. But I'd say in general, I think it more so depicts them as just being pretty much the same shade of purple, more than it highlights Boruto being a deeper shade of purple. I think the story goes out of its way to... Now, again, another one you could say, Boruto's eyes are even bluer than Lord Seven's.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. Granted, that one isn't We don't even know what that's in reference to, actually.
Yeah,
but ignoring that for a moment, I'll just give it to you anyway to say that's him being more than Naruto at something.
Yeah.
But how often is that line? You know, at the end of the day, that line is in there twice. Again, I'm going to give it to you. But more often, are they just focusing on the fact that they have blue eyes in general? Really, Boruto is the one they really focus on there. Just that he has blue eyes more so than how blue they are. So I'm still going to say the story seems to focus more on them being the same shade of purple than it does on Boruto being deeper. But I'll give you that technically, on technicality, Boruto would have a stronger argument based on what the story states.
However, So I think that you agree with me tonight, whereas you didn't necessarily agree with me the other night.
Well, yeah,
at least
so
I never got
what
to that
I was
part.
saying there wasn't about what the Boruto series tries to say. It was more like, as an audience member, looking at how it actually is executed.
Sure. I would agree with that. I think I said I agreed with that the other night as well.
Yeah, because that's the.
I do think
there's
a difference there.
Sasuke can say whatever he wants, but like when I'm watching Part 1 Boruto versus Part 1 Naruto, I'm just like, I feel like Naruto's doing it stronger.
No, I agree. I don't even think they're equal. If anything, I do agree. I do think Naruto's presented as stronger, if anything. Feels that way.
In the regard, and when we say stronger, we're not talking about power scaling. We're talking about in the regards we were talking about the other night about the personality.
Yeah, the personality.
So that's what I was saying. In terms of how it's executed, like, I'll give you that they're the same, but I really feel like Naruto's depicted stronger. You agree. But if we're going to go by what the Boruto series tells us, I'd say pretty much the same, but they are giving Boruto a couple of edges with the Sasuke line, the blue eyes line, and so on. So
it's not just those two things. Again, we don't have to recap everything we were saying the other night, but I remember I said a couple other things. I don't remember exactly what I said.
I do remember, and I think I gave you it. I don't remember what it was, but I think I said sure, but it really boils down to is what the author's intent is versus how it's executed. Because I think we agree the intent seems to be Boruto being more, but the execution is just Naruto's more.
Yeah, but I did start this off by saying basically coalescing two different things into one. I shouldn't have done that because that made it very confusing. So what we just described, the whole conversation we just had, was one conversation. The other thing I was saying, which is what I was badly adding, just mixing into everything else. So what you were saying with the chapter 80 thing, the way that came across to me is that it felt like how you were saying it was that Boruto was saying that he's less purple than Naruto.
That's fine. That's not what I am or was saying. That's fine.
Okay. But what I was saying to start this off is what I interpreted the chapter 80 scene as is that Boruto isn't commenting on the shade, he's commenting on the color. So that's to say, Boruto is glad that he's purple like Naruto. Not that he's the same shade, not that he's equal, more, or less than, but that he's commenting on the personality type that Naruto is.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's basically just saying, like, I've got to do blank, which is what my dad would do, too.
Yeah. So my dad is purple.
He's just saying,
like,
what I want to do is also what my dad would do. And then Sasuke's like, well, if you are who you say you are, then do it just like Naruto would do.
Exactly, yeah. So again, the way you were the other night felt like it was almost like Boruto's trying to catch up to Naruto or chasing after him, almost like Naruto to Sasuke over the time skip. But I feel like it's Boruto saying Naruto is purple, and Boruto's glad that he's also purple. He's commenting on the color.
I have to see what I said that made you think that, because I don't know what.
I don't even know if it's anything specifically you said, or just something that I thought on my own, basically, based off of what you said, but who knows? I don't remember.
I'm not sure, because we definitely agree.
Yeah, because that's something I definitely do a lot.
Okay. Well, I mean, but then, okay, let's just go with that for a second. That might be what you're doing when you write all these podcast topics that seem like you're against, but I'm like, that's not what I said, but...
Well, I don't think these were addressing things that you said, to be frank.
That's how it be.
Because, okay, even you're directly saying that to me right now. I'm not even sure what you're referencing that you said, or that you think I think you said to write the things that, because I'm not sure what you're referencing based on what I'm reading. Because I'm just writing things that I thought of because of Blues. And I'm not
like
remembering or thinking back to what I could be thinking or referencing.
Going back to the 10-10 Monterey example.
Well, that was from tonight, unless you're referencing a different conversation.
We probably had similar concepts described before with the whole rock paper scissors thing. So,
well, yeah, rock paper scissors.
So,
I don't.
So
well, you could say that concept applies to this, but that wasn't what this was getting at. That wasn't the point of writing this.
Well, but what's been discussed so far anyway is that like one is doing better than the so there's a clearly obvious stronger one. It's our 10 tails moderate example, and then there's like a 10-10 who's just like he's just does better against this one specific particular thing because that's her skill set just happens to be more attuned to that one random thing that's not even a big deal. And it feels like, again, because it's coming from the perspective, it feels like you've somehow interpreted me, let's go with that example, as if I would have put the dart monkey higher. And I'm like, how did you get that interpretation out of what I'm saying? I'm just like, how? But it feels like you stink. Like you're writing that down thinking like, I can't believe we put the dart monkey at the top of the tier list over the vengeful true sun god, as if I would have done that. That's how it feels.
That's not me doing that, but that is me saying I think that's wrong based on these explanations. And again, I don't think, like, I'm rereading this. This isn't about or even alluding to rock, paper, scissors. This is basically applying this to Naruto. Let's say hypothetically, Mei fought people in Kaguya's acid dimension. Well, Mei has acid resistance based on the pH of her keke. Let's just say she does. I'm not going to count that as Mei being stronger than these others because that's an external factor, which is what I'm getting at. I don't think external factors should count for internal power scaling of an internal character.
Well, okay, so it would like depend because the acid situation is definitely not applicable in like 99.9% battles. But like if chakra was acid and like people were running on acid, they're spitting acid everywhere, and a character has acid resistance, that's a big deal. Like poison resistance, for example, it's not the most common thing of all time, but it's common enough to where, okay, they've got poison resistance. That means a little bit of something. It doesn't mean a lot of something, but it starts to mean something against a noticeable amount of characters versus like one out of all 700 billion, you know what I mean? Like,
so like as an example, if Naruto fought Neji instead of in the Chunin exams arena, somewhere Neji's never fought before, if Naruto fought Neji at Neji's house, an area that Neji's entirely familiar with and Naruto's never been to, he doesn't know the layout, Neji would have the advantage based on the environment that is a complete external thing.
Yeah, but so like obviously like that just is just a very that's basically just like giving Neji crap time in a way. That's like a different thing. However, if we look at like for example, when Poki makes his maze, he makes he gets a territorial advantage to where he memorizes the layout, but nobody else knows it. He makes that in the battle, and I am going to give that to him, assuming he's fighting an opponent where he can actually do it. If he's fighting Tento's Madara, he's going to light fang his head off, and it's not going to matter.
Yeah, no, that's fair. What I was more so getting at is, say Roshi fought Kisame on a volcano. Instead of some open field, he's at a volcano. Roshi just has the advantage there based on that, but that doesn't mean that Roshi is stronger than Kisame. And I wouldn't factor that in general.
Exactly. Again, so that's something to where, like, we'll mention, in that case, we might even make, if it's noteworthy enough, we might make a separate Roshi, like a Roshi with volcanoes or something, because it's like, if it's noteworthy enough to mention, but like, we're not going to count that as general Roshi, because one, that's already a rare battlefield in the first place. It's so rare, it's like,
I'm making hyperbole.
Let's just say,
because that's an extreme example, obviously.
Let's just say on grass versus water, so where grass or like land versus water, where land is the most common one, we're going to generally, like, technically on water, there's their weakness, and you can mention that, but it's only relevant against like Kisame, who's going to turn the battlefield to water, whereas like in most cases it's to their benefit. Whereas now in Kisame's case, it's better in water. Well, Kisame will make an ocean when he feels like it. So, like, I will mention that because he'll just turn it into water. That depends on its practicality, really.
Yeah, but again, this is to make the distinction between environment versus rock, paper, scissors, because obviously water versus fire.
Actual environment versus them making their own environment.
Yeah, because water versus fire type matchup, that could apply anywhere because that's just the combatants rather than other factors. And environment isn't the only external factor, but that's me saying that external factors in general, such as the environment, should be considered in this kind of light. They're like different from internal powers.
I agree. Like the most you would do for the Roshi volcano hypothetical is just make an extra Roshi with his advantage in mind for the sake of discussing it. But if you're gonna put generic Roshi, it's not really a factor. Like you can give it 0.01% factoring if you want, but like I guess it's technically more than nothing. But it's so irrelevant that it's not gonna actually matter.
See, Kamui, I told you. See, that's something we've never said before in these conversations. It's balloons related. It's a concept we've never gone over. It's a unique way to look. It was fun, and we didn't disagree or argue. Based on that, what Bear got?
So, like, I agree.
What do you mean? There doesn't have to be a but there.
Disagree, but I just can't.
It doesn't have to be a but.
You're gonna have to do a lot to shake the feeling that, because every time you bring all this up, I just can't help but think you thought I thought I'll lose it. You thought that I thought Roshina's volcano belongs to the top of the tier list for you. That's so unapplicable to anything ever. That's how I feel.
Well, okay, let me ask you this, Kamui. When I write down about the length of the track in balloons, does that feel like that's in a reference to something that you said?
Maybe not specifically, but concept. Like now you're just applying to other examples.
What about like,
for example, our Gojo Infinity thing, for example? That could be like a comparison there, for example.
We haven't had that conversation tonight, but what about the Dart Monkey being pierce capped as opposed to the Sun God that would just be able to finish off the balloons in time before getting pierce capped?
Where's the pierce cap?
So that's okay, right here. So you can't just cater the environment to it because the Sun God would win in a fight and last longer playing normally anyways, and that's in parentheses. The Dart Monkey would get pierce capped and not have the attack speed or damage to pop all the balloons, just infinitely stopping one.
Yeah, okay, so what was your question again?
Does the pierce cap thing feel like it's in reference to you or something that you've said conceptually? I feel like that's
well, I feel like that's just you establishing why, in a way, it's one of your establishing reasons to say the Vengeful True Sun God is stronger than the Dart Monkey, despite the fact that it has this one thing that it's technically able to do that the other one can't.
So in case, here, let me just show you what I'm referencing. So I just sent one test balloon, but say if it for example, I send 99 test balloons.
Yeah. So I know. Like the
okay, surprisingly, they can all get knocked back. But if I send a couple of 99 test balloons, they should eventually.
The point is, it can't.
What the heck?
So Pierce is like. So just for people who don't know, like Pierce is like the original Dart Monkey has like the one Pierce. It pops. You throw it at one balloon, it will pop one balloon. When it has a two Pierce, it just means that it's gonna go through the first one and hit the second one too. And then two more come by, it throws one dart, and it will ricochet off both. That's one way to think about it. It just
Tell me, what's happening here? Does the Dart Monkey have infinite Pierce? I've just sent like 2,000 test balloons. It's just knocking them all back. Did I mess? Oh, spacing 99, not count. I'm dumb. Okay. That would make more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try that again. So let me refresh the balloons here. Okay. Now the balloons are gonna get through very quickly. Yeah. So it can't. So the Dart Monkey can't get infinite damage because the balloons are just going to go through. So the knockback in this case is essentially useless because it's not knocking anything back because it got Pierce Cap, so the balloons just go through. Like, the knockback did something. It still made an effective difference by getting the Dart Monkey more pops, but it can't get infinite pops by cheesing the game.
Yeah.
I feel like that matters in his way. Anyways, in Mario Kart, Kamui's favorite game of all time because it includes Mario and not Miss Mario, but Mario the character. So, let me not do that because I don't want you to be mad because it feels like I'm referencing. I'm not referencing.
Well, to be fair,
So, in Mario Kart, the better player that goes higher on the tier list is the one who can go faster, not the one who cheeses the map by turning around and doing the final checkpoint out of bounds thing. I hope you know what I'm referencing, that like glitch thing for like the world record glitch run or whatever.
I like vaguely know of this, but don't really remember it at this point.
Yeah, they basically just drift off the course in some like weird pixel breaking spot that puts them behind the checkpoint at the very beginning of the track, and they just cross in like 2 seconds and beat the map. It's stupid. Anyways, you wouldn't do this because if and when they can't do that, so for example, if they're in a tournament where that's not allowed, then they lose.
Yeah.
Because they're forced on equal playing fields and have always been worse. It's not that they're suddenly worse, it's that they've always been worse. They're slower distance over time when cheesing the map, as opposed to the other players' distance over time when just doing the course normally. If the faster player learned the same cheese, they could do the cheese faster. Do you agree with everything I said here, or something you disagree with, or is it all good?
Well, part of the issue is like, so they're just cheating. So then, if you're gonna put this in like Naruto terms, what would count as cheating? So obviously, in like the tuning exams,
I knew you can
have someone cheat. But
Yeah,
like in the
example.
real world, there'd be no cheating. So I guess it depends on like, if they just are gonna beat it, you could say, you play dirty. But like, see, I guess like the best comparison. So like when Kabuto uses, I mean, granted, Kabuto's doing really well up until then anyway, but when Kabuto uses Tsunade's Sphere of Blood against her, he's kind of like cheating at the end of that fight there, to where he is stronger than a, like, blood-afraid Tsunade, obviously. But that's not Tsunade, that's like some other form of Tsunade.
I feel like that's a good example of debuffing the opponent rather than buffing yourself, going back to the balloons thing.
Yeah, but I was just trying to, that's the first thing I thought of, like, cheating. So, he's like cheating because he's doing the glitch so that he doesn't have to fight Tsunade. He gets to fight Flunade, who's afraid of blood and she's weak. So he's like cheating with a glitch to do that. So it's like, I'm not gonna say Kabuto's stronger than Tsunade, but he's stronger than Flunade, but that doesn't matter, because that's not who we were discussing. I don't know any other better cheat examples I could use for this.
Yeah, it just.
Do you have any good examples of like actually cheating and a not like shooting exams match cheating, like Naruto getting disqualified for using stage mode, which makes no sense.
Well, but I feel like we can use the tuning exams Boruto one because I have some elaboration on that. So obviously,
okay, Boruto cheats with scientific nature. That's probably the best thing we could have done.
Yeah, well, that's honestly what I thought you were referencing, and I tuned out everything else because I thought you were referencing that anyway. So my thoughts on that are obviously Naruto only made that a cheating thing in that exam. It's not actually cheating, like universal law of real life. Boruto can use the scientific ninja check outside the tuning exam. In fact, it's kind of funny that he's hiding the scientific ninja check, like to Sasuke and Naruto when he's like in his room or training with Sasuke. We train with Sasuke, that makes more sense because he just did the Rasengan to cheat. But like he's fist bumping Naruto in his room. There's technically nothing wrong with the map. It's not illegal, but like it obviously would give it away to some extent. But now you get that. Anyways, side tangent aside, it's not technically cheating. It's just cheating in this instance, but. That's to say there's two different versions of Boruto. So, like, say Boruto's power level is like an 8, and Shikadai's is a 9. But with Scientific Ninja Check, Boruto's is a 10. Well, obviously, Boruto is still he's always weaker than Shikadai. It's just he has something to win, despite being weaker. Even though it's cheating, but like it's not Boruto though. It's like an external thing. You can say Boruto's utilizing it to become a stronger version of himself, but it's not like a transformation or anything. Boruto's just using an external thing that can be taken away.
On its own, because they get like, unlike a kunai where he'll strengthen his own chakra or something.
Exactly.
It's just purely, it's literally Naruto's shadow clone jutsu is just in there for free for him. Like,
yeah, so you can like dismantle that. If you take that away from Boruto, which you can physically do, then Boruto goes back to the power level he's always been at. It's not that he was at a higher power level. He was always at the power level. Now his just effective power level represents his actual power level, whereas before it didn't.
Yeah, it's just like kind of like this Mario Kart glitch example that they're using the scientific ninja tool.
Yeah, you could argue that technically,
ban it, like the tuning exams, it's technically like not illegal, and not like you're gonna go to jail. It's not like you can do this in any other random match, but you strip that away. How good are you? That's not really your actual ability. I mean, technically, you could say it is because you know it. Knowledge is power, but
exactly. But like that's different. That's like inherently different from because that's an external thing, as opposed to like, oh well, what if Neji wasn't allowed to use this Byakugan in the tuning exams? That'd be considered. Oh, that'd be different because that's like an internal thing that is a part of Neji's actual Neji arsenal.
Yeah,
I feel like that's different. And again, you can't take that away from Neji. Like in a fight, what are you gonna do? Poke Neji's eyes out? Like that's the only way to really do it. Like that's ridiculous. Like a better example, you can't take Naruto away from Rasengan. There's nothing you can do to Naruto to take that away. I guess you can cut his arms off. Like you can get the idea. It's not realistic.
Yeah, use it with his foot.
He'll bite you, that. It sounds like we agree. Where it gets interesting there would be Ao. Specifically after the war, so its body's all messed up or whatever. Because Ao's really weak body-wise, but he has like the reaction speed and all that, and the power of a experienced shinobi. But that's like without the scientific ninja tech. You give him a scientific ninja tech, he's even stronger than what he was before. But I feel like that's less of the technology and more of just Ao doing what his physical body was probably holding him back from being capable of, if anything.
Well, minus like, abilities such as like drones and stuff, but like, yeah.
It's almost like the scientific ninja tech that Ao got was almost like the gates, to where the body is naturally limiting itself, but through the gates you can access more of the power the body always had, but you never really had access to.
I mean, honestly, in Ao's case, because Ao's got Katasuke prosthetics, like mostly. There's a little bit of Kara stuff, but like it's mostly like Katasuke prosthetics. And I feel like Ao just got prosthetics that just made him able to move like he was able to as a Jonin. We can't say for sure, but like I don't feel like he got astronomically stronger like a Kara or like Delta or something. Like I feel like he just got back to where he was. But then he also obviously he has a lightsaber arm and he's got drones and stuff too.
Interesting. I would say, considering where I would consider Konohamaru to scale, I think that Ao was stronger than he was in part one.
Maybe, yeah, based on Konohamaru, we just probably don't know where Ao really scaled, but yeah, I guess that's fair. But then, to be fair, how much of that was his physical stats versus Ao being smart, plus having not just his abilities, but he stole Katasuke's big Juggernaut suit's absorption ability in addition to
yeah, so obviously that's external. Which does factor into how it actually played out, but that's not how strong Ao is. That's how strong Ao is with all of these things, which is different.
Yeah, so but how much did that influence Ao's ability in that fight to where he's not actually that strong and so on? Like,
yeah. I mean, to be fair, again, I do think that
the fight. How much was Ao stat different Konohamaru versus ability different?
So I feel like this is my issue with the Naruto unpredictable thing. I feel like there's a difference between unpredictable in terms of intelligence and actual intelligence, to where Ao can use this intelligence in combat. I'm going to give him that. Ao's intelligent. That applies. Whereas Naruto, I feel like unpredictability comes from somewhere other than necessarily intelligence, or at least it's using a different type of intelligence.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is, again, it depends on the scene, because, like, for example, when Naruto gets hit by Kiba, who smells him, and he transforms into Akamaru to trick Kiba. Now, Naruto wasn't just being unpredictable. He was being freaking smart there and, like, making Kiba, like, kind of just forget about the fact that he smelt Naruto and just, like that was Naruto just being genuinely freaking smart there. So, like, he does have plenty of moments like that. So I don't want to take those away from him. Like,
but to be fair,
Jutsu and Kaguya is less about that Akamaru trick and more like, let's just see what happens. You know,
so I'm sure you'd at least agree to me. Naruto, yeah, he can be very unpredictable, but it's not like Naruto is good at sensing predictability from other people. Like, Naruto wasn't aware of the puddle despite it not raining in the land of waves. To be fair, only Kakashi was, but you get my point.
Yeah, that's also like Naruto's dumbest arc. Like, let's be real. That's the arc Naruto's going to the ice dome and Kishimoto's making Naruto as stupid as
No, I know, but if an actual smart tactician planned against Naruto, Naruto stands no chance to see through it. He's not seeing the move behind the move. He's just being hit by the combination.
Do we have, because the way you say that, it sounds like you're going with like a Shikamaru type strategy, not just like a generally smart person's fighting, right? You mean like they're using a strategy, right?
Well, yeah, like Sasuke versus Deidara, like that kind of like
exactly. So I'm trying to think. Does Naruto ever have again, not just an intelligent person, but they do a strategy like that?
Exactly, because you could argue that's plot convenience.
Does that? Huh?
You could argue that's a plot convenience as well.
Because I was just trying to think, like, does that ever happen against Naruto? Like, he fights Sasuke plenty of times. He fights plenty of people capable of doing strategies, but like,
exactly.
Do they
like even freaking Gaara the demon is substituting versus Lee. Never did that versus Naruto.
Or Sasuke, like, bro, Gaara was smarter versus Lee, bro. Okay, we're gonna use that against Jay. Gaara was smarter against Lee.
Like, he fights Itachi, but he doesn't really fight Itachi. Besides the Edo fight, but that's not Itachi using tactics or anything. Like, he's using tactics on Nagato, not on Naruto. So
yeah.
In the final fight, I don't think Sasuke really does anything like that. Well, I guess
exactly.
See, I feel like all the times that it happens, Naruto just is hit by it, but it effectively does nothing. Like, Sasuke just Chidori's Naruto's back of the neck, and it just sends him flying instead of killing him instantly.
I mean, that's funny, but like, to be fair, that wasn't some move behind the move. Technically, yes, it was a move behind the move, but it wasn't a move behind the move behind the move. All it was Amento Techikara and Chidori slap. It's pretty the two-step combo.
I mean, it was the fireball in front to blind him, and then possibly teleport into his true state core. We don't really know, but
okay, but it wasn't anything super complex. That was like simple diversion versus like.
No, I agree. It's the same level of like Obito throwing his sleeve kunai to the side of Kakashi's mud wall, then going to the other side of the mud wall. It was like that. It's not much.
Like. Like Naruto will do diversions like that too. It's just I'm not gonna use that as anything crazy. But yeah, I don't think anyone really does a move behind the move behind the move.
Like, no one's doing a clone jutsu on Naruto.
Okay. Technically, this is stupid. But technically, there is one, and Naruto would have been caught by it if not for Shikamaru. I want to see if you can guess which it is. This technically applies. It's a move behind the move.
Oh, the triple trap. That's easy.
Yep. Kidomaru's the only one.
Yep. So Naruto's not fair, that kind of stuff. No, but no one does like substitution jutsu or transformation jutsu. Well, actually, technically in the Bell test, Kakashi did transformation or substitution jutsu, but
I had Kakashi,
and it just worked, which is so stupid that Naruto's fought each other. That just proves Naruto's stupid. To be fair, that's like the same.
But again, that is also Naruto's dumbest arc.
But I feel like.
But to be fair, it's one of my favorite Naruto's.
I know Pain won anyways, but Pain could have won a lot easier. Like again. Deidara's fighting Sasuke, and then you see how Deidara fought Naruto. That's not Deidara. That's Fladeros.
I know, but even with Pain, again, like, you watch how Pain fights Utakara, And
I
it's
know.
bro, like, yeah, Naruto got so lucky. Like,
I know, bro.
Pain did not fight like Pain at all in the Pain fight, and he still won.
Like, I was like, Naruto's fighting Madara. Madara just like speed blitzes and kicks him, and that's the fight. Like really? That's all we're doing here? Okay, so much for his
I know, yeah, he's just going taijutsu hands. He's not doing anything special. Like,
he just steals his 9 tails and leaves. That's not a move behind the move.
exactly. I mean, I guess he wins there, but like, maybe you could argue it's all plot convenience. In many cases, that you could say narrative stuff, but like, that's how it plans out.
Yeah. But again, I feel like that almost proves my point to where someone like Shikamaru or Sasuke, they'd be able to see through it, but Naruto couldn't. But Naruto's more unpredictable than Shikamaru or Sasuke, despite Shikamaru and Sasuke being able to make crazy move behind the move plan. But I feel like that's different. Naruto's not really doing a move behind the move plans. He's just doing like one single move plan that just happened to be unpredictable. Like,
well, sometimes there are moves behind.
Sometimes there can be like
sure.
1 to like 2 extra, but like generally not.
I mean, again, the Pain's a good example. I mean, if you want to say, oh, 3's not that many, that's more than most ninja are doing. Like, he is doing a fair bit of like 3 or 4 step diversion trick things in the Pain fight, especially. Or, like,
well, but to be fair, a lot of them rely on the opponent as opposed to other people. Like Kiba punching Akamaru relied entirely on Kiba making that mistake there, not Naruto really doing anything.
Well, no. Naruto did it because Kiba. Oh, you mean like? Wait, hold on. Say what you said again.
Well, like basically, if Kiba just like realized, which he very easily could have done by just not freaking out, Naruto's plan just fails there.
Yeah, but okay, but that's a little disingenuous because if Tamari just realized that the holes have shadows and that Shikamaru could use them, Shikamaru's whole plan would have failed. The point is, Naruto was his plan.
Well, I don't think that Shikamaru's plan fails because no, I don't think that counts because that goes back to the contingencies. Shikamaru's plan is more than one plan. You could say his plan Q failed, but his plan F would have fell perfectly into place if Tamari realized that.
Okay, and I understand that Naruto doesn't have 200 moves in the back of his head here, but like if the plan fails, oh no, it didn't work. That's fine. Sucks for Naruto, but again, but the point is, his strategy was meant for that to happen, and it did, and it was reasonably gonna happen. So I'm not. But like to an extent,
like the effect or the result relies entirely on the other person. It feels like more of Naruto pranking Kiba, like look at what you did, as opposed to Sasuke like guiding Deidara to act a certain way for a certain thing to happen.
It is kind of that. So when Naruto bites Kiba as Akamaru that one time, that's a little bit more like he got you pranked because that doesn't even do anything really.
Exactly.
It's just more like I got
giving it away, if anything.
But the other one, yeah, exactly. The other one is a little bit more like I would give it to Naruto. Like, and everyone commenting on it thinks it was really smart. So like in universe, it's treated like it's meant to be. That was very smart of him.
Yeah. To a certain extent, we also don't know what Naruto's plan is in a lot of the scenarios, or like how much of the plan went according to plan, or how much of the plan was Naruto's plan. The infamous Naruto Sasuke Zabuza technique thing that they did to release Kakashi from the wire. As far as we know, all Naruto's plan there was basically what Sasuke did, throw in the sword at Ishiki, and it was transformed as Boruto. Like as far as we know, Sasuke, like Naruto's plan was to throw the Demon Wind Shuriken, the one without the Shadow Shuriken behind it. It's just gonna go straight at Zabuza. Zabuza's not gonna jump. He's gonna try and, I don't know, do whatever. Naruto's gonna untransform at the last second, just try to stab Zabuza with the kunai. Not throw it, but stab it.
It is okay, sure, for all we know, but it's portrayed as though Naruto knew what the Demon Wind Shuriken was, and like Naruto and Sasuke both just understood. Like Naruto planned for Sasuke to understand, and Sasuke didn't understand, and then that's what he was gonna do. It's portrayed as though Naruto.
Also ridiculous, by the way. Doesn't make sense that Sasuke understood. Nobody else did.
I completely agree. Like, I understand the narrative, peak narrative, but yes, in universe.
Yeah, you can say bond, teamwork, friendship.
Understand what to do with this.
Yeah, they're just on the same page. But Zabuza, the elite expert ninja that just captured Kakashi, had no clues.
There's still the fact that Zabuza could have just used the shuriken to deflect the kunai.
Well, you know that. Yeah, a lot of that, like, to be fair, like, I don't think Naruto was anticipating how Zabuza was going to react to the shuriken. We don't know if he thought he was going to jump over it or what he was going to do. I don't know that necessarily Naruto thought he was going to, okay, the moment I'm behind Zabuza, because he doesn't know that's going to happen, I'm then going to untransform and throw my kunai. Like, we don't know. We just don't know.
I mean, Naruto could have thought Zabuza might just, get hit by the first shuriken, but
a lot of these plans, again,
he had two backups in that case. But
if the person doesn't act the way they did, the plan not only fails, but Naruto's screwed. If Zabuza doesn't have to realize it's Naruto. If Zabuza tries to deflect the second shuriken with the first shuriken, Naruto dies. Right there.
Okay, but like, I mean, again, I agree there. That's a little. So two things. One, I am gonna entirely blame that on Kishimoto's execution because it's meant to be. It's written again. Kakashi's stating you were forced to die. Like, it's written with the intent that yes, Zabuza was forced to. We as the audience members, especially us hyper analyzers, are just like, well, no, he could have done this. Zabuza should have been smart. That's us nitpicking it to say that. Whereas, like, Shikamaru's plan, again, like I said, Tamari could have done this and this. And a little bit less ridiculous. Like, Zabuza's more obvious. But, like, with Deidara, nah, bro, Sasuke's plan completely fails if Deidara isn't hell-bent on winning a certain way. Like, if Deidara just plops C3 on Sasuke's head, Sasuke dies, and his strategy, I don't care what strategy he had in mind, it wasn't going to do anything. It entirely relied on Deidara acting the way he did, too. Yet Sasuke versus Deidara is truly like it's the most highest IQ fight of all time. He got lucky that Deidara was obsessed about A, not reusing any of his arts, and B, specifically beating the Sharingan in a particular artistic way he wants to do. Like, if Deidara just freaking fights like a different scar, Sasuke dies.
Okay. I think that the best way to word it, nice compromise, I think you'll agree with this. It's a very good way to word it. The difference, and I do think this does make Naruto less intelligent than other characters like Shikamaru and Sasuke are good at outsmarting other characters. Naruto is good at tricking other characters. That's a difference. That does matter.
But that just goes into their intelligence. But really quick, I want to make a point. Another one, Shikamaru versus Tayuya. It entirely relied on Tayuya choosing to jump to the kunai and walk up to Shikamaru instead of throwing the kunai from 8 feet away, for example. Because, like, Shikamaru said, he expected her to grab the kunai because she didn't have a weapon. But why did she come up to him instead of throwing it, for example? Yeah, so Shikamaru relied on that. If I'm going to be honest with you, there's probably another example that I'm not thinking of. I feel like the only true example of, like, it's Shikamaru versus Tamari. That's the only example where the person truly guided that person to where they needed to go.
I mean, I hear what you're saying.
That's the one true prime example that I can think of on top of my head.
I mean, obviously, it's the Walky Talky way to exaggerate anyway, so no matter what, you're going to do the hyperbole. But because of the hyperbole, it feels like you're... I don't know what the word would be. It's not nitpick. Maybe it's over-semantically-tizing it. But it feels like you're really overemphasizing it to where, Shikamaru's entire plan relies entirely on Tayuya doing that, and if she doesn't do that, the whole plan goes to waste.
No, it does, because his shadow possession should be too... He wouldn't be able to capture in a strong shadow strangle. He did that for that reason.
But I feel like that's... I feel like...
No, literally, like, Tayuya throws the kunai, Shikamaru's forced to reveal he's not under shadow under the genjutsu, so he dodges it, he's not going to get hit by it. And then they're at a distance, and Shikamaru's going to figure out what else he's going to do.
But, okay, I feel like the difference between this and Naruto as Akamaru biting Kiba. Shikamaru knew through his intelligence and smarts that Tayuya was going to do that. Whereas Naruto, he doesn't have any clue.
Why was Tayuya going to come up to him at close range? Besides just plot convenience.
You mean picking up the kunai or going up to Shikamaru?
Going up to Shikamaru after picking up the kunai, because the kunai is not directly next to him. She could have thrown it at a distance.
I don't remember the exact context of the scene to remember the scenario exactly.
I think it's literally on a different tree branch or like 10 feet away on the same tree branch. It's at a distance anyway. If she throws it from there, that messes Shikamaru's plan up. He relies on her getting in close.
I don't remember. No, as far as I'm concerned, he was even under
the writing of this. It's peak 10 out of 10 best thing of all time. But I'm just saying, I think that's about the same as Naruto relying on Kiba being tricked by that.
But I feel like it's also because you could say that there's some element of this, no matter how small, in literally any plan ever. Whereas I feel like Naruto's are a lot more obvious and glaring and huge, and arguably the entire plan in and of itself.
Well, give another example then, besides the Kiba one
and the Zabuza one. Okay, well, what other scenarios? Okay, I guess I'm not really gonna count this because this one isn't tricking Kaguya, but reverse sexy jutsu, I guess.
That I'm not even counting that as a trick.
Yeah,
anyway.
Okay, that's not because that's not a trick.
That's just seeing if she's perverted or not. I'm not even. Yeah, that's just unpredictable. Nothing more.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not gonna count this. Hilarious. I'm not gonna count Naruto clawing his way underground at the end of the Neji fight. Even though he probably shouldn't have known where Neji was, and he just got lucky with his uppercut being exactly where Neji was. But you could argue he heard the footsteps, he heard Neji
talking.
I don't know what happened there. That's funny. It's just imagine Naruto just 10 feet away to Neji's left. He's like, I got. Oh, what?
Where'd he go?
Oh my gosh. But you could argue that one.
Okay, we gotta put that in the fridge. It's just Photoshop Neji out of the scene. Naruto just comes up and Neji just standing off to the side.
Exactly.
He's like, oh.
I mean, what else scenarios is Naruto unpredictable in that it's like a trick? There's Ebisu. Does he do a trick against Ebisu? I feel like he does.
Sexy jutsu?
No, it's not a trick though.
Okay, what about the pain fight? Because also treat as unpredictable. His strategies.
He does a couple things in the pain fight, I guess. But are there any of those tricks? What does he do that I can think of? I guess he does the Rasen Shuriken thing. It's kind of like the.
I agree. Transform. It's kind of like the Demon Shuriken.
I don't remember exactly what happened there. Was it the real Naruto? It was a clone, but then
so
there's the Rasen Shuriken behind it. Yeah, he just tackles Pain. Bro, if Tendo Pain just stabs him, he's just done. It's ridiculous.
Well, to be fair, I think that was a Shadow clone that did that. I think
was it?
The Shadow clone I don't remember. Transformed into the Rasen Shuriken.
He throws two Rasen Shurikens. Pain,
and then another Naruto is up above the smoke bomb that's out of the range of sight somehow.
That's just ridiculous.
That. And then the real Naruto is just off at a distance.
2-3 Rasen Shuriken. Did that one even count as a Rasen Shuriken because it was a transformation? Did his Sage mode run out around this point? I don't remember. So many things.
I don't remember if it counted or not.
Also, it's ridiculous that Pa did nothing the entire fight. Same with Ma.
Yeah, I agree because that's a separate point. But because again, Pa tried to do the frog song, whatever. That's not my problem. My problem is that not only have we just seen Pa sparring with Sage Mode Naruto, so he's pretty strong. Exactly. Jiraiya considers them stronger, but we've seen their jutsu usage. I understand the Preta path, blah blah blah, but force the Preta path to absorb stuff while you're fighting the other paths. Don't let him just be there to also fight you.
Pa also doesn't have the 3 stocks of Sage Mode. He has unlimited Sage Mode, which also means 0 downtime in between Sage Modes, so unlimited Sage Mode. Go fight
it's just him. What are you doing? Aren't you? They're supposed to be stronger. They give about us.
It's also someone was saying, I don't remember, but someone was telling me recently that Pain was taking advantage of the downtime of Naruto out of Sage Mode, where he had to take the scroll off his back, lay it on the ground, unsummon the clone or summon it to him or whatever, and then pop the clone.
I guess you could say that there is why Pa wasn't doing anything because he was reserving himself for that role. But okay, then what about Ma? Like, why you don't need both of them for that?
Exactly. To be fair, I think Ma dies a lot earlier than Pa, but maybe the same time.
Ma doesn't die.
Yeah, but she gets blasted away. She doesn't join the fight again after
that. Yeah.
My point was how
one shot.
My point was the distance in between that time.
Maybe, but I think they just get one shot.
Yeah. I don't know.
Which is kind of hilarious.
That's also an example of a scene where Shinra Tensei is directional rather than omnidirectional.
Yeah, I know. Well, he does it multiple ways. He does an omnidirectional one later with Gamma Bunta, Gamma Hero, and Gamma Ken, where he sends them like 300 miles away.
Which is ridiculous.
And it doesn't send Naruto all that way.
Exactly. You could argue that was a short range one that hit them so intensely it just knocked them that far back, but that's just ridiculous.
But either way, again, I'm just saying, like, Broke does that to like Naruto at any point in the fight. Naruto just like loses.
Exactly. Like if that's what he was gonna do to Naruto's back when he stabbed him, Naruto's like, there's no bringing that back.
This is what I'm saying about like, bro, Pain, like him not having Shinra Tensei was for like most of the fight is such a ridiculous nerf to him. Like it's not stated enough, bro. Like the moment he gets it back, he just instantly beats everyone there.
Okay, that's hilarious.
Shinra Tensei and Universal Full are so busted.
I mean, to be fair, Jiraiya didn't fight that Pain at all, so there's at least that.
Exactly.
But that makes it funnier.
He doesn't really fight.
Like Kakashi fought the Pains for as long as he did.
Bro is using Sage mode. He wanted to enter Sage mode to fight the Animal Path, who like low key gets cheesed in the Naruto fight too, because not only does like Ma, not Naruto, but Ma summon all like 8 toads there, but the Animal Path. And this is just a theory, but I've seen people bring this up. That like, for whatever reason, the girl Animal Path might just be like physically weaker than the original guy Animal Path, based on like she apparently can't dodge the Rasen Shuriken, but like the Preta Path can, the Human Path can, the Diva Path can, all the other paths just
I don't
not
like
her,
that because
apparently.
It doesn't feel like the strength of the corpse matters. It feels like it's just however much chakra is being put onto that person.
But why would that one path of pain be allocated less chakra? Like,
I mean, it could just be the weakest path.
Why is she struggling?
Just in general, like the Animal Path could just be the weakest path in general.
Yeah, but that's not how it seems in the Jiraiya fight at all.
I mean, just to be fair, Jiraiya's fight the introduction, and we know what Kishimoto loves to do during introductions.
Exactly. So I mean, but that's where it gets tricky. So it's like nobody really knows there. But regardless,
well, I'm also down to downplay Jiraiya, just so you're aware.
Yeah, but well, I meant like relative to the other paths, it doesn't seem like it's any weaker.
Nah.
Whereas here, it seems like one's just blatantly weaker. But regardless of that,
I mean, you could argue it is, considering the Animal Path is the one path that Jiraiya kills.
But that's just because he just conveniently happened to fight it one-on-one and not the other ones.
Was the other one not there at that time?
There's only one path in the Toad Barrier when he kills it.
Which is the one that he kicks and blinds?
The Human Path.
And
that's the one that also, while blind, catches his punch.
Yeah, he's doing the linked vision thing there. So what happened to that path? Because does he get a different one? Does he heal it?
He just heals it with the Naraka Path.
With the Naraka.
I think he heals it not during that scene, but like a different scene that he gets his eyes, or it might get its eyes back. I don't think it has its eyes back, ironically. Because I remember this gets it to a point. Yeah, so the Naraka Path didn't... I made a post about this somewhere, I think. But the Naraka Path didn't heal the Animal Path, Human Path, or Preta Path. All it did was take the swords out of its stomach. It did not heal them. And you could tell because... They still have the blood on their shirts. They still have the hole from the stab, and the Human Path is still blind.
I agree. And that should also be how the Genjutsu works anyways. That's when the Genjutsu is broken, is when they're stabbed/killed. And that's cool and a good like reveal because we think they should be dead and they are dead because they're corpses, but we don't think that at that time.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that they essentially tanked the sword. Like that amount of damage didn't finish them off technically. Like the
well, I mean, that's weird to say because you can't really finish them off per se. You can't kill them because they're already dead. They're corpses. That's what I think is so cool about that.
Like Rasengans that, or like the osteopath, like it's just done. It doesn't.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't make sense, anyways.
Why doesn't it make sense?
You're not killing them.
I agree. They shouldn't be. You shouldn't be able to like kill them, but they like in all the other fights you can.
Because it's like a puppet jutsu. You're controlling them with the chakra receivers.
I know it makes no sense. Pain should just be even stronger than he is because of that.
Exactly. Like, who cares if it has a Rasengan to the chest? That doesn't stop the rod in its arm moving its arm.
I agree. Now, like in the case of the Tendo pain at the very end of the fight, you can just say that, okay, by that point, Nagato was so exhausted he couldn't really do any more with it. And then Naruto just took out the receivers before Nagato could gain his chakra back. That's fine.
But that doesn't make sense. He doesn't take out the receivers or the others.
Nagato himself was able to just throw the rods at Naruto to try to control him. He could cast a Ray Rebirth of the whole village. Bro is not completely out of chakra, so...
Because he's not doing that to the others. He doesn't take the rods out of the others. To be fair, some of the other paths are just removed entirely, but like still.
I mean, the only one that's kind of justifiable is the Asura path, but he's so damaged, I can see why, like, it's pretty much useless. But at the same time, he's also
the Asura path doesn't make sense anyways. The Asura path is supposed to be human that can use the Renegon for robot parts. It's just a robot, bro. That's all the Asura path is.
But also, like, it literally does like a thing where it turns like its shoulder, it grows like a missile shot thing out of it. So it doesn't really matter how broken it is. It can still just do that.
Exactly.
I need to change headphones real quick.
It doesn't got you by. Oh yeah, trust me, I know. I can tell. Okay. Well, that's a lot on pain, and hopefully everyone agrees with that. Like space. No data since you played Sasuke smartly. You
know I love the osteopath, bro. It's the coolest thing ever.
I know, yeah. Hayate also let Naruto fail a bunch of times with Kiba attack, but then Hayate was like, oh, Kiba's tripped or whatever, Naruto wins. Okay, that's funny. He's out cold, he said. He was up in like another minute. Okay. So again, this is in reference to Mario Kart in terms of like cheating, and the cheaters aren't better than the actual players despite technically having the higher score in terms of time. But anyway, so this works for the reacting to the starting gun in running a 100-meter race, which is faster, quote unquote, because speed equals distance over time, versus the who has the faster top speed should go higher.
Well, it depends, because if for example, I know Minato's got like god tier reaction speeds. Or like the Sharingan advances your reactions. Let's use the Sharingan here. So it makes Sasuke's reactions better enough to where he starts to beat the same Naruto who was too fast for him when he goes from 2 to 3 Tomoe. Sasuke's reactions boosted him enough to overcome that gap in speed. So like in this analogy, Sasuke would just react to the start gun faster enough compared to Naruto to still win the race. So it would matter. It just depends on which is better in total.
But if we're doing a power scaling tier list, I think we would be judging them based on their stats rather than their performance. Well, so we would look at their max speed, not their 100-meter dash time.
Well, so 2 things there. 1, reaction speed, I think should count as a stat anyway. But 2, there you go. You said something again. If we're doing a power scaling tier list, I think we should be looking at stats. So do you agree about abilities or not?
This isn't abilities, though.
Well, first of all, as I said, I think reaction speed just is a stat. But so...
Well, yeah.
But like... you made a statement there. So are you saying that literally, or was that just like not factoring in the overarching context there when you said that?
I was not considering abilities when I said stats there.
But like, it's for a power scaling tier list.
Well, Kamui, what I said, you objectively agree with, anyways.
Well, no, because what you said is, well, for doing a power scaling tier list, we'd be looking at stats.
I said we would factor in stats, yes. We would do that.
I don't think, well, okay.
Regardless if we factor in abilities, we would factor in stats.
Okay, but let's look at context. We're discussing whether or not you would include reaction time. So when you say that, it looks like you're trying to exclude something, and you're saying what we would include.
Kamui, the idea of what I said stats here is stats versus performance. That's to say top speed versus the statistic of the 100-meter dash time.
Yeah, but I think that would matter. The statistic would matter.
It would matter, and it would matter because it would be a representation of the top speed and the reaction speed.
No, not necessarily, because again, if the reaction speed is why they're winning, that's still, in aggregate, is making their combat speed better.
Well, yes, necessarily, because that's what I just said. Yeah.
But that's not their top speed. That's the 100-meter dash time.
No, I'm saying it would factor in both. That's what I was saying. For that. So you said, no, I'm not saying
the way you
that.
Wrote,
okay,
I think part of the problem is the way you wrote this. Because you have a comma versus the who has the fastest top speed should go higher. Who are you saying should go higher?
On the power scaling tier list, I would put the faster runner higher.
Yeah, so we're disagreeing then, because I'm saying the reaction speed should be factored into that. So if their 100-meter dash time is faster because of that, that still puts them higher.
Well, this also isn't necessarily considering that they're working at their best peak top reaction speed time.
Well, it's just on average. Like, if they're... I understand
sure.
It's a one-time start gun, and they could technically react better, but I figured for the sake of the analogy, we're looking at, oh, well, Minato's got faster, or like, let's use the Sharingan thing. Sasuke's physically can't run as many miles an hour as QB Naruto, but his reaction time is so much better that he's winning right now. I'm going to put Sasuke higher because his reaction speed is more than making up the difference.
Yeah, but Kamui, the reaction speed is so negligible and compared to the actual speed here, it almost doesn't matter. If it was a 1 meter race, then sure.
But it isn't. Okay, are you saying that in terms of the Sasuke example or in terms of the
100-meter race? So, like, if it's a 1 meter race, it's everything. If it's a 400-meter race, it's even less noticeable. Because the reaction speed isn't going to change based on the distance. It's just more comparable. The speed is what matters.
Yes, but again, like, for a 100-meter dash power scaling tier list, it can't, if it does matter to where the person's winning because of it, then that's all I need to say. You know, for the 1 mile, it's probably not going to make the difference if it did.
Well, that's why I said a power scaling tier list, because that would be different from a 100-meter dash tier list.
Well, I said a 100-meter dash power scaling tier list, to be precise.
What does that mean? It's not a thing.
But looking at the Sasuke example, I'd say, well, it's not insignificant. It made all the world of the difference. He was dramatically slower than Naruto, and somehow is winning now. So it's a huge difference in reaction speed.
That's different anyways. That's context regardless.
Well, the context, again, if I'm tying it back to Naruto, I'm saying that, yes, I'm including reaction speed.
Well, because his reaction speed was infinite. Also, that doesn't make sense anyways. It's just inconsistent with the Lee versus Sasuke thing anyways. Sasuke had to be able to be contending equally in speed regardless, to some extent.
No, because, well, you could say, in terms of the Lee conceptually, sure, but Sasuke has a different Sharingan in these instances, so, you know, like...
But Kamui, it doesn't make sense. If Naruto's moving faster than Sasuke at all times, then the reaction speed isn't going to be able to keep up the longer Naruto's fighting faster than Sasuke. Does that make sense?
What it would if it wasn't for the fact that Sasuke is making Naruto stop and restart so many times. Because every time he just hits Naruto, because of that, he messes Naruto up. Like, hypothetically, if Naruto was dodging, like, just kept going, yes, but because Sasuke's able to dodge and counter and just keep hitting Naruto like that, it prevents that from being a problem.
Sure. But I do think that Sasuke, in terms of combat speed, is relatively as fast as Naruto. It's just technically distance over time, Naruto would be faster.
Yeah, but they weren't relative based off the two Tomoe versus Chibi.
Well, what I'm
destroyed, but it glows.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily because of speed. I think that's other factors, like Naruto being unpredictable. But I think what I'm saying is that
Naruto
Sasuke
didn't do anything unpredictable. Just
what I'm saying is that Sasuke is being a lot more efficient with the moves he's making than Naruto is. So Sasuke can make less moves than Naruto. But I think Sasuke has to be moving relative speeds to Naruto with the moves that he is making. He's just moving less.
I don't think he is. I think he's moving shorter distances. Yeah, efficiency, sure, I'm going to give you that. He's getting a head start and being more efficient with his moves. I don't think he's moving at the same speed as Naruto, though.
Well, I don't think so either. I think Naruto's moving faster, but I think they have to be moving to at least some extent of relativity.
Well, some extent of relativity applies in all cases, so in terms of how we would usually use the term relative, no, I don't think they were relative. Okay. So yeah, like, Naruto is, like, he wasn't using unpredictable strategy. I mean, you could say it's unpredictable that Naruto roared away the fire style, but that's defensive anyway. Like, Naruto wasn't doing anything. He wasn't doing his knuckleheaded ninja unpredictability. All he was doing is just outspeeding it. He's just outstatting Sasuke. You know?
He's not doing trick tactics, but he's not doing any kind of fighting style. He's just doing his raw dog style, where he's just thrashing himself at Naruto or at Sasuke, just launching anything forward randomly.
That's as predictable as it gets for one thing. And two,
I disagree. I think it's the exact opposite.
Okay, then is Sasuke getting bodied by Kiba consistently? Because the Naruto's just fighting like Kiba there. Like,
he's kind of like Kiba, I guess.
I mean, like, I'm down to say that, but like, I think
the difference there is that Kiba's fighting style is like that of a dog, such as clawing, but Kiba's more predictable based on like his fighting mindset.
No, I feel like Kiba was just fighting like Kurama. He's just basically the same. Like that.
No, I disagree. I feel like you're saying that because of the claws and the fangs, but Kiba's fighting with like a normal mindset. Naruto's fighting with a beast mindset.
No. I'm glad you said that. No, canonically, you're wrong. Kiba already fights like a wild beast, according to Asuma, and he was taking the chakra pills to make him even more beast-like.
The chakra pills should make him more beast-like. Chakra pills should. I'll give you that.
Huh?
Yes, the chakra pills should make him more beast-like. I'll give you that.
And he already, without them, fights like a wild beast.
But he's not doing the taijutsu scrapping that Naruto's doing. He just does fang over fang 99% of the time.
Well, two things. One, he does do the claw swipe stuff before fang over fang, actually. But two, and running on all fours and all that jazz. But like the famous taijutsu sequence that Baranmo Naruto copied, bro, that's not Kurama fighting like a wild beast. That was Naruto fighting like some, I don't know, like he took Rock Lee's dojo.
But exactly. That's not fangs and claws. That's not fighting like
a wild beast, bro. That was Naruto fighting like normal but stronger.
But that's my
outstanding.
Well, yeah, that's how Naruto fights, if anything. But that's not how Kiba fights.
Yeah, but my point being that you were saying, oh, he's just throwing himself at Sasuke, fighting like a wild beast. That's what I was responding to, which isn't even what Naruto consistently does in that fight anyway.
Oh, but I think that's what Naruto's doing.
When Naruto's doing the Baron mode copycat sequence, that's not really fighting like a wild beast.
When I say like a wild beast,
that's a wild beast.
When I say like a wild beast, I don't mean like with fangs and claws like the Nine Tails. I mean he's throwing his attacks randomly.
That sequence doesn't feel all that feels very skillful. But let's just say it is random. I mean, you look at the specifically, I want to go to the anime because it's funnier this way, but it's the same in manga technically. You know when Kiba does the smoke bomb, it does like 5,000 fang over fangs all over the place. Bro, that's just a freaking jumping around and randomly like.
So I'd be referring to like the hand-to-hand combat scenes, like when Naruto goes to punch Sasuke. Sasuke does the cool whoop-de-doo, flip-de-doo with Naruto's wrist that like makes him do like that front somersault flip thing. Naruto lands, does like the backhand thing, then a punch. That sequence right there, Naruto has zero idea what move he's gonna do 0.1 seconds later. He's just moving, bro, in response to Sasuke. That's just reaction.
Kiba's doing anything. Kiba's not doing anything intricate like that. He's just charging at you and swiping his claw. Like, that's all he's doing.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lot more predictable. Whereas Naruto, he has zero idea. He's just reacting.
I don't think Naruto's that mindless here. I think he's just attacking you, like he's just running at you and attacking. I feel like it's pretty much the same as Kiba.
Mindless as in like Naruto's obviously so conscious and emotionally aware.
No, but he's not. He's not like the Haku fight. He's not like the One Tails. He's not like the Three Tails. He's just.
Well, yeah, he's not like on all fours or anything. He's not like growling or anything. But
I don't know if anything. Kiba's close to the.
No, I feel like he's definitely fighting like different from normal. He's not fighting like he normally would. Not just stronger. He's fighting different.
He's not fighting crazy different.
I can't see this version of Naruto doing the Uzumaki barrage under any circumstance. Similarly, I don't think that base Naruto would be doing some of the crazy things that this Naruto's doing.
Let me ask you this. Could you see this Naruto summoning Gamabunta?
He would have the chakra to do so. Could I see him doing it? Not really.
Could you see him doing it?
Could I physically see him doing it? Yes. Do I think he would do it? No.
Well, what if I told you he's canonically done it?
Oh my gosh, Goblin. Okay, no, I'm gonna say no, he doesn't. Just because he has the features doesn't mean he's in the same mindset per se.
Can you prove that?
I'd have to go back and rewatch the Sea Monster arc to see how Naruto's acting there anyways. I was watching a part of it the other day, but not that part.
Much about Ninetales' state in that. Does he even do Ninetales in that fight?
He does it in the arc.
Okay. Well, to clarify, I was referring to the Gaara fight. But...
Well, no, that's different. No, that's not the same thing at all. That's just using the orange vapor.
He goes into the state right before. That's why.
Oh my god, I'm not counting that. You know, I'm not counting. It's the most ridiculous Ninetales form of all time.
It technically happened.
Okay. It technically happened in the Mizuki fight that we realized 25 years later.
Well, okay, but to be fair, that's meaningful, and I still need to technically just basically record and edit the video. I think I did like 90% of that script, and that's a meaningful that happened.
Oh my gosh! No, it's obviously different. Wait, okay.
I completely agree.
Okay, here's where I will agree with you. I do think Naruto is fighting like base Naruto when he's in that feature mode versus Deidara at the beginning of Shippuden. I don't think he's fighting any different from how he normally would, just stronger. He might be going farther than he would, like he punches Deidara like 20 times in the face as opposed to like the 3 or 4 he probably would in base, but you know, aside from that, just more angry. He'd be doing all the same things. He's doing the Rasengan, doing the Shadow Clone.
I think to truly do this, we need to go back through and just really thoroughly analyze everything Naruto does in this state versus obviously the One Tail state.
I agree. Keep in mind, Kamui, keep in mind, I've seen the movies. I'm also factoring that in. I just can't say that this whole conversation.
Yeah, obviously, I don't know what he does in the movies. Other than
it's kind of ridiculous.
The Chikara arc, not movie, where he goes 4 tails.
Like, he's like speed blitzing people and stopping in midair and just kicking them across the lake. It's ridiculous. He's not doing anything like that, but he's not even trying. Oh my gosh.
Well, anyway.
Anyways, the closest I guess we have would be Naruto OP1, where he does like that uppercut kick thing to that guy.
Oh my god, on the guy who should have absolutely been a filler villain.
Yes. But that movement, the style of Naruto's kick, the fluidity of it, not the speed, but the style and fluidity is entirely different.
Yeah, that's like the true Uzumaki Bra. You know, that's a rewrite. That's what he should have done versus Kiba's.
Yeah. I feel like that's also part of it, is Naruto's a lot more explosive when he's in that nine-tailed featured form.
I mean, yeah, obviously. But so
I don't mean in terms of speed. I mean in terms of like acceleration. Like he'll just go from 0 to 60. Okay, yeah. It's almost like the acceleration doesn't exist. He just does instantly go from 0 to 60. A couple times, in fact. It's ridiculous.
I mean, but to be fair, Kiba does that, Lee does that. Not like it's just Naruto.
I mean, Naruto, pretty much every character does that in the video games, but Naruto does that in a cutscene in the video game, so.
Watch videos of Brisk.
Exactly.
Well, to be fair, Mozo, the most important scene in Naruto happens in a video game cutscene, so I wouldn't discount it.
What's that?
The most important scene in Naruto happens in a video game cutscene, so I wouldn't discount them.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
So, Kamui, I feel like this isn't the same example as the analogy in the final sentence here of the Powerscaling thing, but like the tortoise and the hare. You're not going to put the tortoise above the hare on the tier list.
Well, that's because the hare, that's just because the hare didn't do the race.
I know. It's not.
I got a question,
thing, but you got it.
Did you guys ever cover how Deidara was revived during the, Ninja War, fourth great Ninja War?
We have covered that, yes.
Okay, I didn't never know how he was revived. That was interesting.
Well, it was simple, Edo Tensei.
Well, no, I know that, but like, don't you need like DNA or part of a piece of him or remains when he blew himself up? With like his own nuclear bomb.
He's got 10 kilometers to search for.
I don't know. I thought he no, didn't he turn into that little like the thing you said that's like a dark smiley face thingy face. I don't know what that thing's called.
Well, I mean, why can't they just have
all his DNA?
Yeah, why can't they just have his DNA from beforehand?
Yeah, okay.
That's the bigger thing.
That would make sense, but then how would Kabuto find that then?
Obito gave it to him?
No, he didn't. This is before.
Well, I guess that was one of
he came to. Yeah.
All right, this is just from Kabuto being a spy and or when Kabuto was in the Akatsuki.
All right, that's fine.
To be honest,
it's just
Kabuto realistically could have done it anytime. We just don't know when.
He also could have done it during Kazekage Rescue. He could have just been there, got it off screen after the fact.
Gator got blood that
everywhere
out of him from Gara. He could have grabbed it there. There's a lot of times he could have done it.
I don't know, man. It seemed like that was like a Hail Mary kind of thing. Like, you just kind of tossed it up and the plot picked it up.
Well, Kishimoto was going to do it regardless if there was an explanation or not.
Like even
that took priority for that scene.
Like even what's it called? Kakuzu.
It was Kakuzu. Yeah.
Oh, not Kakuzu. The guy who Hiden. When he was buried alive. Even that one was like bothering me too because he was, buried in an undisclosed location, and Kabuto still found him. I'm just saying, Kabuto just can find anything at this point. He can find anyone, anything.
So Mozo, it's clear.
Except Jiraiya, yeah, exactly. He could find anything.
It's clear the reason that the Edo Tensei that were brought back is entirely because Kishimoto had something he could do with them, and not because it made sense logically from an explanation. Kishimoto came up with explanation, or didn't even bother in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And or for others, he explained why he's not doing it.
Right. He just, like
or
I
he
said,
just didn't bother in some cases. Again.
Like, he just gave them plot armor. Say, all right, they in the story now.
Like, Jiraiya is the
Deal
most
with it.
obvious one in the world that Kabuto should have been able to get the DNA of. Just didn't.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that one, okay. And so that was my biggest, reason. I was just trying to figure out why, nobody ever questioned that reason. But then I'm sure there was some, they might have, maybe they never covered it. I don't know. Maybe we couldn't think of anything. But hey, who knows? What else? Oh, that's right. I was going to get on my topic I wanted to speak about, but you know, Ood was acting up that day, so I guess I gotta bring it up now.
Now I'm curious what you're referring to. So.
I was
Oh,
acting
yes,
up, huh? That's what happened.
Yes, it was.
Oh,
Okay, so I
don't remember
posted.
that.
Oh, I remember it because you didn't answer the question.
Oh, why
You're
didn't I answer
pretending.
that question, Mosen? Why not? Why didn't I do?
I just wanted to throw out a possibility, not a theory, but more of a possibility. I was thinking maybe that Code may actually already know the truth about Boruto being a fake. Not really Kawaki. Like, maybe he figured it out somehow. Because look at this two lines here as I was going on here. Let's see where it says. Boruto, you fool, coming here to say bug, to whom you have no ties or obligations. Now, my thing is this: when I see this picture, it says you are that. It says here you come to say bug, ties. Okay, Boruto, you fool, coming here. I thought you were just because. All right, so he says, am I reading this right? Okay, go up a little bit. I want to make sure I'm reading this. Coming here to say bug. Obligations. Oh yeah, okay, all right, I read it right. Okay, so in right there below the I, he said, "I thought you might come though, because that's the kind of guy you are." Now, does that sound like something Kawaki would do? Like knowing Kawaki's character, does he sound like a
Save
kind of good guy?
Naruto.
Huh?
Save Naruto.
Yeah, I think we actually went over basically this sentiment coincidentally because in the Code arc, Kawaki came to Code to sacrifice himself for the sake of Naruto and the Leaf Village. So like even just Kawaki himself, like Code would have witnessed that. Boro was saying that Kawaki's gone soft, just being in the Leaf Village. So it seems like the members of Kara do recognize that Kawaki changed when he was in the Leaf Village. So on the business side, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Code to say this.
Well, no. I'm saying like this: if it is Kawaki, let's say let's just Boruto. They never switched roles. Boruto is the one doing it right now. Okay, well, something's wrong. Kawaki is not a selfless person. So I'm saying that if Code knows Kawaki, he knows his personality, how selfish he is, and that the only person he would go out of his on a limb for is the Hokage. He wouldn't do it to
that's
any.
Not true. Because Kawaki.
That's the only one. That's the only person. Oh yeah. But Code wasn't there. So Code wasn't there, so he wouldn't know that. Delta. Well, he wouldn't not. He just know that Delta lost. That's all he was told. Second is that
off screen though, but off screen they could have talked about it more.
Got it. But I'm getting to a point here. So Code here is saying that that's the kind of guy you are, like meaning that he knows his personality. And I was just like, wait a minute. If you know his personality, you know that's not something he would do. That's something Boruto would do. But he's coming to the rescue. Okay. Maybe this is just maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe it's a coincidence or whatever. Go to the next slide. He
doesn't really know Boruto at all. If we assume omnipotence, then he met Boruto literally one time ever.
Right. So go to the next slide. I want to show you something. So maybe this is just a coincidence. They just put that there. Zoom in. All right. So let's see. You could. Okay. So right here it says, "Be more confident." Then Cole says, "Shut up, you fake. Only an idiot fall for that." So when he says, "Shut up, you fake," I'm going, "Oh wait, what do you call him a fake for?" Like, does he actually suspect or know that Boruto is not who he is? Who he's like because of his memories. You're like, okay, I'm thinking like maybe he might know something already, but maybe I could be reading too deep into this, or it could possibly be a hint that Boruto or Code might know that his memories were switched around or figured it out at some point because he's been off stream for a long time, and maybe he learned something about Ada's memories or abilities. I don't know, but Code seems to be able to figure things out throughout his track history. Especially back in pre two blue vortex. So I was like, okay, well, Cold is not. Well, he's pretty sharp when it comes to picking up things. So go ahead.
Let me ask you a question then. Let's assume for a moment that Code has indeed figured out the swap like Shikamaru. He's figured it out. Why would he call Boruto the fake and not Kawaki? Because Kawaki's the one being the fake from that perspective.
Also, if he figured it out, he would just unfigure it out immediately.
Well, he'd also probably just refer to
if he figured it out, he still has beef with Boruto because Boruto did embarrass him a couple times now.
Yeah, but his real beef
and take his eye.
But his real beef is the person who killed Ishiki and took Ada from him, which is Kawaki.
I also feel like the stronger his feelings towards Boruto and Kawaki, the more likely he is to believe in omnipotence.
Say that last part again.
Code doesn't care for the difference between Boruto and Kawaki. He hates them both. And because he has a hatred for them, he's not thinking logically anyways. It's different from Sarada with Sasuke, who believes in his daughter through emotions. He can overcome his memories. This is different. I think it's the opposite, to where I feel like his emotions would amplify what his perception of would be for Boruto and Kawaki.
Yeah, right. But I just feel like, because like this point, both Kawaki embarrassed him less, but Boruto embarrassed him more than Kawaki.
No, so I don't think Code. First of all, I don't think Code felt embarrassed at all. I think that's only an audience thing. Code never felt embarrassed. That's first.
Okay.
Second of all,
because if anything, he'd be probably embarrassed at Sasuke for stealing his eye or something.
Okay,
well, didn't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what about the time where Boruto defeated him and made him walk back to or go back to his hideout?
Ask you this: do you think Code felt embarrassed when Momoshiki beat him?
No, but that's understandable though. That's more of like, I can't win. But he said to I remember he said, I'm losing to all people. Of all people I'm losing to is Kawaki. Back when they were
that's not embarrassment.
Yeah. But that's that kind of embarrassment, because you wouldn't want to lose to a guy who is.
He doesn't want to lose to him, but he's not embarrassed because of it.
Okay, well, what I'm getting at is Naruto did embarrass him with that last defeat, with the Uzuhiko.
Well, Naruto definitely didn't do that.
Boruto, my bad. Boruto did defeat him, which is embarrassing.
Do you think Code felt embarrassed because of it?
Yes.
But
in fact,
yeah, Mozo, the difference is you can feel like it was embarrassing for Code, but did Code feel embarrassed, or was he just mad? Because it's the difference.
Okay. Well, we can go with that then. Maybe the audience felt embarrassed for him.
He's not blushing like Hinata over it.
Yeah.
And what about the part?
He's just furious more than.
And then you see right here, Boruto is, making him feel weak and embarrassed. I guess you can't use embarrassed.
You really want Code to be embarrassed here.
I do. But
if Mozo was translating Boruto, Momoshiki would be a shy person.
I'm just saying that
he is. Of Code blushing. Boruto gets.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I said right here, he is talking shit to Code, and making them feel frustrated. And like I said, I'm saying here is that either way, he's coming after Boruto, but he knows if he goes after Kawaki, well, it's actually another thing. He also understands that. Why don't he understand? It's just nothing makes sense. But I'm sure that he could figure out. There are ways because he did see Kawaki use his what's it called? That arm, that mechanical arm, cybernetic arm, whatever, to attack Boruto when Code was disabled. So that would show that, hey, why does Kawaki have cybernetics in his body? And Boruto has not shown any, him using any. So that would be, okay, maybe my memories are kind of messed up here because Boruto is not supposed to have cybernetics.
He should have forgot that by now.
I mean, I have two things. So one is, what about the entire Leaf Village who noticed that and didn't care?
Yeah, that's a good point. But Ikimoto forgot. So I'm just saying.
Well, did he forget that Code is supposed to forget?
Well, Amato didn't forget. So Amato didn't forget. So that's one thing.
Well, Amato was already a possible we run anyway, but
he did remember that. He said, "Wait a minute, why is this guy got cybernetics in his body? He's not supposed to be able to do this. Have this in his body."
The reason Amato says that he's technically immune to omnipotence effectively, but not really, is because he trusts in himself as a scientist.
Yeah, I guess. But Cole is good at figuring things out as well, and so is Kashin Koji,
like a scientist.
Same
Amato
thing with
is
Kashin.
For some reason the exception, to where he's like the very, very, very 1%.
Kashin Koji is good at figuring things out as well. He took a risk. At
Koji didn't figure it out.
Well, no, he did. He said he expected it. He could, like I said, he knows that there was a chance that their identities could be switched around, and he took a chance
Kamui, thinking about it, this is hilarious. You can argue Shinjutsu shenanigans. Koji should have forgotten the futures he saw because of omnipotence.
That's funny.
Yeah. But does that make the user immune to those
no,
those rules?
They should only be immune if they're Otsutsuki, not if they have a Shinjutsu.
Yeah, because otherwise Code would be immune.
I mean, you could argue that Koji's part Otsutsuki because he was given Shibai cells to awaken a Shinjutsu, but
that would apply to Code then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, regardless, I'm just saying that it just doesn't make sense how you're looking at I'm looking at it from this point of view. I'm just speculating that maybe Code is telling us something because, like I said, he's been out of the chapter or the manga for a while now. Like, what is it, like almost 30 chapters? And so, and then he's calling him a fake, and then he's saying that's just the kind of guy you are. So he's describing Boruto's personality versus Kawaki. I said, well, you know what? That doesn't sound like something.
Well, he's definitely not describing one compared to the other. He's not doing that at all.
No, I know he's not comparing to the other. I'm saying that if I described, let's say Orochimaru, and I said, oh, that's just the kind of guy you are, I'd be like, wait a minute, that's not his personality. That doesn't sound like him. He's describing a personality that belongs to specifically Boruto. But Boruto, their memories are supposed to. Ask. But their memories are supposed to be switched around. And Code knows. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, something I want to ask you, and this is just your opinion. So your opinion is whatever you want it to be in this case.
Damn right. Go ahead.
Do you think that I'm going to give you an interpretation? Do you think this interpretation is possible, or you're just like, no, not a single % chance?
Oh no, I'm not. Absolutely, I'm open to being wrong
his interpretation yet. To be clear,
yeah, I haven't said it yet.
See, Kamui, this is what I felt like you were doing to me earlier. Just put that out.
So the interpretation in question is going to be Code is calling Boruto a fake in the following regard. it's that Boruto's pretending to care, but he doesn't actually. He's saying you're a faker, like you don't actually care about Bug, blah blah blah. You're just pretending to be nice. Do you think Coda might potentially, possibly be saying it from that perspective?
You're saying that he's just pretending to be something he's
like
not?
You're not actually the nice guy you like to pretend you are, or that you're trying
Well,
to be.
I don't to combat that. Go back to the other slide. You can see he was saying it that's just the kind of guy you are. He's saying it to himself.
So again, though, the kind of guy you are could be the kind of guy who tries to be nice but isn't actually nice. That could fit for both.
Well, that would make sense if he was saying it to himself.
Well, he's saying both to himself.
Well, no, he's saying this one he's saying to Boruto directly.
Yeah, for the record, he's not referencing back to the kind of guy you are when he says "shut up, you fake." This is clearly in the middle of Code saying he's not going to fall for Boruto's taunt.
Well, you see, do you see that he sees that Boruto, he knew that he would come to the rescue, and he's like, okay, well, that sounds like he understands Boruto's nature. But I'm saying that is just something. You know what? I could be totally wrong on this. Now that I think about it, because in the first chapter, yeah, of Two Blue Vortex, or second chapter, first or second one, yes, first chapter. Yeah, I think I might be wrong on this one, because Toad came back to the village to lure Boruto out, saying, "I know you're going to come for your fellow villagers to protect them or save, your village. That way, I could just draw you out." And I'm saying, okay, well, he knew that he would come to save his friends. So, coming back to this right here, he's luring him out to try to get Boruto to come and save Bug, even though that doesn't make any sense why he would save Bug. But he's saying your nature in the first chapter is to save people, which I don't understand how he would know that. But
well, you could just use the code arc. Like Kawaki was going to sacrifice himself. So again, we the audience know Kawaki. The first priority is Naruto. Why did he initially start to care about the village? Well, it's like Naruto, but there is a sense of like Kawaki, like he's sitting over the village, looking at it, and he feels kind of like comforted watching the village, but feels like he's out of place in the village. That whole scene. Kawaki does care, like beyond Naruto. Like, yes, Naruto is this wall, there's a rock, he's the rock, willow stone, whatever. But like, he does care about the whole village. He cares about how are you, he cares about, and so on. And Kawaki was just genuinely going to sacrifice himself for the village, regardless of how much you want to attribute it to Naruto. From Ko's perspective, he's hearing Kawaki say, "Kill me and don't touch the village." So he could just easily attribute that as Kawaki doing this for the whole village, and not necessarily saying, "Oh, you're only doing it because Naruto cares about the village." That'd be more of an audience interpretation than Ko's interpretation, because he doesn't have the same exact knowledge we have. He's just hearing "kill me and spare the village." So I feel like that'd be enough for Ko to think, okay, if he cares that much, then he cares that much,
Well, okay, but my question is, like, because it just doesn't make any sense. Maybe that's just bad writing on this part, because
well,
remember,
regardless of the case, that is definitely what it is.
Bad writing.
Yeah, regardless of the interpretation.
Okay. Yeah. I just think, like I say, I'm just thinking, like, okay, well, like he's using Boruto's, personality and act like it is Kawaki's personality. They're not supposed to be mixed up. If he knows Kawaki and he grew up with Kawaki, then he should know that Kawaki's very selfish and cares more about.
Well, they also know that Kawaki's changed.
Well, did he though? Like, how much?
That's
how
what
much
they
did change?
Say. Again, that's audience versus characters. The characters think that he did.
I'm gonna type it in. Would
also the characters are saying it, so the audience feels that way too, to show his shame.
And again, like the old Kawaki, the one that fights Garo, that guy is not telling Code to kill him for the village. Like, Code knows this is not the same person. Every member of Kara comments on it. Delta's commenting on how weird it is that Kawaki's doing this. Boro's commenting on how much he's changed. Code's commenting on it. The hey, you gain weight thing is less directly in your face obvious, but that's another comment on.
But it's so clear. It's like
Kawaki's
immediate too.
village.
It's immediate, and that's before Kawaki says his thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
So like,
Well-
it's a recurring thing in part 1. Kawaki's change.
So I wanted to say why this bottom sentence is important for it to be stats rather than not abilities, but performance. So, because I was thinking about it earlier, I wish I wrote it down while you guys were talking, and I wasn't talking for like an hour, and I'm so tired now. But the idea is that if we're grading them based on who is the best runner, then this wouldn't even necessarily include things such as height, because if you have like 100-foot runner, but like they're a terrible form, terrible everything, then they can technically run faster than any human on Earth, but they're still like a bad runner. We'd be rating them based on not their performance, but their ability to run. So that's to say, if they had like equal stats in terms of like height and stuff, then it would come down to like, and that's not to say stats don't matter, because form isn't the end all be all, like the muscle matter and all that still matters. But like if you have like the same body and you clone that person, then the best runner would win, who can move their legs the fastest.
Yeah, but you're factoring all of it on the tier list, though, because the 100-foot tall guy, I mean, yeah, his form sucks, but like to make a Naruto analogy, yeah, his taijutsu form sucks. He can't do a leave hurricane, but oh my god, he's so fast and strong. All he's got to do is body slam and see when he wins. That's the 100-foot tall guy running the 100-meter dash here.
So technically,
hey, guys, I have to go. It was fun.
Okay, Fabrino, thanks for
not answering questions.
You're welcome. Have a nice
But also,
sleep.
Fabrino, feel free to check chat so you can see the color of Boruto's outfit, since you weren't sure what color it was.
Good night.
Yeah, we'll try. After all that.
You know, his yellow and blue outfit. I'm sure that was the first colors Fabrino had in mind.
Oh my god.
To be fair, the yellow and blue looks cool. I'm down for it. But
yeah. So, Kamui, I have a very direct example, since I'm just going to jump to that since I can't remember the previous thing exactly how I was going to word it. So, Kamui, here is a Juggernaut with knockback, as you remember. Yes? Yes. Okay.
Oh, most enough to.
Interesting. Okay. So, Kamui, if I send a test balloon, infinite knockback. We see it has infinite knockback. This will sit here until it hits 10 million pops because it's going to knock this balloon back infinitely to keep attacking it.
Yeah.
So, this is a Jungle Drums village. Do you remember what the Jungle Drums village does, Kami?
You know, it speeds him up his attack speed.
Yeah. So, like a 10%, we'll say 12% attack speed, 12%. Increases its stats 12%. If I delete this Jungle Drums village, no more infinite knockback. The test balloon gets through. So it loses 12% stats, but its performance goes from 10 million pops, which is the HP.
Well, that's because it's not actually, there wasn't actually an infinite knockback. It's just that relative to the speed of that balloon, it manifests in such a, basically, one way to look at it is, now the two are relative enough to where, well, right now it looks like it is just kind of infinitely doing it.
It's because it's technically bouncing off the side and hitting it twice.
Yeah, I know, it's getting an extra bounce back. But let's pretend that wasn't happening.
Exactly.
Now they're relative enough to where this balloon's able to get a little bit ahead. But before, the gap was big enough to where it doesn't actually have infinite knockback. But the balloon was never able to make any progress because the gap was just too great. Even though it's only a 12% difference, it was enough to make a bigger gap between them to where it just can't. They were no longer relative, whereas now they're relative. It was the difference between being A tier versus B tier and both being in B tier.
Another example would be the MAME Moab Sniper. Okay, this one just does have infinite pierce even at its slowest attack. That's funny. Okay, better example would be hopefully this. Okay, I don't think this even works at all. That's crazy. I mean, that's weird. Okay, let me actually I will get this. A better example would be if I send a BFB. I should probably send a fortified BFB to make the point more clear. Also send round 111 randomly so it's stronger and faster. Okay, so I send a BFB. Oh my god. Okay, I sent the whole round. So if I send a BFB, then this slows it down, but it's still moving forward. But if I get this cross path, it has infinite stallage potential.
Yeah.
It goes from forward progress to 0 progress. It might actually be moving backwards very, very slightly, but I think it's 0 progress.
Yeah, close enough. We'll call it 0 anyway.
Yeah, so it's going like that example earlier of the Kamui being 5 minutes to 10 minutes to 20 minutes to infinite minutes, to where you have to judge it entirely differently. When you get the numbers down from infinitesimally approaching 0 to 0, it becomes infinite in its stats, in a way.
Well, to be fair, in this particular case, this just is a different ability. In the previous example, though, that's not what it was. It was basically just a tier gap. That's all that happened.
Well, the reason I'm doing this is so that we can get rid of the semantics of infinite knockback. Well, it's only knocking about like an inch, not infinitely. But the idea was obviously with the attack speed. The idea is the stat versus the performance, and I do think the stats is more important because you would only put the jungle jumps dart monkey 12% above the normal one. Yeah, you put that dart monkey only literally. You put that dart monkey only.
Put the backwards monkey in Gamey Wavy too.
Oh my god! But you put it only 12% above the regular dart monkey on like a tier list, as opposed to infinitely at like the top or something.
Well, yeah, but like I said, I mean, as I said with that one, we broke it down. What was really happening was it was just tier gapping it so that, for example, Naruto in before the prelims or before the first exam was in a whole different tier from the type of Naruto that was fighting there anyway. Hold on real quick. Let me just write the backwards monkey jungle jumps. Okay. There's like again, we're just gonna. I know Naruto's very inconsistent at different times, but we're gonna go with that Naruto as Naruto. In Lee, we're in 2 different tiers. Naruto just doesn't hit Lee. He doesn't land a single hit on Lee because the tier gap was there. Whereas, later Naruto will be our hypothetical for our not jungle drums Lee. Now they're in the same tier to where Naruto can land some hits. That's all that's happening there. The helicopter thing is a little bit different because of how it actually is manifesting. It's just straight up, you're just stopping it. But also, to be fair, though, can you test it for me? Because I don't know. I don't really use that path too often. Does that apply to a ZOMG, a Zob, or a Zomygod, however you're supposed to pronounce it?
And what tower do you mean?
The one you were doing with the helicopter.
Yeah, it slows it down.
No. It doesn't stop it.
It doesn't stop it, no.
Okay, yeah. So in that case, that suggests to me it's the same tier gap situation. It's not actually an infinite increase in performance. It's just that it's now tier gapping it to where the BFB just can't land any hits on the heli pilot. Whereas once you bring them to the same tier, or I guess really in this case, it really went above it in a tier, but let's just pretend it was relative now. Now it's able to land hits, which in this game manifests as moving forward on the track. That's all it really is.
So obviously,
it's about.
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying it's about how you frame it, because I could see how you would say, "Oh, it's infinite progress," and technically, but is that what's really happening? No, it's that Kid Rock Lee's not going to land a single hit on Otsuki form Jigen. Not because Jigen is actually infinitely stronger, it's that he's practically infinitely stronger, but not literally.
I think if you were bringing this over to Naruto, it's that Lee can do 200 punches a minute as opposed to 300 punches a minute. But the difference there is that Momoshiki's not going to be stunned by Lee's punches, whereas Naruto, the recoil from Naruto's body from the punches is enough to where he can't recover between the rate of the punches.
Yeah, that's one way to think. Like that's another way that could manifest in Naruto. Like it could manifest in Naruto a billion different ways, but the same idea. It's that Lee can continue to fight back, whereas Naruto can't. Just gets one shot by the punch. Okay, well, even though it's only a 12%, if as long as it's that 12% is enough to bridge that gap, level up, it's to cross the boundary needed, and so on. You know, if the Rashomon Gate can take 1,000 units of chakra in a blast, and it just tanks everything below that perfectly, but once it hits 1,000, it starts to dent until it breaks. But it's like, okay, if Naruto's punch is like a 999, it doesn't do anything to the Rashomon gates. But then, oh no, but Kiba's Wolf Fang over Fang, it does 1,100. It's starting to dent it. You can just see like there's like a breaking point. I feel like there's a threshold. That's the word. The threshold's really what's key here. And the thresholds can make things look more extreme than they actually are. Because again, Naruto is 1 unit below the breaking point where you can start to damage the Rashomon gates. But it looked as though he was not even close, but he actually was. So thresholds can make things look much different than they are.
Yeah. No, I get that. I understood the explanation. I feel like, at least the way I interpret it, I feel like the explanation doesn't matter. It would just be the case. So the stats versus performance thing, I think it doesn't matter why in this case. It's just about what numbers are reflected rather than why.
No, I think why matters because for example, rock, paper, scissors, that's a why that entirely is influencing your thoughts beyond the outcomes and numbers. Why did the water style beat the fire style? Oh, because it has a direct counter to it, not because of any numbers.
I don't understand the analogy, but that's okay. Another comparison would be stuns, which is kind of like the recoil thing that we said more than anything. But here is a tower that stuns, the biggest one. It's stunning this BFB, but it has a very slow attack speed. But if you increase the attack speed in a variety of ways, the stun duration doesn't change, but because the tower is attacking at a higher frequency rate, it's more effective to boost this attack speed than it would be for other towers because it's getting closer to an infinite stun. So the impact is more important. It's similar to the engineer that does the sentry turrets because it's boosting not just the attack speed of the turrets, but the rate deployment of the turrets as well. So you can see how fast
so it's getting more of a benefit out of it because
it's getting twice the benefit to be exact because it's doing the attack speed basically times 2 in a way.
Yeah.
Because it's boosting not just the attack speed, but also the amount of attacks. Yeah, I guess. Or projectiles, however you want to see it. Yeah, because you see here, it's like freaking 20 turrets as opposed to like 2. And all the turrets are attacking
4 times as many darts hitting the balloon than it would otherwise.
Yeah, it's getting twice as many buffs as other towers would. But it's kind of that same principle applied to the biggest one because of the stunning effect.
Yeah, because the effect is more about the stun.
Yeah, because the more attacks it gets in, technically, the longer the balloon is stunned as it goes through.
Yes, and then because it's stunned, it's stunned and it gets to attack again and kind of keep it there for longer, like...
Exactly.
So obviously, it has... The effect compounds on its... What's really happy is the effect's almost compounding on itself in that case.
Exactly, yeah.
Because it's not a because the stun basically it's because the stun lasts for a set amount of time. Because each individual stun, let's just say, is 1 second, and that gives it the time to reload and do another one. And if we were to make it extreme, it could like infinitely stun it in place. Yeah. It doesn't, for what we saw, but
so
it could.
In principle, it's different from what came before, but I think in concept, I still think the same thing applies. So where you would look at stats versus performance, it can be shooting twice as fast, but the performance could reflect something entirely different from the stats.
Well, I think you would just look at both and analyze what's going on. I don't know. Like I'm basically, my thing is, don't ignore stuff. Just weight stuff based on, like just analyze. But like I'm saying, you shouldn't throw it all out there. You just think about everything possible.
Well, I'm definitely not trying to ignore stuff, but yeah, I agree with the weight.
Well, yeah, but if you're saying stats, not performance, that is suggesting ignore performance and only look at stats.
Not necessarily. I think in the context, it'd be pretty clear that it's primarily focused on one as like the primary one.
Yeah, but again, that's not what you're saying. I mean, you can say that's what you mean, but that's not what you're saying. So
I think based on the context of the conversation, it's clear.
But also, again, when we say stats, to be clear, I'm assuming in this context, we're actually talking about the Jungle Drum's 12% increase type of stat, and not only look at your speed and strength. Because, for example, you could say it's a speed thing with the turrets, a deployment thing, but it's also kind of like an ability to deploy turrets in the first place, and that's its ability, and all you're doing is speeding up how much ability you're using, and yeah.
Well, I mean, again, Kamui, abilities would rely on stats anyways.
Well, exactly. It's all of them all combined. They're all thought in there,
So
that's my moral for you.
Stats are the important.
My moral for you is factor in everything, and we're good.
I definitely don't think I wasn't doing that, but that's okay.
Well, you were mad at me in the original debates for including such as abilities.
Well, I guess people will just have to go back and check. But I suppose that'll do it for this one.
Well, I just want to clarify. We didn't do any topic I wanted at all this stream.
Well, what topics?
I'm going to delay it for next stream because I've been talking too much.
Well, you did say you wanted to do that, to be fair, which is why I wasn't pushing you to do the topic that you wanted to do that I don't know, which is the topic.
Well, to be fair, I hadn't yet decided what it was going. I guess we should. Okay, and I guess we should have done my Shinju topic that we've never gone through, but
oh my god.
I wasn't sure between various. Originally, I was thinking about doing some Koji topics or finding a rewrite. I never really picked, but and we'll save that for next stream.
Yeah, I'm just gonna assume it's gonna be the Koji topic because of how long it is, and we're never gonna do it otherwise.
That being said, well, by the way, I'm not talking about doing it tonight.
Yeah, no, I meant for next stream.
Yeah, which could technically, maybe, possibly be tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe, possibly possible.
We'll see.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I don't know. Actually, did King of Chaos ever answer us?
Well, considering how late we responded, I can't believe that's not infinite stunning. That's hilarious.
Well,
so much stunning. Considering how
have you ended stream yet, or no?
No, I haven't ended stream yet.
Okay.
Into my movie.
Well, that's probably a good place to do so.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what topics you wanted to do tonight, like, going into it, considering we had John the Maven on, just power scaling things.
Oh, well, I mean, just the coaching.
Oh my god. Well, I think you just want to do that regardless of this stream in particular.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do that.
Yeah. Well, as long as we agree. Okay, that one was just rage bait. Well, Kamui, I suppose that's it. And
We should have Blanco do the
thankfully,
outro.
we have Blanco and Paradox here to end stream for us. Right, Blanco?
Blanco, can you invite Paradox formally for us to come join stage?
Oh my gosh, funny. Well, Blanco, you're here. You're just not here. Well, Kamui, it looks like we just might have to do it ourselves. Ugh, gross.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to just take it one word at a time. So, Kamui?
Yes.
Okay, we're doing the bad job of this. You know what? There's only 2 words if we boil it down. So, Ikimoto.
Definitely. I just turned into 3 words, I know.
I'm ending on that. I'm not even finishing it. That's what you get for doing that after I said 2 words.
Sorry. I did not know that I was muted. I've been talking for like the last minute.
Oh, well, now that Blanco's here, can you formally invite Paradox on to do the outro?
Literally hovering over the.
I don't think Paradox is here anymore. I don't see them.
Well, Blanco, in that case, do you want to do the outro?
Oh, the outro. Yeah. Okay. Why are you guys still awake? Last time when we were on stream together, you guys were saying, "Oh my gosh, we're so dead." I'm pretty sure Oodie said, "I'm so tired. I'm getting sick."
Outro.
And now
I feel sick.
you're like, "I'm so tired. I'm sick now. I've got insert sickness that people get." I have ADHD. I'm so tired. I get ADHD, which I assume is a sickness or something. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a condition. Maybe is it?
Good night,
It's
Blanco.
definitely not the outro, Blanco.
Good night, Blanco.
Okay. What should somebody say as an outro? What do you what would be a good what is the best outro you've ever had?
Outro?
Man, if only we had a Walky Talky fan here.
Are you talking about a person who's a fan of you, or do you mean like a fan on which you wrote the word Walky Talky?
Have you ever seen the end of any of our streams? Like within the last 100 streams?
No, I've never seen it. I always cut like 5 minutes before you end.
Good night, Kamui. Good night, Blanco.
This is very disappointing outro, I'm not gonna lie. You should end it with, oh my gosh, this reminds me. Previously I even sent Oodie a video with a cool outro, and I said you should have a similar outro to that one. I think personally, you should get Sauron to sing the outro for you. So like a recorded outro that we can play it.
We'd be down.
Okay, we agree. If you can get Sauron to sing Ikimoto fails, please send it our way.
That's a birthday gift.
I do not think I'd be able to do that, but I think. But you can talk to Sounds and Bolts.
Coming up in a month here, so if you're able to make that work.
But why are you asking me when you can ask Sounds and Bolts? She is your instrument, and
well,
apparently
we've already got a plan with Miss Anne being our instrument. We already organized a plan, and it does involve Sauron, but she's already on the case there.
You're wasting. Presumably, if Sounds and Bolts is your instrument, you're wasting the instrument on like getting Fabrino to not answer your questions when you could be working your outro case. You could get like Sauron to sing like.
Well, that's Fabrino being dumb.
Anne isn't asking Sauron for something; she's just taking something.
Oh my god!
I'm sure. I mean, you guys are basically a band. Like, Oodie can play the thumb piano. You can play something, I'm sure. Sauron can sing, and Sounds of Bolts can play the piano. So basically, you're basically just a band.
Sounds plus instrument is translating.
I like how we have 2 pianos and no guitars or drums or anything.
Well, guitar is what I used to play, so that would probably be my role. But
I knew
it. Drums for one
I
song.
knew. Kamui can play the guitar. You are basically a band waiting to happen.
Well, we're also having an outro just waiting to happen.
Bees and Seagulls in Japan with Miss
Anne. I don't know. I don't know why you're enamored with the song's not even that. It's not. Neither the song nor Attack on Titan is particularly that good.
Well, I'll agree with the second part.
Yeah, the Bees and Seagulls. I mean, like, again, we're not talking about Attack on Titan opening 1. We're talking about the Bees and Seagulls specifically.
Isn't it just the what? Isn't it just the Attack on Titan?
If you sing it, you can prove to us the quality of it. Since we have this disagreement.
I don't know the song.
That's
I don't
okay.
know the song.
You can look it up.
I only know intellectually there's the opening of the what? Of Attack on Titan. I do not know
do you know the words to it?
No, I can't even remember the melody.
Well, Blanco, you can look it up.
If you were to say,
go ahead, look it up.
If you look it up.
Like if you were to say Naruto
ahead,
opening.
You can do it. Yeah, look it up.
Okay, wait, I'm walking right now. But if you were to say, okay, do you know the opening of Naruto season 22? I would know that because I remember it, and I know it. But like, I do not know the opening for Attack on Titan season 1.
You go by season, bro. I have no idea what that is.
I love that.
What? So you know the Attack on Titan opening season 1, but you don't know Naruto season 22 opening.
Is that
because we don't view Naruto in seasons? We go by just an episode number total.
Fine, episode 400.
Season, like what episode does that get you to?
I'm not sure, but it's in the episode 490s. So 491 to 500 will be around season 22.
About 21, 22 episodes per season, on average.
I'm not sure exactly how many episodes
there are per season. Average.
I think they vary. They vary, but I know that the last season is season 22. So like with all the light novel adaptations and the filler, that'll be season 22.
I'm confused because I thought like one season would correspond to like one opening, for example, but there's only 20 openings, not 22. So they're less than that.
Well, Kamui, is that factoring for both Naruto and Naruto Shippuden?
With this 20 openings of just Shippuden.
Yes.
And then the other 8 for part 1 is 28.
Yeah, he said season 22 was episode like 490.
There's 20 Naruto Shippuden openings. There's 20 of those.
I'm assuming he was counting.
Well, not exactly. They may change because I know they're like almost twice as many outros as there are intros.
There's 40 outros, 20 intros.
No, Kamui, what I was saying is episode 491 overall, considering he's saying season 22, would have to be episode like 250 of Shippuden.
No, I'm saying no. Season 22. Season 22 is the last stretch of episodes of Naruto. So it means that's like so everything after the war arc.
Okay, it's definitely not so like, if it's episode 291, considering episode 220 is the final episode
of Naruto, not Naruto Shippuden. The last episode of Naruto Shippuden is episode 500.
Yes.
So what are you saying then?
You're saying there's 22 seasons of Naruto Shippuden, or 22 seasons of all of Naruto?
No. There are 22 seasons of Naruto Shippuden. I think there are 7 seasons of Naruto.
Okay.
Well, that's also weird then, because there's 8 openings.
Yeah, for Naruto, I'm not for Naruto exactly. I'm not sure, but for Naruto Shippuden, there are 22. For Naruto, I'm not specifically sure. I think they're around 7 or 8.
Man, remember Blanco through the outro?
Sorry?
Yeah, you should be.
Okay, I think you guys should go to sleep now. I think Oodie's about to fall into his dreams.
Let's do that, Blanco. Outro.
You what? Okay, fine. Here's the outro. This has been the Walky Talky podcast episode. Insert here. I don't know which episode it is specifically. But what episode is it?
I should update that.
Well, like, to be fair, I said the outro earlier, like 5 minutes ago. It's only 2
Well,
words.
it's not the outro. It's not the outro if we're still talking.
Well,
Keep going,
that's I was just telling you what the outro. There's 2 words to the outro. The first word is the same as the first word in both of our usernames.
So,
Context
Kamui
will give you the second.
Well, if you look at if you hover over our names and specifically look at what it says.
It says Kamui 8152.
No, just like don't right click and look at our server profile names, but like just take your
I see.
mouse
I see. Ikimoto, I see.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay. Now, Ikimoto didn't go to jail. Here's where we do this.
Ikimoto
no, this is new
didn't
for me.
buy a snail.
What, are you going to say that Ikimoto is behind the veil?
Ikimoto wasn't feeling well.
Wait, that doesn't even rhyme. You're Mr. Rhyme Man. You're Mr. Rhyme now. Well, it doesn't even rhyme. It doesn't even rhyme.
Like a rhyme.
But no, he did. That's why I realized it's not a rhyme. Because if he said whale, it would have been like whale, like W-A-I-L, so like whale, like he was wailing. But he said well, so it's W-E-L-L.
No, he
doesn't
said
even rhyme.
it like whale, though.
Ikimoto might want
did you say
Blanco to
well?
go to hell.
Oh my gosh. Who knew that?
Who knew that? What's in the sky? Is that hail?
Wait a minute.
Ikimoto.
Are you waiting for me?
Succeed.
He failed?
There you go. Now say it all together.
Wait, at the same time, how we know how will we know at which point the same time to say it?
You knew the first word. You just got the second word. Now say them back to back.
Oh, I guess Ikimoto failed.
There you go.
And
wait,
now we
what is it? He wants me to go to hell?
For YouTube's stupid live update to update for 10 seconds.
He totally said that. I cannot believe that Oodie is preying on my downfall like this. I'm already down. Why kick me?
All right.